Him standing on a patch of grass just outside Marietta, Georgia. Today, it's nothing more than a roadside shoulder where the sound of passing cars is the only thing that breaks the stillness. There's no monument here, no grand marker to tell you what happened. But this ground remembers. Over a century ago, in the pale light of a new day, this was a stage for a final, terrible act of what some called justice and others called murder. Right here, a man's life ended at the end of a rope, not by the hand of the state, but by the will of a disciplined, silent mob. The story of how he got here, dragged from a prison farm 100 miles away, is a dark journey into the heart of a city on edge, a courtroom ruled by fear, and a nation divided. Today, we're going to walk that path. We're going to sift through the ashes of a forgotten fire and listen to the whispers it left behind. Because the question isn't just what happened here, but why. And the answer is a story that Georgia and America has been trying to forget ever since. To understand the spark that lit that fire, we have to travel back, away from that lonely patch of grass, to the heart of Atlanta in 1913. This was the capital of the so-called New South, a city straining to build a future of smokestacks and industry on a foundation of Civil War ashes. Northern money was pouring in, and with it came Northern managers, bringing new ways that sat uneasily with the old. The air was thick with both coal smoke and resentment. It was a city holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Into this world walked two people, moving on a collision course they couldn't possibly see. The first was a girl named Mary Fagan. She was just 13 years old, a child who should have been in a schoolhouse or playing in a field. Instead, her family had been pushed by poverty from the quiet hills of Marietta into the city's grime, and she worked long, grinding hours at the National Pencil Company for 12 cents an hour. To the people of Atlanta, she was more than just a girl. She was a symbol of the innocent rural South they felt was being devoured by the machine of progress. The second was a man named Leo Frank. He was 29, the superintendent of that same pencil factory. And he was everything Mary Fagan was not. He was a northerner from Brooklyn, an engineer educated at Cornell University. He was Jewish in a world that was overwhelmingly and often fiercely Protestant. His speech was precise, his mannerisms different. He was the outsider, the face of the northern industrial power that gave girls like Mary a job, but at a cost that felt impossibly high. These two worlds met inside the brick walls of the National Pencil Company. Downstairs, the roar of machinery, the dust, and the sweat of hundreds of workers, many of them young girls from the countryside. Upstairs, the quiet order of the front office, a world of ledgers and calculations managed by Leo Frank. The two floors were separated by a staircase, but they might as well have been separated by an ocean of culture, class, and history. And the day it all came apart was no ordinary day. It was Saturday, April 26, 1913, Confederate Memorial Day. The streets of Atlanta were filled with parades, with the gray-haired veterans of a lost war marching under their faded battle flags. The city was wrapped in a defiant pride, a celebration of its past, even as it rushed toward a new future. It was on this day, with the echoes of old anthems in the air, that Mary Fagan made her way to the factory to collect her $1.20 pay from the man in the upstairs office. I'm looking now at a digital copy of a photograph from the Georgia State Archives. The image is grainy, over a century old, but what it shows is chillingly clear. It's two small, crumpled pieces of paper covered in rough, almost childish pencil scrawls. These are the infamous murder notes found in the factory basement, just inches from Mary Fagan's head. They were the first and loudest voice to speak from that crime scene. Listen to what they say. The first one reads, "Ma'am, that Negro higher down here did this. I went to get water, and he pushed me down that hole, a long, tall Negro, black that who. It was long, slim, tall Negro, I write while play with me." The second is just as crude. He said he would love me and land down, play like the night witch did it, but that long, tall, black Negro did by hisself. On the surface, it's a deathbed accusation, a desperate attempt by a dying girl to name her attacker. But from the very beginning, these notes raised more questions than they answered. The police, the press, the public, they all looked at these words and saw a puzzle. The language was strange, the grammar almost nonsensical. Why would a killer, in the middle of such a brutal act, linger in the dark to carefully craft a frame-up? This wasn't just a clue, it was a performance, a piece of theater left on a dirt floor. These two scraps of paper were supposed to be a map pointing directly to the monster responsible. Instead, they became a labyrinth. The search for the hand that wrote these words would pull three men from the shadows, and in the fevered atmosphere of Atlanta, the city would have to decide which one of them was telling the truth and which one was the author of this vicious lie. The first man to be swallowed by the shadow of those notes was the night watchman, Newt Lee. Early the next morning, he made his rounds in the factory's silent, cavernous basement. His lantern cut a weak circle in the gloom, brushing over piles of coal dust and forgotten machine parts. He went to use the toilet, a crude setup in the back, and that's when his light fell upon it. A small body lying in the grime. He ran, terrified, and called the police. The discovery hit Atlanta like a lightning strike. The city's newspapers, locked in a bitter circulation war, descended on the story like vultures. They splashed lurid, sensational headlines across their front pages, painting a monstrous picture of the little factory girl's final moments. Public outrage was immediate, and it was white-hot. A villain was needed, and fast. The police, working under the immense pressure of that public fury, quickly rounded up their first suspects. There was Newt Lee, the man who found the body, the night witch seemingly named in the notes. There was Jim Conley, another black employee, a factory sweeper with a criminal record who was seen washing a stained shirt soon after the murder. And there was Leo Frank, the superintendent, the last person known to have seen Mary Fagan alive. His nervous, twitchy demeanor during questioning immediately put him on the police's radar. At first, suspicion swirled around all three, but those notes, they were the problem. They didn't feel right. To the detectives, and soon to the public, the idea that a black man would have the presence of mind to write such elaborate notes to frame another black man seemed unlikely. A new, more sinister theory began to take root in the city's mind, a theory whispered on street corners and then printed in the papers. What if the notes weren't a clumsy frame-up, but a brilliant one? What if they were a double bluff, written by an educated white man, trying to make it look like an uneducated black man had committed the crime? Suddenly, the net of suspicion began to tighten. The focus shifted away from the two black workers and toward the northern Jewish superintendent. The very things that made Leo Frank an outsider, his education, his precise way of speaking, now became evidence against him. He was the only one, they reasoned, clever enough to devise such a twisted scheme. The seeds of a narrative were being sown, one where the factory boss was not just a manager, but a monster in disguise. To find the next piece of this story, I didn't go to a crime scene or a graveyard. I went to a small, cluttered office at a local university, a room lined with books on Georgia history, each one a monument to a forgotten world. I met with a local historian, a man who has dedicated 40 years of his life to untangling the knots of the Leo Frank case. He didn't just study the documents, he'd spoken to the children and grandchildren of the people who were there, preserving the whispers that never made it into the official record. "You have to understand," he told me, his voice quiet but intense. "The trial of Leo Frank didn't really happen in that courtroom. It happened in print, for weeks beforehand, on the pages of a magazine called The Jeffersonian." He explained that its publisher, Tom Watson, was a titan of Georgia politics, a populist who spoke to the fears of the poor, rural whites who felt their world was being stolen from them by northern industrialists and city slickers. And in Leo Frank, Watson found the perfect villain. This historian showed me copies of those old papers, their pages yellow and brittle. The words printed on them were pure venom. They didn't just report on the case, they created a myth. Frank was painted as a monster, a lecherous Jew who preyed on the innocent Christian girls who worked for him. Rumors, many of them sourced from disgruntled former employees, were printed as fact. Stories of inappropriate behavior in his office, of a secret, depraved life, filled the columns, poisoning the minds of every potential juror in the state. He explained that this wasn't just about one man's crime. It was about all the simmering resentments of the New South boiling over. Frank was the symbol for everything the common man feared and hated. He was the northern boss, the wealthy intellectual, and the Jewish outsider. Tom Watson, with the power of his printing press, took these vague fears and gave them a face, a name, and a crime. The public wasn't just asked to believe Frank was a killer. They were taught to believe he was a demon, the embodiment of a corrupting evil that had invaded their land. As I left that office, I understood that the verdict wasn't decided by evidence. It was forged in the fire of this public hatred. The point of no return wasn't a single moment in a dark basement. It was a slow, deliberate campaign of character assassination that guaranteed Leo Frank would be a dead man long before he ever set foot in that courtroom. The air in the interrogation rooms of the Atlanta police station was stale with cigar smoke and frustration. For days, Jim Conley, the factory sweeper, had been a human puzzle the police couldn't solve. He'd given one rambling, contradictory statement after another. He couldn't read or write, he swore. Then, caught in a lie, he admitted he could. Each story he told was a dead end, and the investigators were ready to dismiss him as a chronic liar, a nobody caught in the blast radius of a bigger crime. But then, after nearly a week of relentless questioning, something shifted. Backed into a corner, his lies exhausted, Jim Conley didn't just confess to something, he offered the police a revelation. It was the story they and the city of Atlanta had been secretly hoping for. Yes, he admitted, he had written those murder notes, but he hadn't done it alone. He had written them at the direction and under the terrified orders of his boss, Leo Frank. Suddenly, the investigators leaned in. The frustrated scribbling stopped, and Conley, seeing he finally had their full attention, began to perform. He spun a tale that was both gruesome and cinematic. He claimed he was standing watch for Frank that Saturday afternoon, while Frank took Mary Fagan into his private office. He told them he heard a scream. A few minutes later, he said, a trembling Frank called him in and showed him the girl's lifeless body on the floor. In Conley's telling, Frank was a panicked, sweating mess, confessing the murder and begging for help. He claimed Frank dictated the notes to him, word for word, and then ordered him to help carry the body down the ladder to the basement, a detail later changed to a rickety elevator when the ladder proved impossible. He described the journey into the dark, the body slung over Frank's shoulder, and the final act of leaving the girl's body and the incriminating notes in the filth and coal dust. It was a story filled with holes, a narrative that would change and warp with each retelling. But it didn't matter. It was perfect. It had the villain the newspapers had already created, the cold, calculating Jewish mastermind. And it had the simple-minded accomplice, a black man too scared and too weak to do anything but follow orders. For the prosecutor, Hugh Dorsey, this was more than a breakthrough. It was a gift. He now had his star witness. From that moment on, the search for other truths ended. The investigation snapped shut like a steel trap around a single narrative. The path was now set in stone, leading from that interrogation room directly to a courthouse, a jury, and a hangman's noose. There would be no turning back. The machinery of justice now had its fuel, and it was roaring toward a single, preordained destination. I'm standing in downtown Atlanta now, at the corner of Forsyth and Marietta Street. It's a place of steel and glass, of corporate towers that scrape the sky. Businessmen and women with briefcases and coffee cups hurry past, their footsteps echoing on polished stone plazas. You won't find the National Pencil Company here anymore. There's no plaque, no historical marker, not even a trace of the old brick and mortar. The city has paved over its memory, burying the scene of the crime under the foundations of a new, gleaming skyline. But this is the place. Right here, where this glass atrium catches the afternoon sun, once stood a 4-story brick factory, its windows clouded with a fine grey dust from the graphite within. It was a place of noise and labour, filled with the roar of machinery and the shouts of children earning a few cents an hour. And it was a building of stark contrasts. The loud, chaotic factory floors, the quiet, orderly superintendent's office on the 2nd story, and down below, a basement that was little more than a dirt-floored cave, dark, damp, and forgotten. This modern plaza is a scar, a smooth, clean surface hiding a wound that never truly healed. Because we know what this ground was used for. We can trace the path, in our minds, from that 2nd-floor office, down the narrow, creaking staircase, to the absolute darkness of the cellar. This is the geography of the crime. And while the building is gone, the story remains, clinging to this very spot like a ghost. Right here, beneath all this progress, in the silence of a holiday afternoon, the machinery of industry stopped, and a far more brutal machine took over. If you believe the story told in that courtroom, the story that sealed Leo Frank's fate, then this is how the world ended for Mary Fagan. The great machines of the National Pencil Company were silent for the holiday. The only sounds in the cavernous building were the ticking of a clock in the office and the distant pop of celebratory firecrackers in the streets below. Sunlight, thick with floating dust, cut sharp angles through the tall, grimy windows of the 2nd floor. It was in this strange, industrial quiet that the 13-year-old girl walked into her superintendent's office to collect her pay. The exchange, by all accounts, was brief. Leo Frank sat at his desk, a man of ledgers and figures. Mary stood before him, a child of the factory floor. He handed her the small pay envelope containing her $1.20. It was a transaction that had happened 100 times before, in this office, with 100 other girls. A routine moment. She would have turned to leave, her hand clutching the money, her mind already on the parade, the sunlight, the rest of her day. And then, according to the state of Georgia, the silence was broken. Not by a long, drawn-out struggle, but by a single, sharp sound. A cry, cut short. The sudden, ugly noise of a body striking wood, and then the floor. It was a sound that lasted only a second, but it was enough to shatter the afternoon. It was the sound of a line being crossed, of a life being erased in a flicker of brutal, incomprehensible violence. What followed was a terrible stillness. The dust motes continued their slow, silent dance in the sunbeams, but now they settled on a scene of irreversible horror. An overturned chair, a few scattered papers, and on the floor, near the leg of a heavy oak desk, a small pay envelope, its contents still neatly folded inside. The clock on the wall kept ticking, measuring out the seconds of a new, ghastly reality. The world outside, full of music and celebration, had no idea that in this quiet room, a tomb had just been created. This is the moment, Jim Conley swore, that he was called into the office. He claimed he saw a man not of cold, calculating evil, but of pure, animal panic. A man whose carefully constructed world had just been obliterated by his own hands. In the frantic, hushed whispers of that office, a desperate plan was born. The evidence had to be hidden. The body had to vanish. The target was the basement, a place no one ever went, a dark, forgotten hole at the bottom of the world. The journey down was a clumsy, scraping nightmare. The state claimed they used the narrow, hand-pulled elevator, a rickety cage barely large enough for one man, let alone two men and their terrible burden. The descent into the darkness was slow, the ropes groaning under the unfamiliar weight. They reached the bottom with a dull thud. The basement was pitch black, a cellar of damp earth and coal dust, where the only light came from a few frantic, flickering matches. There, in the oppressive dark, the final act was staged. The little body was left in a corner, amidst the filth. By the trembling light of a match, Conley said he scrawled out the clumsy accusatory notes, the pencil scratching against the paper. The words were meant to be a false trail, a clever misdirection. But they were more than that. They were the final, grotesque punctuation mark on the crime, a calculated lie left beside an unspeakable truth. Then, the match was extinguished, and two figures retreated into the gloom, leaving the basement to its profound and terrible silence. In a quiet room in the State Archives, the entire tragedy is flattened, pressed, and bound into thousands of pages of brittle, yellowing paper. This is the official story, the one told in the language of law and procedure. Him looking at the trial transcript, a document thicker than a family Bible, and it feels like reading a ghost story. All the heat, the rage, and the terror of 1913 has been boiled down to a sterile series of questions and answers printed in neat black ink. You can read the coroner's report. It's a clinical inventory of a nightmare. It lists the cause of death as strangulation by ligature and notes the various wounds to the victim's body. The language is precise, medical, and utterly devoid of emotion. It reduces Mary Fagan to a collection of physical facts, a piece of evidence to be catalogued. It tells you how she died, but it cannot begin to tell you what it means for a child to be erased from the world in such a way. Then you turn to the testimony of Jim Conley. On the printed page, his story is a mess. It's a swamp of contradictions. The timeline he gives for the afternoon of the murder shifts and buckles under the slightest pressure. Key details of his story changed multiple times during his interrogations. Reading it now, in the silence of this archive, it seems almost impossible that a jury could have believed it. But this transcript, this cold collection of words, is a liar. It's a liar because it's incomplete. It cannot capture the sweat dripping from the jurors' faces in that sweltering, unair-conditioned courtroom. It cannot make you hear the roar of the mob in the streets outside, chanting for a hanging. And most importantly, it cannot show you the electrifying, charismatic performance that Jim Conley delivered on the witness stand. The jury wasn't reading a document. They were witnessing a confession, and to them, it felt like the raw, unvarnished truth. This is the great paradox of the official record. It preserves the facts, but loses the feeling. The words on these pages are the bones of the story, but the soul of it, the fever that gripped Atlanta and condemned Leo Frank, lived and died in the air of that courtroom. And that fever was about to be given the full force of the law. The trial of Leo Frank began in the suffocating heat of a Georgia July. But the real trial, the one that truly mattered, was happening on the streets outside. Every morning, the jury had to push its way through a massive, hostile crowd that thronged the courthouse square. The air was thick with sweat, tobacco smoke, and a low, guttural anger. The mob wasn't there to watch justice unfold. They were there to demand it on their terms. As the jurors passed, they were met with a chilling chant, a promise and a threat. "Hang the Jew, or we'll hang you." Inside, the courtroom was a pressure cooker. The prosecutor, Hugh Dorsey, a man with his eyes on the governor's mansion, put on a masterclass of theatrical outrage. His case rested almost entirely on the shoulders of one man, Jim Conley. For 3 days, Conley sat on the witness stand, and under Dorsey's careful guidance, he gave the performance of a lifetime. He was by turns frightened, remorseful, and defiant. He acted out the murder, mimicking Frank's voice, describing the girl's final moments in lurid, horrifying detail. The defense attorneys hammered at his inconsistencies, but it was like trying to punch smoke. Conley stuck to the core of his story, and the jury was mesmerized. When it was Leo Frank's turn, his lawyers, fearing the cross-examination would play into the public's perception of him as a smug intellectual, advised him to make an unsworn statement. For over 3 hours, he stood before the court and spoke. He calmly, logically, and methodically dissected the state's case, proclaiming his innocence. But in that superheated atmosphere of emotion and prejudice, his calm came across as coldness. His logic felt like arrogance. He was speaking the language of a Cornell classroom to a jury that was fluent in the language of the mob outside. He was trying to solve a math problem while the room was on fire. The jury was out for less than 4 hours. The members could hear the crowd roaring outside, a constant, menacing reminder of the city's will. When they returned, the verdict was a foregone conclusion. Guilty. The sentence, death by hanging. The moment the word was spoken, the city of Atlanta exploded, not in relief, but in wild, triumphant celebration. Justice had been done. The law had bent to the will of the people, and Hugh Dorsey had secured his political future on the life of Leo Frank. Walking through Oakland Cemetery in Atlanta now. It's one of the city's oldest, a sprawling city of the dead, where stone angels weep over the graves of Confederate generals and forgotten pioneers. This is where Mary Fagan was laid to rest. Her grave is easy to find. It's a site of pilgrimage, marked by a handsome stone, etched with a poem calling her a little factory girl whose innocence and faith were her shield and buckler. Flowers are often left here, even now, a century later. She remains a symbol, frozen in time as the eternal victim. To find Leo Frank's final resting place, you have to travel 1,000 miles north to Mount Carmel Cemetery in Queens, New York. His body was brought home, back to the Brooklyn he left behind. His grave is marked by a simple, dignified stone bearing his name, his dates, and the words, "Truth shall spring out of the earth." Unlike Mary's grave, his is a quiet place, far from the land that condemned him. It's a stone of exile. And what of the others? Hugh Dorsey, the prosecutor, rode the fame of the trial all the way to the governor's mansion, just as he'd planned. He is buried here in Atlanta as well, remembered as a statesman. Jim Conley, the star witness, served just 1 year in jail for his role as an accessory. He faded back into the obscurity from which he came, dying of drink and disease decades later, buried in an unmarked pauper's grave. But the most tragic figure in this story of endings might be Governor John Slayton. He's buried here in Oakland Cemetery too, under a grand monument befitting a man of his stature. The stone speaks of his service, his honor, but it doesn't tell the full story. It doesn't mention that for one act of incredible moral courage, commuting Leo Frank's sentence because he believed him to be innocent, his political career was annihilated, and he and his wife had to flee their home state under the threat of death. He now lies just a short walk from the girl at the center of the storm. Enemies and saviors, victims and villains, all of them neighbors now, equals under the silent, watchful gaze of the Georgia pines. The guilty verdict was not an end. It was the beginning of a new war, a 2-year struggle fought in the highest courts of the land. The case of Leo Frank became a national scandal, a raw nerve that exposed the deep divisions between the industrial North and the defiant South. Money poured in from Jewish communities across the country to fund Frank's appeals, a fact that Tom Watson's newspapers used as proof of a vast conspiracy to subvert Georgia justice. With every failed appeal, the public's rage grew hotter, more impatient. The final battlefield was not a courtroom, but the conscience of one man, Georgia's outgoing governor, John Slayton. Slayton was a popular, respected politician at the peak of his power. All he had to do was sign a piece of paper, let the execution proceed, and his future was secure. But he couldn't. He waded through a sea of paper, the 10,000 pages of the trial record, and the inconsistencies of Jim Conley's story screamed at him from every page. He even went to the factory himself and concluded that Conley's story of moving the body was physically impossible. On June 21, 1915, just days before his term ended, Governor Slayton made a choice that would define him forever. He chose his conscience over his career. Citing his grave doubts, he commuted Leo Frank's death sentence to life in prison. He knew what was coming when he said, "I can endure the rabble's fury, but I cannot endure the death of my own conscience. He had committed political suicide to save his own soul. The rabbles' fury was instantaneous. An enraged mob of thousands swarmed his mansion, forcing Slayton to declare martial law. The state's highest office became a gilded cage. He and his wife were prisoners, eventually smuggled out of Georgia under armed guard. His political career, once so bright, had been turned to ash. For his own safety, Leo Frank was taken from Atlanta in the dead of night and moved to the remote Milledgeville State Prison farm. But the shadow of the verdict followed him. Soon after arriving, another inmate, a convicted murderer, slashed Frank's throat with a butcher knife, nearly killing him. He survived that attack, but it was a clear message. The state could not protect him. And in Marietta, Mary Fagan's hometown, a group of men decided that if the state would not deliver the justice they demanded, they would deliver it themselves. This was no disorganized rabble. This was a disciplined conspiracy of vengeance, organized by some of the most powerful men in Georgia, lawyers, judges, businessmen, and politicians. They called themselves the Knights of Mary Fagan, and they began to draw up a plan, a military-style operation to finish the job the governor had interrupted. The hanging of Leo Frank on that August morning didn't end the story. It broke it in two, and for over a century those two broken halves have been at war. The event didn't create closure. It created a schism in the memory of Georgia, a wound that to this day has never properly healed. The conflict is no longer about one man's guilt or innocence, but about which version of the past we choose to believe. For a long time, and even now in the quiet corners of this state, one version of the story was held as gospel. It's the story of a community's righteous anger, of good men forced to do a terrible thing because the system had failed them. In this telling, the men who drove to Milledgeville weren't a lynch mob. They were the final jury, delivering a verdict a corrupt, city-slicker governor had tried to steal. To them, Mary Fagan is the only victim that matters, and Leo Frank got the justice he deserved, just a little later than scheduled. It's a legacy of local honor, a grim fairy tale about protecting one's own. But then there is the other legacy, the one pieced together from the flawed trial transcripts, from the tireless work of investigators decades later, and from the gnawing conscience of the state itself. This is the story of a perfect storm of prejudice, where anti-Semitism, class warfare, and tabloid journalism converged on one man, an outsider who was the perfect scapegoat. It views Leo Frank not as a monster, but as a martyr, and the Knights of Mary Fagan not as patriots, but as a well-organized death squad whose members included the community's most powerful men. These two stories cannot both be true. Leo Frank cannot be both a depraved killer and an innocent victim. The lynching cannot be both an act of popular justice and a calculated act of murder. And so, the legacy of this case becomes a choice, and that choice often depends on who you ask and where you ask them. Do you trust the story whispered from one generation to the next, a story of local pride and swift retribution? Or do you trust the story pieced together from dusty archives and a deathbed confession, a story of a horrific, unforgivable mistake? The truth of what happened that day in Frey's Gin has been buried under a century of argument and anger. The case became a mirror, and what different people see in it has always said more about them than it does about Leo Frank. In the mountains and hollows of the South, the ugliest truths don't just get written down in books, they get sung. Before the ink was even dry on the newspapers, the tragedy of Mary Fagan had been smoothed into the verses of a folk ballad. The Ballad of Mary Fagan was soon played on fiddles and sung on front porches from Georgia to Tennessee. The song was simple, heartbreaking, and brutally effective. It told the story of a little girl, an angel of innocence, who went to the city and was murdered by a monster. There was no room for doubt or ambiguity in its verses. For generations of people who never read a single page of the trial transcript, this song was the truth. History had dissolved, and a legend as powerful and unshakable as a hymn had taken its place. But the story of Leo Frank didn't just curdle into a sad song. it mutated into something far more organized and far more dangerous. The disciplined, successful lynching by the Knights of Mary Fagan was seen by some not as a crime, but as an inspiration. 3 months later, on Thanksgiving night of 1915, a man named William J. Simmons took 15 followers to the top of Stone Mountain, a massive granite dome just outside Atlanta. There, under the cold stars, they lit a towering wooden cross, its fiery arms visible for miles around. This ceremony marked the official rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan. The story of Leo Frank was its founding myth, its genesis story. The Klan of the 1920s was no longer just an anti-black organization. It was now virulently anti-Jewish, anti-Catholic, and anti-immigrant. The tale of the innocent Christian girl murdered by the lecherous Jew boss became their single most powerful recruiting tool. The story was no longer a story, it was a weapon. The legend, born from the death of one girl and one man, would now be used to ignite a fire of hatred that would spread across the entire nation, casting a long, dark shadow that would take decades to fade. And so, here we are again, back where we started, on this quiet roadside shoulder just outside Marietta. The cars still rush past, their drivers oblivious, their tires humming on the asphalt. A century ago, the only sound here was the creak of a rope and the collective held breath of a crowd that had gathered to watch a man die. After our journey, this place looks different. It's no longer just a patch of anonymous ground. It's a wound in the earth, a final destination. We can almost see them now, the silent convoy of cars arriving in the pre-dawn light, the grim-faced men, the terrified figure pulled from the back seat. We have followed the whispers from this spot all the way back to their source. A dusty factory floor, a sweltering courtroom, a governor's mansion under siege. We've seen how a city's simmering anxieties about the future could be focused into a burning hatred for one man. We've seen how the power of a printing press could convict a man in the public mind long before a jury ever heard his name. And we've seen how a group of powerful men, convinced of their own righteousness, could take the law into their own hands and call it justice. This story serves as a chilling reminder. It shows us how fragile truth can be in the face of a story people want to believe. It took 70 years for a deathbed confession to surface, for a man named Alonzo Mann to finally break his silence. And it took even longer for the state of Georgia to issue a pardon, not for innocence, but for its own failure to protect a prisoner from the mob. A piece of paper issued decades too late to correct a wrong that could never be undone. So the next time you pass a forgotten spot on a lonely road, a place with no marker to tell its tale, listen. Listen for the echoes, because the oak tree they used is long gone, cut down by souvenir hunters and time. The factory has been demolished, replaced by the monuments of a new century. The people are all gone, turned to dust and memory. But the story remains. The rope was already around his neck. On May 1st, 1868, Tom Dooley looked out over the crowd and with his last breath spoke the words that would seal a woman's reputation in darkness for eternity. He said, "If it wasn't for Ann Melton, I wouldn't be on this scaffold today." Was it a damning accusation? A confession of his own weakness? Or the last desperate act of a man protecting the woman he truly loved? We all know the song about the hanged man and his dead lover, Laura Foster. But the legend has a third name, a shadow at its heart. Today, we separate the ballad from the bitter truth to answer one question. Was the true monster in this story the one who walked away free? To understand the blood that was spilled, you first have to understand the soil it stained. This was Wilkes County, North Carolina, in the year 1866. The air in these mountains still tasted of gunpowder and defeat. The Civil War had bled the hollows dry, sending its sons home not as conquering heroes, but as ghosts. Men returned to find their farms overgrown, their families gaunt with poverty, and a silence in the valleys that felt heavier than before. Life was a stubborn, grinding affair, measured by the seasons and the sweat of your brow. It was a world of hard work, quiet faith, and passions that, once stirred, ran deeper and faster than any mountain creek. Into this world walked Thomas Dooler, known to everyone as Tom Dooley. Before the war, he was the boy with the quick smile and the fiddle that could make the devil himself tap his feet. But the Tom who came back was different. He'd survived the living hell of Point Lookout prison camp, and the experience had burned something out of him, replacing it with a reckless charm and a darkness in his eyes. He still played the fiddle, but now the tunes seemed wilder, more desperate, as if he was trying to drown out memories that followed him from the battlefield. At the unshakable center of Tom's world was Anne Pauline Melton. She was Laura Foster's cousin, married to a quiet farmer named James Melton, a man who seemed to exist only in her shadow. Anne was not just beautiful, she was a force of nature. With dark, knowing eyes and a will as strong as iron, she was a woman who refused to be contained by the small, pious world she inhabited. Her affair with Tom Dooley was the worst-kept secret in Elkville, a blazing fire that everyone saw, but no one dared try to put out. It was a passion born long before the war, and it had only intensified upon his return. And then there was Laura Foster, younger, fairer, and by all accounts of a gentler nature than her cousin Anne. She was a girl on the cusp of womanhood, with dreams that were likely as simple as they were sincere: to be courted, to be married, to build a life. She, too, fell under the spell of the handsome, haunted fiddle player. In her, Tom perhaps saw a chance at a different kind of life, a peace he could never find with the tempestuous Anne. For a time, this fragile, dangerous balance held. Life went on. James Melton ploughed his fields, pretending not to know. The community whispered behind their hands at church and at the general store. Anne held court, the queen of a tiny, isolated kingdom, with Tom as her devoted, reckless knight. And Laura Foster watched from the edges, her heart full of a hope that was about to turn deadly. They were all caught in a web of love, jealousy, and obligation, unaware that the world they knew was about to be burned to the ground. But the war had sent home more than just broken men. It sent home a sickness, a blood taint that traveled in silence. It was an unseen enemy, carried in the veins of a soldier, that would soon become the catalyst for an act of brutality that would leave these mountains forever scarred. The storm was coming, and no one even saw the clouds gathering. The Fosters, the Meltons, the Doolers, these were not new names in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Their roots ran as deep as the ancient oaks, clinging to the rocky soil for generations. They were descendants of the first Scots, Irish, and English settlers who pushed into these wild, unforgiving hollows in the late 1700s. They came seeking land of their own and a life free from the meddling of kings and governments. They fought the wilderness, they fought the natives, and sometimes they fought each other to hold on to the small plots of earth that defined their existence. This land wasn't just property, it was a testament to survival paid for in sweat and blood. Every creek, every ridge, every dark stand of timber was tied to a story, a birth, a death, a memory. But history had left scars on this land that had never truly healed. The Civil War was the deepest of them all. Wilkes County had been a place torn in two. While many men like Tom Dooler marched off to fight for the Confederacy, the hills were also crawling with Union sympathizers, draft dodgers, and outright deserters. It was a war fought not just on distant battlefields, but in hushed conversations and suspicious glances between neighbors. Loyalty became a currency more valuable than gold, and betrayal was a poison that could linger in a family's well for 50 years. When the war ended, it didn't bring peace. It brought a simmering resentment. The men who came back, like Tom, were changed, and the community they returned to was fractured. The old order was shattered, and the law was often little more than a suggestion. In this power vacuum, the oldest laws of the mountains reasserted themselves, the laws of clan and kin. And in this world, a name was a heavy thing to carry. To be a foster in these hills meant something. It meant you were part of a sprawling, tangled web of blood relations. You were never truly alone, but you were never truly free either. Your triumphs and your shames belonged to the whole family. An insult to one foster was an insult to all, and the family's honor had to be protected at any cost. This wasn't just about pride, it was about survival. A family with a stained reputation was a weak family, vulnerable to its enemies. The weight of that name and the secrets it had to protect was a burden every foster, including Anne and Laura, carried from the day they were born. In a place like Wilkes County, news traveled faster on foot than it did by post. The general store, the churchyard, the grist mill, these were the arenas where reputations were built and destroyed. And at the center of this web of whispers was Anne Melton. Her affair with Tom Dooley wasn't just a private sin. It was a public spectacle, a long-running drama the entire community followed with a mix of condemnation and fascination. Every glance between them, every time he lingered too long at her farm, was noted, dissected, and woven into the local law. The supporting cast was a complex gallery of cousins and neighbors, each with their own loyalties and resentments. There was Pauline Foster, another cousin, a woman who moved through the community with watchful eyes. The exact nature of her relationship with Anne is lost to history, but the court records would later suggest a deep-seated animosity, the kind that festers between women who are too much alike or who have vied for the same things. Then there were the Meltons, James's family, who had to endure the shame of his wife's open infidelity. And there was James himself, a quiet, brooding figure. The community saw him as a cuckold, a weak man who couldn't control his wife. But was his silence weakness, or was it the coiled patience of a man nursing a deep and bitter wound? The affair itself was the great, unhealed sore on the community's skin. It was an affront to the sacred institution of marriage and a constant source of tension. But there were other, smaller slights that kept the air poisoned. A harsh word exchanged at a quilting bee, a dispute over a stray hog, the natural jealousies that arise when one family does slightly better than another. In these isolated hollows, such grievances weren't easily forgotten. They were collected like debts, passed down through whispers, waiting for a moment to be called due. The Foster clan was so large and interwoven that it was a world unto itself, rife with its own internal rivalries and power struggles. It was this fertile ground of gossip and resentment that allowed the most dangerous rumor of all to take root. When whispers of the foul disease began to circulate, they fell on ready ears. Syphilis was more than an illness. It was a mark of moral decay, a physical manifestation of sin. The rumor transformed the affair from a simple matter of adultery into something dark and terrifying. It was a secret that, if exposed, would bring a level of shame and ruin that was absolute. It wouldn't just be whispers, it would be utter damnation. The air in Elkville grew thick and heavy. Anne, Tom, and Laura were no longer just three people caught in a tangle of passion. They were characters in a tragedy that everyone was watching unfold, a tragedy being written in real time by the relentless, unforgiving murmur of the community. The pressure was immense. Every smile felt like a mask, every conversation like an interrogation. The stage was set, and the ground was soaked with the fuel of old grudges, just waiting for a single spark to set the whole world ablaze. In the mountains, people have always paid attention to signs. They knew how to read the sky for a coming storm, and they knew how to read the woods for omens. And in the spring of 1866, the old folks would later claim the signs were all bad. They said the whippoorwills called too close to the houses, a sure sign of a soul about to depart. A strange, unnatural quiet seemed to settle in the hollows, a silence that felt sharp and heavy in the air, as if the mountains themselves were holding their breath, waiting for a coming violence. These were the whispers of the woods, the ancient language of dread that every mountain person understood in their bones. The true omen, however, was not a bird or a dream. It was a human one. It was the change that came over Laura Foster. The young, hopeful girl disappeared, replaced by a woman who had been handed a death sentence. When Laura learned she was sick and understood the shameful truth of how she'd gotten that way, the desperation must have been absolute. She was no longer just a spurned lover. She was a victim facing a slow, ugly decay. And she was not going to suffer that fate alone and in silence. Her threat to expose Tom, and by extension the married Anne Melton, was not the blackmail of a schemer. It was the last, defiant cry of a girl whose life had been ruined. That cry was a prophecy, and it spelled doom for Anne. Anne Melton would have felt it most of all. She was too sharp, too aware, not to see the abyss opening up before her. The whispers of the community were no longer just background noise. They were the sound of a trap being sprung. The easy power she held over men, the carefully constructed life she had built with her husband James, the fragile respectability she clung to, it was all about to be consumed by scandal and disease. She must have felt a cold knot of dread in her stomach that never went away, a premonition that the poison that had entered their lives had finally reached the heart. The walls of her world were groaning, and she knew that soon they would either come crashing down on top of her, or she would have to tear down someone else's first. The dam of whispers and threats was about to break. On a bright May morning, Laura Foster made her move. She walked out of her family's home, went to the barn, and saddled her father's mare. She told her family she was leaving to elope with Tom Dooley. This was it. This was the final, desperate gamble of a girl who had nothing left to lose. It was not just a flight of romantic fancy. It was a public declaration, an act of defiance that would force every secret out into the sunlight. By riding away to meet Tom, she was setting the entire fragile world on fire. For Tom Dooley, this was the moment of reckoning. He was caught between two worlds, between the fiery, possessive love of Anne and the desperate, righteous claim of Laura. He had made promises to both. Now, Laura was calling in his debt. He had to meet her. He had to face the consequences of his actions. We'll never know what was in his heart on that day, true love for Laura, a sense of duty, or the fear of a man being led into a trap. But we know he went to the rendezvous. His fatal indecision, his inability to untangle the web he had woven, placed him squarely on the path to that shallow grave. The news of Laura's departure must have struck Anne Melton like a physical blow. The threat was no longer a possibility whispered in the dark. It was a girl on a horse, riding to destroy her. Laura's elopement with Tom would be the final, unforgivable humiliation. The whole sordid story, the affair, the lies, and the shameful disease would be laid bare for the entire county to see. The life Anne had so fiercely protected was about to be torn to shreds. The time for talk was over. The time for manipulation and quiet threats had passed. A choice had to be made right there on that spring morning. And so, the first drops of blood were shed, not with a blade, but with a decision. The plan, whether hatched in a moment of panicked rage or cold calculation, was set in motion. The rendezvous between Tom and Laura was no longer a meeting of lovers. It was an ambush. The conflict escalated from a bitter personal feud into a conspiracy to commit murder. Someone, Anne or Tom under her influence, decided that the only way to silence Laura Foster forever was to put her in the ground. As Laura rode away, the sun warm on her back, she must have felt a mix of terror and hope. She was leaving everything she had ever known behind, riding toward an uncertain future with the man she loved. She didn't know that she was not riding toward a new life. She was riding into a silence that had been carefully prepared for her, a silence as deep and final as the Appalachian earth itself. The point of no return had been crossed. The spot where Laura Foster drew rein on her father's mare was quiet and secluded. Sunlight filtered through the new spring leaves, dappling the forest floor. This was the place where her future was supposed to begin. She looked for Tom, her heart a frantic mix of hope and fear. But the figure, or figures, that emerged from the shadows of the rhododendron thicket did not offer the embrace she was expecting. We will never know the exact words that were spoken in those final moments. Was it a plea, an accusation, a bitter, venomous argument? Whatever was said, the hope in Laura's eyes must have died in an instant, replaced by the cold, stark terror of betrayal. There was no long, drawn-out scream to echo through the hollow. The violence was too sudden, too brutally intimate for that. There was likely just a sharp, choked gasp, the sound of a frantic, brief struggle in the dry leaves on the forest floor, and then a heavy, sickening thud. A sound of such finality that it seemed to drain all the life from the air around it. The sound of a life being abruptly, horribly extinguished. The world did not stop. It simply went on without her in it. The mare, panicked by the scent of terror and the sudden chaos, reared back, its eyes wide with fright. It tore through the underbrush, reins flying, the empty saddle a stark and terrible testament to what had just occurred. The horse ran without stopping, a mindless flight back toward the familiar scent of home, leaving behind a scene of unnatural stillness. A small piece of a woman's life, a bonnet perhaps, or a ribbon, lay trampled in the dirt, the only splash of color in a world that had suddenly gone gray. Then the grim work began. The silence was broken not by cries or laments, but by the rhythmic, labored sound of digging. It was the scrape and clank of a tool, a shovel, or a mattock, striking the hard, unforgiving Appalachian earth. It was a desperate, sweating labor, a race against the setting sun and the possibility of a chance wanderer. Each shovelful of dirt was not just soil being moved, it was an act of concealment, an attempt to erase a person, to bury a terrible secret so deep that it might never be found. The grave was shallow, dug with the frantic haste of those who wanted to be gone from that cursed place. There was no reverence, no ceremony. The burden of Laura's body, now just a thing to be hidden, was placed into the shallow trench. The sounds were muted and awful. The rustle of her homespun dress against the dirt, the dull weight of her form settling into the earth. It was a final, profound act of desecration. Then came the final sounds, the soft, heavy thuds of dirt being shoveled back into the hole, covering the last evidence of the crime. The person, or people, who stood there in the fading light, their clothes stained with soil and their lungs burning from the effort, were not just burying a body. They were burying a promise, a future, and a piece of their own souls. When they were finished, they tried to make it look as though nothing had happened. They scattered leaves over the freshly turned earth and arranged the branches just so. But the ground was wounded. No human eyes had witnessed the act, but the ancient trees stood as silent sentinels. The mountains had seen it all, and in the Blue Ridge, the mountains never, ever forget. To understand what happened in that secluded glade, you have to try, for a moment, to look at the world through Anne Melton's eyes. In her mind, Laura Foster was no longer a person. She wasn't her cousin. She wasn't a romantic rival. She was a disease, a walking plague that threatened to consume everything Anne had built. The syphilis rumor was a death sentence, not just for the body, but for the soul. It meant being cast out, shunned, left to rot in shame while the community whispered about your sins. Laura's threat to expose it all wasn't just blackmail, it was a promise of total annihilation. From Anne's perspective, this was not a matter of jealousy over Tom Dooley. This was a matter of survival, as primal and as ruthless as a cornered animal protecting its den. The twisted logic was terrifyingly simple. You cut out the infection before it kills you. The switch flipped the moment word reached her that Laura was on that mare, riding to meet Tom. Before that, the threat was a possibility, a problem that could perhaps be managed with manipulation or intimidation. But Laura on that horse was a lit fuse burning down to the powder keg. It was an act of open war. In that instant, all other options vanished. The cool, calculating part of Anne's mind, the part that had allowed her to manage an affair under her husband's nose and maintain her standing in the community, would have taken over completely. It was no longer a messy human drama. It was a cold, hard equation. Her life, her home, her name, or Laura's. There was no room for both. So when she confronted Laura in the woods, if indeed she was the one who did, it was likely not with the explosive rage of a jealous lover. It would have been with the chilling focus of an executioner. Each step, each word, each action would have been deliberate. She would have looked at Laura and seen not the face of a frightened girl, but the embodiment of her own destruction. The act itself would have been a task to be completed, a problem to be solved. This profound, terrifying detachment is the only thing that can explain the icy composure she displayed later. It wasn't the absence of feeling, it was the absolute suppression of it in the service of a single, overriding goal: self-preservation at any cost. And in the immediate aftermath, standing there in the silence of the woods, what would she have felt? Not guilt, not remorse. That would come later, perhaps, in the dark of night when the ghosts of memory came calling. No, in that moment, she would have felt a profound and chilling relief. The threat was gone. The voice was silenced. The secret was safe, buried under 6 feet of Appalachian dirt. She had faced absolute ruin and had stared it down. She had won. It was a victory that would poison her life and damn her name for all time. But as she walked away from that shallow grave, it was a victory nonetheless. The first sign that the world had broken was the sight of a horse. Wilson Foster's mare came trotting back to the farm late that afternoon, alone. Its coat was slick with sweat and streaked with mud. Its eyes were wild with a terror it couldn't speak. The empty saddle was a screaming accusation. A father's heart knows a specific kind of cold dread, and as Wilson Foster caught the reins of the panicked animal, that coldness flooded his veins. The story of an elopement suddenly felt like a lie, a thin blanket thrown over a horrible truth. In the days that followed, Wilson and his family scoured the woods. Their calls of Laura echoed through the hollows, answered only by the cawing of crows. The search was a frantic, desperate ritual. The woods that had been Laura's playground now felt like a tomb, each shadow seeming to hold a terrible secret. The community watched, and for a time they held on to the simpler explanation. They whispered that she had run off, that she and Tom were likely halfway to Tennessee by now. It was easier to believe in a reckless girl than a dead one. This casual dismissal left the Foster family isolated in their growing nightmare. Meanwhile, the main players in the drama had scattered. Tom Dooley had vanished. One day he was a fixture in the community, the next he was gone, his absence a thunderous confession of guilt. But Anne Melton was right where she had always been. She went about her daily chores on the Melton farm, a picture of domestic calm. When questioned, her face was a mask of innocence and concern. She knew nothing. She had seen nothing. Her icy composure was a wall that no one could breach, and it was, in its own way, more terrifying than Tom's flight. Weeks turned into a long, agonizing summer. The search parties grew smaller as hope withered on the vine. Laura Foster was now officially a missing person, a ghost story whispered around the supper table. But her family, particularly her father, refused to let the silence win. They kept looking, kept asking questions, their grief hardening into a grim resolve to find the truth, no matter how ugly it might be. The whispers in the community began to change, the simple story of elopement giving way to darker suspicions of foul play. The discovery, when it finally came, was a grim and heartbreaking affair. A man named Colonel James Grayson, a local justice of the peace and a friend of the Fosters, was led to a spot deep in the woods. There, under a thin covering of leaves and branches, he saw what he had been dreading for months, a patch of earth that was too soft, too new. He began to dig. It didn't take long to uncover the horror. The search was over. Laura Foster had been found. The news ripped through Wilkes County like a flash flood. The whispers became a roar of outrage. With the discovery of the body, a missing persons case became a murder investigation. The law, which had been passive for months, was now spurred into action. The full weight of suspicion fell squarely on the man who had run. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Thomas C. Dooley. A reward was posted for his capture. Tom Dooley was no longer just a reckless local boy. He was a wanted murderer, and the hunt was on. The discovery of Laura's body was like a rock thrown into a still pond, and the ripples of suspicion and fear spread to every last cabin in the county. The comfortable lie of elopement was shattered, and in its place, a terrible truth took root. A murder had been committed. One of their own had been put in the ground like an animal, and now everyone had to choose a side. The general store was no longer a place for idle gossip. It was a courtroom where theories were argued in hushed, angry tones. At church, families who had worshipped together for generations now sat on opposite sides of the aisle, their prayers heavy with judgment for their neighbors. A thick, suffocating fear settled over the community. This wasn't a crime committed by some nameless drifter. The killer, everyone knew, was still among them. Many people must have known pieces of the truth. They'd seen Tom and Ann arguing. They'd heard the rumors about the disease. Perhaps someone had even seen Ann returning home that fateful night, her dress soiled with mud and secrets. But the Foster clan was a sprawling, powerful entity, and Ann Melton, with her iron will and piercing gaze, was a terrifying woman to cross. To speak against her was to risk more than just a cold shoulder. It was to invite a feud, to put your own family and livelihood in jeopardy. And so, a conspiracy of silence was born, not of loyalty to a killer, but out of raw, primal fear. Still, the community was not a monolith. While many pointed the finger at the fugitive Tom Dooley, others whispered that he was just a fool, a pawn in a game played by a much more cunning mind. They looked at Ann Melton, saw her cold defiance, and came to their own conclusions. They saw a woman capable of anything, a woman who had bewitched both her husband and her lover, a woman who would stop at nothing to protect her name. Tom, they argued, might have helped dig the grave, but it was Ann's venom that had struck the fatal blow. In this poisoned atmosphere, small acts of courage and cowardice became monumental. There was the quiet neighbor who, risking the wrath of the Meltons, brought a basket of food to Laura's grieving family, a silent gesture of solidarity. There was the witness, Pauline Foster, who, whether out of a sense of justice or personal spite, decided to break the silence and tell the authorities what she claimed Ann had confessed. And on the other side, there were those who provided false alibis, who swore they'd seen Tom miles away when the murder occurred, weaving a web of lies to protect a friend or simply to avoid getting involved. The murder of Laura Foster had done more than kill a young woman. It had ripped the soul out of the community. Neighbor now looked at neighbor with suspicion. Old friendships curdled into resentment. The valley was no longer a place of shared hardship and trust. It was a fractured landscape of fear, secrets, and unspoken accusations. The lines had been drawn in the dirt, and the blood that had been spilled would stain them forever. The manhunt for Tom Dooley was not just a matter of law, it was a matter of pride. Sheriff William Dooley, a relative of Tom's, was tasked with bringing him in, a duty that must have weighed on him like a shroud. But the official posse was swelled by harder men, men from the Foster clan whose faces were grim masks of determination. They weren't interested in a trial, they were interested in mountain justice, a swift and final accounting for the blood of their kin. They knew Tom, they knew his habits, and they knew the woods as well as he did. They weren't just chasing a killer, they were hunting a ghost who knew every shadow in their own backyard. For weeks, Tom was a phantom. He was a creature of these mountains, born and raised in their embrace, and now he used them as his shield. He moved by night, sleeping in caves and abandoned cabins, living off whatever he could forage or steal. The posse would find his tracks by a creek bed, only to have them vanish on the hard rock upstream. They'd get a tip that he was hiding in a certain hollow, and by the time they'd surrounded it, he was already miles away, watching their lanterns flicker from a distant ridge. The rhododendron thickets, so dense they were called laurel hells, were his fortress. He was making fools of them, and with every passing day, the legend of his cunning grew, while the frustration of the hunters curdled into a cold, patient rage. But Tom knew Wilkes County was a cage, and the walls were closing in. He couldn't run forever in a place where every face knew his name. His only hope was to disappear completely, to cross the Blue Ridge into Tennessee and start a new life under a new name. And so began the second, more desperate phase of the chase. He pushed westward into the wild heart of the mountains that separated the two states. This was a brutal, unforgiving wilderness, a vertical world of razorback ridges and sunless valleys. The hunt became an ordeal of endurance, a battle against not just a man, but against the mountains themselves. The posse, relentless and driven, stayed on his trail. They followed broken twigs, faint footprints in the mud, and the whispers of isolated mountain folk who had seen a haunted-looking stranger passing through. The chase stretched on, a slow, grueling pursuit through some of the most difficult terrain in the eastern United States. Tom was starving, exhausted, and the ever-present fear of the men behind him was a constant, gnawing companion. The freedom he had run for now felt like a different kind of prison, a cold and lonely one. He finally made it to Trade, Tennessee, a small settlement just across the state line. He was no longer Tom Dooley, the fiddle-playing charmer. He was just another ragged farmhand, calling himself Tom Hall, looking for work to fill his empty belly. He found it on the farm of a man named Colonel James C. Grayson. For a brief moment, he might have thought he had made it. He was anonymous. He was safe. But the posse had its own network, and word of a suspicious newcomer who fit Tom's description had trickled back across the mountains. The moment of capture was not a blaze of gunfire on a rocky cliffside. It was quiet, pathetic, and inevitable. The posse found him helping with the chores, his shoulders slumped with weariness. He looked up and saw the familiar hard faces from home, and in that instant, he knew the running was done. The fight had gone out of him. There was no struggle, no last defiant stand. There was only the quiet resignation of a man who had been hunted to the point of collapse. He surrendered without a word, exhausted and cornered, the great chase ending not with a bang, but with the click of iron shackles. The journey back to Wilkes County was a somber procession, the hunters bringing their quarry home to face the justice of men. The trial of Tom Dooley was the greatest spectacle Wilkes County had ever seen. The small town of Statesville, where the trial was moved to avoid the inflamed passions of the locals, swelled with spectators. Farmers in dusty overalls stood shoulder to shoulder with men in fine suits, all of them craning their necks for a glimpse of the infamous killer and the woman at the center of the storm. The courtroom was a tinderbox. Armed deputies stood guard at the doors, their eyes scanning the crowd, wary of the foster kin who were there to see justice done one way or another. Tom Dooley, gaunt and broken from his time on the run, looked like a condemned man from the moment he walked in. His defense was led by Zebulon Vance, a former governor of North Carolina and one of the most brilliant lawyers in the state. Vance argued passionately that the evidence against his client was purely circumstantial, a flimsy case built on rumor and the hysteria of a community desperate for a scapegoat. But the star witness, the one everyone had come to see, was Ann Melton. When she took the stand, a hush fell over the courtroom. She was a vision of composure, her dark eyes sweeping over the crowd without a flicker of fear. She answered the prosecutor's questions with a cool, unshakable calm, denying everything. Her voice never wavered. She painted herself as a victim of malicious gossip, a respectable married woman whose name had been unfairly dragged through the mud. It was a masterful performance. To her supporters, she was a woman of incredible strength, unjustly accused. To her detractors, her icy demeanor was the ultimate proof of a sociopathic heart, a woman capable of orchestrating a murder and then lying about it without blinking. The trial was a parade of neighbors and cousins, their testimonies a tangled mess of personal grudges and second-hand stories. Pauline Foster delivered her damning testimony, claiming Anne had confessed the murder to her. But under the sharp cross-examination of Governor Vance, her credibility crumbled. She was portrayed as a spiteful woman, driven by jealousy and a personal vendetta against Anne. The case against Anne was built on a foundation of sand, one person's word against another's, with no hard evidence to tie her to the crime. In the end, the law of men, with its strict rules of evidence, could not convict her. The jury, faced with a mountain of innuendo but not a single piece of concrete proof, acquitted Anne Melton. A gasp went through the courtroom. She had walked into the heart of the fire and emerged without so much as the smell of smoke on her. She stood, smoothed her dress, and walked out of the courtroom a free woman, past the stunned and hateful glares of the Foster family. For Tom Dooley, there was no such escape. The evidence of his flight, his affair with Laura, and his presence near the scene was enough. He was found guilty and sentenced to hang. Justice had been delivered, but to many in that courtroom and in the hollows back home, it felt like a grotesque mockery. They had hanged the fool, but the mastermind, the true author of the crime, had just walked out the front door, free to return to her life as if nothing had ever happened. Was this the law of men? Or was it proof that some people were so cunning they could outwit justice itself? The thud of the trapdoor beneath Tom Dooley's feet was the final brutal punctuation mark on his life. With his death, the law was satisfied. But his last words from the gallows did not fade into the air. They hung over the hollows, a permanent stain on Anne Melton's name, a curse delivered with a dying man's breath. The trial was over, but the verdict of the mountains had just begun. For the Foster family, life became a long, quiet exercise in grief. They had a grave to tend now, a permanent scar on their land and on their hearts. But there was no closure. Every trip to the general store, every Sunday at church, held the possibility of seeing her, Anne Melton, the woman they believed had orchestrated their daughter's murder, living freely, her life continuing while Laura's had been cut short. They became the silent keepers of Laura's memory, their sorrow a cold, hard stone in the belly of the community, a constant, unspoken rebuke to the verdict of the court. And what of Anne? She had won her freedom, but she had lost everything else. The acquittal was not a pardon. It was a life sentence of a different kind. She returned to her farm with James Melton, but she was now a pariah, a ghost in her own life. Old friends would avert their eyes when she passed. Children would fall silent and hide behind their mother's skirts. She was utterly isolated, trapped in a prison of whispers and sideways glances. The community that had once been her stage was now her jury, and its judgment was a slow, daily poison. She was the woman who had gotten away with it, and for that, she would never be forgiven. History simply records that Anne Melton died a few years after the trial, likely from a fever or some other common malady of the time. But the legend, my friends, tells a different story. The legend is where the mountains delivered the justice the court could not. They say that Anne was consumed by the very disease that had started it all, that the syphilis drove her mad, her mind rotting away along with her body. The folklore insists her death was a thing of horror, that for days she was tormented by visions, screaming Laura Foster's name in the dead of night and clawing at phantom hands that were dragging her to hell. The legend gave her an end befitting the monster they believed her to be, agonizing, shameful, and utterly terrifying. It was a curse fulfilled. And so, the community tried to heal by forgetting, After the raw spectacle of the trial and Anne's supposed damnation, a thick blanket of collective silence fell over the story. It was too painful, too divisive. People stopped speaking the names of the dead. The murder of Laura Foster became a dark secret, a story you didn't tell your children, a wound that was left to scar over in private. They buried the truth under the weight of hard work and the passing of seasons, hoping that if they just stopped talking about it, the ghosts of 1866 would finally find their rest. The silence that the community so desperately tried to impose on this story was ultimately broken, not by a historian, but by a musician. In 1958, a clean-cut group of folk singers called the Kingston Trio recorded a simple, haunting ballad called Tom Dooley. The song became a worldwide phenomenon, a #1 hit. It flattened the brutal, complex tragedy into a simple tale of a love triangle gone wrong. The song became a ghost, its mournful tune drifting out of jukeboxes and radios across the country, ensuring that the names Tom Dooley and Laura Foster would never truly be forgotten. It was this song that pulled the story from the dusty archives and gave it a strange new life in the modern world. And the physical traces, my friends, they are still there. You can travel to Wilkes County today and find them. There's a small, fenced-in plot where a gravestone marks the final resting place of Tom Dooley. It's a newer stone, placed there long after the original was chipped away by souvenir hunters. You can also find the quiet, lonely grave of Laura Foster, tucked away in a family cemetery. But the grave of Anne Melton is harder to find. Some say she was buried next to her husband in the Melton family plot, while others whisper that she was laid to rest in an unmarked grave, shunned by a family that could no longer bear the weight of her name. Even in death, she remains a figure of mystery and shadow. The land itself holds the memory. The old hanging tree in Statesville is long gone, but locals can still point to the spot where the gallows stood. And if you know who to ask, they can take you deep into the woods to a quiet, unremarkable patch of ground. There are no markers, no signs, but as you stand there in the silence of the forest, you can't help but feel a chill. This is the place. This is the earth that held Laura Foster's body for a long, hot summer. It is a wound in the landscape that has never fully healed. The descendants of the Fosters, the Meltons, and the Doulas still live in those hills. For generations, the story was a source of deep shame, a dark chapter that was never spoken of aloud. But the fame of the song changed that. It forced the story out into the light, transforming it from a private family tragedy into a piece of public American folklore. Today, the names no longer carry the same immediate sting, but they do carry an echo of a passion that burned too brightly, of a secret that was worth killing for, and of a tragedy that proves that while people may try to forget, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning, a question that has echoed through these mountains for over 150 years. Was Anne Melton the true monster in this story? The law gave us its answer. It said no. But the legend, the folklore, and the dying words of the man she loved screamed a different answer from the gallows. The truth, I believe, is buried somewhere in the murky soil between the two. The historical record is silent, but human nature is not. Anne Melton was a fiercely intelligent, passionate woman, trapped in a world that gave her very little power. When faced with total ruin, did she turn to an act of ultimate brutality to save herself? I cannot tell you with certainty that she held the blade. But I believe her will, her fear, and her desperation were the forces that drove the tragedy to its bloody conclusion. This is not just a simple story of a love triangle, the way the song tells it. This is a story about the awesome and terrifying power of secrets. It's a testament to how, in the isolated, close-knit world of the mountains, things like honor, shame, and reputation are not abstract ideas. They are matters of life and death. It's a brutal lesson in how love can curdle into obsession, and how obsession, when cornered, can become homicidal. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit that will endure unimaginable hardship, protect its own with a fierce and sometimes violent loyalty, and never, ever forget a wrong. The Kingston Trio made Tom Dooley famous, but they only told you a piece of the tale. They never told you about the disease, the web of family secrets, or the cold, defiant woman who walked free, only to be imprisoned forever by her own legend. The ghosts of that tragedy still wander the hollows of Wilkes County, a timeless reminder of a passion that burned a hole in the fabric of the mountains. They are a warning that the darkest hearts sometimes beat within the most beautiful chests, and that justice, in the end, is not always found in a courtroom. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. On a cold autumn morning in 1927, the rising sun burned the mist off a treacherous mountain road known as Devil's Drop. It revealed a scene of brutal final silence. A Ford V8, its metal skin peppered with bullet holes, sat angled against a fallen tree. Beside it, his life staining the dark Carolina soil, lay William Bill Young, the undisputed king of the region's white lightning trade. His cargo of whiskey was gone. His life was gone. The mountains don't give up their secrets easily. The official law called it a bootlegger's quarrel and looked the other way. But this single act of violence didn't just end a man's life. It started a legend. It gave birth to a story of a love so powerful it refused to die, and a ghost that walks these hills to this very day. Today, we're going to peel back the layers of myth and memory to find the truth behind the haunting of Silver Creek Cemetery. To understand the ghost, you must first understand the man she mourned and the world he ruled. The 1920s in the Blue Ridge Mountains were a time of quiet defiance. For generations, turning corn into whiskey was a way of life, a craft that put food on the table when cash was a stranger in these parts. Prohibition wasn't a law to these people. It was a declaration of war from a distant government that neither knew nor cared about their struggles. In this world, William Bill Young was not just a criminal. He was royalty. He was the Prince of White Lightning. His stills were tucked away in rhododendron hells, so thick and tangled, no federal agent could ever hope to find them. And his product wasn't the harsh, blinding moonshine of cheap renown. It was smooth, clean, and powerful, a spirit sought by name in the fine parlors of Charlotte and Asheville. He was a folk hero, a handsome and charismatic figure who drove a Ford V8 modified to outrun any lawman on the twisting mountain roads. But Bill Young's greatest treasure wasn't his reputation or his souped-up engine. It was his wife, Eleanora. She was said to be a preacher's daughter from a neighboring valley, a woman with a gentle soul and hair the color of dark honey. Her quiet grace was the perfect counterpoint to his dangerous life. She was the calm at the center of his storm, the one person who saw the husband and the father, not the outlaw. Their love was a local legend in itself, as fierce and untamed as the landscape around them. In a life defined by risk, by late-night runs with no headlights, by the constant threat of the law and jealous rivals, Eleanora was his one safe harbor. She was the reason he came home. The small cabin they shared was a world away from the stills and the chases, a sanctuary filled with a love that felt unshakable. Yet, in those mountains, success casts a long and hungry shadow. Bill's legend grew, and so did the jealousy of other men. Whispers began to circulate about a new outfit, ruthless men from over the state line in Tennessee. They didn't follow the old codes of honor among moonshiners. They were profiteers who saw Bill's territory not as something earned, but as something to be taken. This was the unspoken vulnerability in their lives, the gathering storm on the edge of their perfect world, a threat that was closer than either of them knew. It was a local farmer on his way to market who found him, his mule stopping dead in the road, ears twitching at a scene that was deeply, horribly wrong. The unnatural silence was the first thing he noticed. No birdsong, no rustle of squirrels, just the quiet hum of a world holding its breath. Bill Young's Ford V8 was a monument to the violence. Its shattered headlights stared blindly at the sky, and its dark paint was marred by a dozen jagged holes. The driver's side door was open, swinging slightly in the morning breeze. The county sheriff, a man who knew these hills and its people, arrived an hour later. He meticulously walked the scene, his eyes missing nothing. The evidence told a story, but it was a fragmented one. The large oak tree blocking the road hadn't fallen by chance. He could see the fresh, clean cuts of an axe at its base. It was a classic ambush. He found spent rifle casings glinting in the dirt on the high bank of the road, suggesting the attackers had the advantage of cover and elevation. Bill's own pistol was clutched in his cold hand, all 6 rounds fired. He hadn't gone down without a fight. The ground itself held the most telling clues. In the damp earth, the sheriff could make out at least 3, maybe 4, distinct sets of boot prints, none of which belonged to Bill. They were heavy, purposeful tracks that spoke of men who moved with confidence. They had swarmed the car, and other tracks showed where they had hauled the heavy crates of liquor away, their trail leading to the edge of the woods before vanishing completely into the thick undergrowth. It was efficient. It was professional. But the scene was also a puzzle of contradictions. They had taken every last jar of whiskey, yet Bill's wallet, still thick with cash, remained untouched in his pocket. This wasn't a simple robbery by desperate men. This was a targeted strike, an execution designed to send a message. The chaos of the gunfire was followed by the cold, calculated logic of the theft. Who were these men who left money but took liquor? Who fought with such brutal finality? The crime scene on Devil's Drop spoke of a coordinated attack, but the wilderness offered no easy answers. The gunshots had echoed through the holler and then been swallowed by the trees. The killers had materialized from the forest and then melted back into it, leaving behind a dead man, a bullet-riddled car, and 1,000 terrifying questions that began to spread like wildfire through the tight-knit mountain community. Now, in these hills, when a man like Bill Young is found dead, the first place you look is at the man who hated him the most. And in this case, that man had a name: Jedediah Jed Scoggins. Jed was a moonshiner of the old school. His still was a rusty, sputtering contraption that produced a liquor so harsh it was said you could peel paint with it. He was a bitter, solitary man, with eyes as hard as creek stones and a permanent scowl etched into his face. The bad blood between Jed and Bill ran deep, a classic mountain feud born not of land or family, but of pure, corrosive jealousy. They had come up in the trade together, but where Bill was an artist, Jed was just a cook. Bill's operation grew, his reputation soared, and his pockets grew heavy with cash. Meanwhile, Jed Scoggins stayed right where he was, brewing his gut rot for a handful of locals who couldn't afford better, watching Bill's fancy Ford V8 roar past his dilapidated shack. Every success of Bill's was another bitter pill for Jed to swallow. The tension had finally boiled over just a month before the ambush. The story is told that Jed Scoggins confronted Bill in the local general store, accusing him of stealing customers. Bill, with his easy smile, just laughed it off. He clapped Jed on the shoulder and said loud enough for everyone to hear, "Now, Jed, there's a market for paint thinner and there's a market for fine whiskey. We ain't in the same business." The store erupted in laughter. For a man like Jed Scoggins, whose only currency was his pride, the public humiliation was a wound that would never heal. His face turned a deep, dangerous red, and he stormed out, muttering threats under his breath. So when the news of Bill's murder spread through the hollers, every eye turned to Jed. The sheriff paid him a visit first thing. Scoggins denied everything, of course, but his anger made him look guilty. Whispers solidified into what seemed like fact. A trapper claimed he'd seen Jed's beat-up truck parked in a thicket a mile from Devil's Drop the night of the killing. Others swore they'd heard him at the store just last week, telling anyone who'd listen that Bill Young's pride is gonna get him killed. For the community, and for the lawmen looking for a quick and easy answer, Jed Scoggins was the perfect suspect. He had the motive, the means, and a heart full of poison. But a bitter old man like Jed Scoggins was a known danger, a rattlesnake that warns you before it strikes. The truly terrifying poison is the kind you welcome into your own home. As the initial shock wore off, a second, more chilling suspicion began to take root, turning from the obvious enemy to the trusted friend. Caleb Vance. Caleb was Bill Young's right-hand man, his shadow. He was a younger cousin who Bill had taken under his wing years ago, teaching him every secret of the trade. Caleb knew the location of the stills, he knew the delivery schedules, and he knew the hidden compartments in the Ford V8. He was the one man on earth Bill trusted with his business, his life, and the safety of his wife, Eleonora. He was treated like a brother. No one suspected him, not at first. But loyalty, when starved of recognition, can curdle into ambition. Caleb was the one doing the back-breaking work in the humid hollows, while Bill was the one collecting the profits and the praise. He saw the life Bill had built, the respect, the fear he commanded, the money, and began to see it not as something to admire, but as something he deserved. More than that, people began to recall the way Caleb looked at Eleonora when Bill wasn't around. It wasn't the gaze of a protective cousin. It was the quiet, hungry stare of a man coveting something he could never have. With this new suspicion in mind, people's memories began to shift. His grief at the funeral, which had seemed so profound, now looked theatrical and hollow. He had been the one to help Bill load the car that fateful night, and folks remembered him arguing with Bill a week earlier, insisting that the old road was getting too much attention from the law and that the route through Devil's Drop was safer. Was it a helpful suggestion, or was he leading the lamb to the slaughter? The community was now faced with a far more terrifying possibility than a simple feud. Was Bill Young's death the result of a snake he had nurtured at his own hearth? But there was a third shadow lurking at the edges of this tragedy, a threat far bigger and more impersonal than a bitter old man or a jealous cousin. The world of bootlegging was changing. Big city money and organized crime were beginning to see the potential in the mountains, not as a place of tradition, but as an untapped resource. A different breed of predator was slipping through the gaps in the hills, men who didn't live by any mountain code. They were known only as the Tennessee outfit. They weren't moonshiners, they were businessmen, and their business was violence and consolidation. Their goal was simple: to control the entire flow of illegal whiskey from the mountains to the cities, cutting out the independent operators who had worked these stills for generations. In this new, brutal landscape, Bill Young wasn't just a competitor. He was an empire of one, an obstacle that had to be removed. Their motive was the coldest and cleanest of all: pure profit. They coveted Bill's pristine product, his well-established routes, and his list of wealthy clients. Taking him out wasn't an act of passion, it was a corporate takeover executed with rifles instead of contracts. They didn't want to just beat him, they wanted to absorb his entire operation, from the hidden stills to the last drop of whiskey. For weeks leading up to the murder, their presence had been felt like a change in the weather. Strangers had been seen in town, men in city hats with hard, watchful eyes, asking quiet questions about Bill Young's schedule. Cars with Tennessee plates were spotted on lonely back roads where they had no business being. The story circulated that one of these men had approached Bill with an offer: work for them or get out of the way. Bill, proud and fiercely independent, would have laughed in his face. It was a laugh that signed his own death warrant. This third possibility was, in many ways, the most frightening. Jed Scoggins and Caleb Vance were known devils. The Tennessee outfit was a faceless, nameless force, a killing machine that operated on the cold arithmetic of profit and loss. The sheriff, a man who trusted his gut, put all his energy into the clearest path. All signs pointed to the bitter, jealous heart of Jedediah Scoggins. A posse was formed, a dozen grim-faced men with shotguns and a cold sense of mountain justice in their eyes. For 3 days, they combed the unforgiving slopes of Scoggins's territory, fueled by the trapper's claim of seeing Jed's truck near the ambush site. They navigated briar-choked ravines and followed cold tracks through mist-filled hollows, certain that every step brought them closer to their man. They finally cornered him at his ramshackle cabin, expecting a desperate shootout. But what they found was anticlimax and confusion. Jed Scoggins wasn't armed and ready for a fight. He was laid up in a filthy cot, his leg crudely splintered and swollen to twice its normal size. He spat tobacco juice onto the floor and cursed them for fools. His alibi was ironclad and delivered by the one man in the county whose word was beyond question, the old doctor. The doctor confirmed he'd been at Jed's cabin the entire night of the murder, setting a nasty break after a tree-felling accident. Jed Scoggins, for all his venom, hadn't been anywhere near Devil's Drop. The most promising lead had evaporated into thin air. The sheriff then turned his attention to Caleb Vance. He questioned Bill's cousin for hours, but it was like trying to hold on to water. Caleb's story was seamless, his grief a perfect shield against any probing question. He expressed shock and sorrow that anyone could suspect him. Without a single piece of hard evidence, the whispers against him remained just that, powerless whispers. And as for the Tennessee outfit, they were smoke. The sheriff sent inquiries across the state line, but the men in city hats were ghosts. They had no names, no faces anyone could clearly recall, and had vanished as quickly as they had appeared. The investigation had hit a wall. Every trail had grown cold. Every promising clue turned to dust in the sheriff's hands. The initial roar for justice in the community faded to a nervous, fearful murmur. The killer, it seemed, had gotten away clean. And if a man as powerful as Bill Young could be struck down so easily, then nobody was safe. In the days that followed the failed investigation, a new kind of quiet fell over the mountains. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of an autumn evening. It was a cold, heavy silence, the kind that suffocates truth. The initial outrage over Bill's murder had curdled into something else. Doors that were once open were now bolted. Eyes that once met yours in greeting now slid away, finding a sudden interest in the dirt on the road. A curtain of unspoken agreement had been drawn across the community. This wasn't the silence of ignorance, it was the silence of fear. Raw, palpable fear. The logic was simple and brutal. If a man as powerful, as respected, and as feared as Bill Young could be gunned down on a public road, what chance did a simple farmer or a store clerk have? The killers hadn't just murdered a man, they had murdered the community's sense of security. They were still out there, unseen, their identities a terrifying mystery. To speak a name, to repeat a rumor, was to risk drawing their attention, and no one wanted to be next. But it was more than just fear. It was the code. For generations, these mountain folk had lived by their own laws, born of a deep and abiding distrust for any authority that came from outside their hills. Talking to a man with a badge, even a local one, was a violation of that code. It was inviting an outside world of courts and lawyers into their own business. The unspoken rule was clear. You see nothing, you hear nothing, and you know nothing. You handle your own affairs, and you let your neighbors handle theirs. The few who were thought to know something learned the power of this code very quickly. A man who had been seen talking to Bill just hours before the ambush suddenly became a pariah. His neighbors, men he'd known his whole life, suddenly had urgent chores to do when he approached. No threat was ever spoken aloud, none needed to be. The cold shoulders and the averted gazes were a message clearer than any gunshot. Stay quiet, or you're on your own. And so, the sheriff's investigation died, not from a lack of leads, but from a lack of voices. He would ask questions and be met with blank stares, polite deflections, and shrugged shoulders. The people of the valley had made a collective choice. They would bury the truth under the weight of their silence, hoping that if they didn't speak of the devil, he might just pass them by. The murder of Bill Young was now a closed book, locked tight by the fear of an entire community. Years slid by like water over stone. The murder of Bill Young became a cold case, then a local legend, a story to tell children to keep them from wandering too far into the woods after dark. The wall of silence held firm, and every single evening Eleonora kept her vigil, her black-clad form becoming as much a part of the landscape as the ancient oaks in the cemetery. Her grief was a silent, unchanging monument. Nearly a decade after Bill's death, Eleonora's vigil finally ended. She passed away in her sleep one cold winter morning and was buried beside her husband, their story seemingly concluded. It fell to a distant niece, a young woman who barely remembered her famous uncle, to clear out the small Spartan cabin where Eleonora had lived out her last lonely years. While packing away old linens in a cedar chest, her fingers brushed against something hard tucked beneath a false bottom, a small, leather-bound journal. This was the clue that had been forgotten because no one knew it existed. It wasn't a diary of daily life. It was a testament of silent suffering, a record of the truth Eleonora was too terrified to speak aloud. The niece's hands trembled as she read the elegant, spidery script, the entries beginning the day after Bill's body was found. The journal revealed everything. It described how Caleb Vance, Bill's trusted cousin, had come to the cabin late on the night of the murder, hours before the body was officially discovered. He had told Eleonora that Bill was delayed on a run, but his story was a lie, and Eleonora had seen it. His boots were caked in the distinctive red clay found only on the road up Devil's Drop. There was a fresh, angry scratch on his cheek, and his hands, she wrote, would not stop trembling. He couldn't meet her eyes. When the news came the next morning, the terrible truth clicked into place in her heart. The journal laid it all bare, her agonizing suspicion that Caleb, driven by a poisonous mix of greed and ambition, had been the inside man. He had made a deal with the Tennessee outfit, giving them the route, the time, and the assurance that Bill would be alone. He had led his own cousin, his own blood, into a fatal trap. The discovery of that journal, a quiet voice from beyond the grave, didn't just point to a new suspect. It shattered the entire foundation of the mystery and screamed out the name of the true betrayer. The case of Bill Young was suddenly, violently alive again. The sheriff, now a much older man with the weight of years in his eyes, took the small leather journal from the nervous young woman. He opened it with a sense of weary duty, expecting the rambling thoughts of a grieving widow. But as he read Eleonora's precise, heartbreaking prose, the years fell away. He wasn't an old sheriff in a quiet office. He was back on Devil's Drop, smelling the gunpowder and the cold morning air. The words on the page were a voice from the grave, a testimony that time had not been able to silence. There, in Eleonora's own hand, was the key. Caleb Vance's visit, the red clay on his boots, the lie in his eyes. Armed with the truth that had been buried for a decade, the sheriff walked out of his office and down the main street. He found Caleb Vance where he always was, overseeing a small timber business he'd built on the ashes of Bill Young's empire. Caleb was heavier now, a respected man in the community, his past betrayal hidden behind a facade of quiet competence. The sheriff didn't raise his voice. He simply held out the open journal. "Eleonora kept a record, Caleb," he said, his voice low and steady. "She wrote it all down." At the sight of that familiar script, the mask that Caleb Vance had worn for 10 long years shattered. The color drained from his face. It wasn't the law that broke him. It was the ghost of the woman whose love he had craved and whose husband he had betrayed. In a torrent of words, the confession poured out of him, a decade of guilt and resentment. He had been the engine, and Bill had been the face. He had sweated over the stills while Bill collected the glory. He had watched Bill with Eleonora, a love so complete it left no room for anyone else, and the poison of jealousy had festered into a murderous ambition. His confession finally gave a name to the faceless external threat. He admitted to meeting with the Tennessee outfit, giving them everything they needed. He drew them a map of Devil's Drop. He told them the exact time Bill's Ford would round the tight bend. He assured them Bill would be alone and that the local law wouldn't look too hard into a bootlegger's death. It was the perfect crime, a partnership between inside knowledge and outside muscle. The full, horrifying truth was finally laid bare for all to see. It wasn't a feud with Jed Scoggins. It wasn't a random attack by outsiders. It was a cold-blooded pact, a conspiracy born in the heart of Bill Young's own family. Caleb Vance, the trusted cousin, had been the serpent in the garden. He had opened the gate and let the wolves in, all for a share of the profits and the empty hope that with Bill gone, Eleonora might finally see him. The central mystery was solved, and the answer was a betrayal so profound it was almost unthinkable. The man who had mourned the loudest at the funeral had been the one who orchestrated the killing. Now, with Caleb's confession echoing across a decade of silence, we can finally see the events of that night as they truly happened. We can go back to Devil's Drop and bear witness to the full, heartbreaking story. On that moonless autumn night, the engine of the Ford V8 was a low, confident rumble, the only sound in the sleeping hollow. Behind the wheel, Bill Young was in his element. The road was treacherous, the car was heavy with its precious cargo, but this was a dance he knew by heart. He was thinking of home, of the warmth of the fire, of Eleonora waiting. As he rounded the tight bend, his headlights caught the dark, solid line of the fallen oak. He slowed to a stop, his mind already working on the problem, a flicker of annoyance but not yet alarm. The alarm came a second later. It wasn't a sound, it was a feeling. A subtle shift in the shadows on the high bank to his left, a glint of moonlight on something that shouldn't have been there. In that split second of cold realization, the night exploded. The silence was torn apart by a sound like 100 dry branches snapping at once. It wasn't just a gunshot, it was a volley, a deafening crackle of coordinated rifle fire. The passenger side window dissolved into a spider web of frosted glass. The sturdy metal of the Ford's door dimpled and tore as if struck by a violent, invisible hail. The world outside the car became a chaotic storm of noise and muzzle flashes, a hell of his cousin's making. Bill's hand instinctively went to the pistol he always kept by his side. Its single defiant bark was a lonely protest, a single note against a symphony of destruction. And then there was a sharp grunt, a sudden stillness behind the wheel. The last sound from him was the heavy thud of his body slumping against the driver's side door. His fight was over. The gunfire stopped. A profound, ringing silence descended, thicker and heavier than before. Shadows detached themselves from the tree line, solidifying into the shapes of men. They moved with a cold, detached efficiency. They didn't even glance at the figure in the car. Their focus was on the cargo. The back doors were pried open, and crate after crate of mason jars were hauled into the darkness. Their movements were swift, practiced, leaving no trace but their boot prints in the mud. When the last crate was gone, the men melted back into the woods as silently as they had appeared. They left behind a scene of chilling stillness. The shattered headlights cast jagged, broken beams into the darkness, like the eyes of a great beast that had been blinded. The air, once crisp with the scent of pine, now hung heavy with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder. The only movement was a thin trickle of whiskey from a single shattered jar, its clear liquid mixing with the dark, damp earth in a final, wasted offering. The trial of Caleb Vance was more than a legal proceeding. It was a public reckoning, a final, painful chapter in a story that had haunted the community for a decade. The small county courthouse was packed to the rafters. Old men who had known Bill Young personally sat beside young people who had only ever heard his name whispered in ghost stories. The air was thick with the weight of unspoken history. Every person in that room, a silent juror in a trial that had been held in the court of public opinion for years. In the defendant's chair, Caleb Vance was a ghost of a man. The facade he had maintained for 10 years had crumbled, leaving behind a hollow shell. He wasn't defiant. He didn't rage or deny. He simply sat there, his eyes fixed on the worn floorboards, as if he could see the faces of Bill and Eleonora in the grain of the wood. When the charges were read, conspiracy and murder, he showed no reaction, offering a quiet plea of guilty. His confession had been a dam breaking, and now, there was nothing left inside him to fight with. The prosecutor, armed with Eleonora's journal, painted a devastating picture of betrayal. He read passages aloud, and the sound of the dead woman's words, filled with sorrow and suspicion, silenced the entire courtroom. He presented Caleb as a modern-day Cain, a man who had sold his own kin into a bloody ambush for a handful of silver and a sliver of power. The evidence was overwhelming, the confession absolute. The prosecution demanded the harshest penalty the law would allow. But this was Appalachia, and justice here has always been a complicated, tangled thing. Caleb's lawyer didn't argue his client's innocence. Instead, he argued his weakness. He portrayed Caleb not as the architect of the crime, but as a foolish, resentful young man who was manipulated and threatened by the faceless, ruthless Tennessee outfit. He argued that Caleb never fired a shot, that his guilt was in his silence and his cowardice, not in a direct act of murder. He was a pawn, the lawyer claimed, who had been sacrificed by the true kings of the bloody game. The verdict, when it came, felt both inevitable and unsatisfying. The jury found Caleb Vance guilty, but not of first-degree murder. They convicted him on charges of conspiracy and accessory to the crime. The judge sentenced him to 20 years in the state penitentiary. He was led from the courtroom in chains, his head still bowed, a man condemned to live with his ghosts in a cell of his own making. The community was torn. For some, it wasn't enough. 20 years felt like a pittance for the life of a man like Bill Young and the decade of sorrow that followed. But for others, there was a quiet, reluctant sense of pity. They saw Caleb not as a monster, but as another victim of the violent world they all inhabited. Justice, it seemed, had been served, but it brought no peace. The trial was over, but the arguments over its verdict would echo through those hills for another generation, a final, ambiguous chord in the tragic ballad of Bill Young. Caleb Vance's 20-year sentence was, in the end, a life sentence. He walked into the state penitentiary, and the mountains never saw him again. He was a quiet, broken prisoner, haunted not by the guards or the high stone walls, but by the ghosts he had carried with him from Devil's Drop. He died of pneumonia 12 years into his sentence, a man who had traded a kingdom of his own making for a 6-by-9-foot cell. His betrayal had gained him nothing but a lonely death far from the hills that he had stained with his cousin's blood. For Jedediah Scoggins, the verdict was a hollow victory. The law had cleared his name, but the whispers of the community were a judgment from which there was no appeal. He would forever be the man who was accused of killing Bill Young. The suspicion clung to him like a shroud, deepening the bitter lines around his mouth. He retreated further into his solitude, his only companions the bubbling of his still and the corrosive memory of being judged for a crime he didn't commit. He lived out his days as an outcast, a testament to how an accusation, even when proven false, can leave a wound that never truly heals. And what of the Tennessee outfit, the faceless men who pulled the triggers? The law never touched them. But the mountains have a long memory and their own way of settling scores. Over the years, stories drifted back across the state line, whispered from one bootlegger to another. One of the ringleaders, it was said, drove his own car off a cliff on a road just as treacherous as Devil's Drop, his body found in a wreck of twisted metal. Another died in a suspicious fire at his speakeasy, consumed by the very enterprise he had killed for. And the last one, the man who had given the final order, was said to have gone mad, dying in an asylum, haunted to his last breath by the face of a man he'd murdered in the dark Carolina hills. The young niece who found the journal, the unwitting key to unlocking the truth, could no longer bear the weight of her family's history. She sold the small cabin and the land and moved away, seeking a life in a place where the name Young didn't carry the echo of gunfire and betrayal. She had given the dead a voice, but in doing so had silenced her own future in the mountains. The crime left a permanent scar on the community itself. The wall of silence had been shattered, replaced by a quiet, collective shame. The story of Caleb's betrayal became a cautionary tale, a dark lesson passed down through generations about how greed and jealousy could poison a man's soul and turn brother against brother. The events on Devil's Drop were no longer a mystery, but a wound in the valley's memory, a stark reminder that the deepest betrayals often come from those who stand closest to the fire. If you travel those winding Carolina roads today, you can still find the echoes of this story etched into the landscape and the memory of its people. The world has changed. The era of Prohibition is a dusty chapter in a history book, and the dirt track of Devil's Drop is now a paved county road. But the curves are just as sharp, the drop is just as steep, and the locals will tell you that on a moonless night, you drive it with your heart in your throat. The true heart of the legend, however, rests on a quiet hill overlooking the valley. Silver Creek Cemetery is still there, a peaceful, somber place. And in a quiet corner, you will find two simple, weathered granite stones standing side by side for nearly a century. William Young and Eleanora Young. Their names are faded, softened by years of wind and rain, but they remain. Sometimes, even today, you might find a single, wild rhododendron blossom left on Bill's grave, a quiet offering from someone who knows the story and respects the vigil. But the facts of the case, the trial, the betrayal, the confession, have all faded into the background. What has survived, what has grown stronger with each passing year, is the ghost story. The memory of Bill and Eleanora is kept alive not in court records, but in the legend of the woman in black. To this day, people claim to see her. Teenagers on a dare will come home pale and shaken, swearing they saw a dark figure standing over the Youngs' graves, a figure that vanished when a flashlight beam touched it. Travelers on the road below still report hearing the faint sound of weeping carried on the wind when there is no wind to carry it. The story has become a part of the local folklore, as real as the mountains themselves. It's whispered around campfires, a ballad of love and loss that has transcended its violent origins. Old-timers say the mountains themselves hold the memory. The whisper of the wind through the pines is Eleanora's sigh. The sudden chill you feel near the cemetery is her sorrow. The world might forget the names and the dates, but the land does not. The story of the moonshiner and his eternally faithful wife is no longer just history. It is a permanent feature of this place, a ghost that walks these hills forever. We began this journey on a cold stretch of road with a bullet-riddled car and a question: what really happened on Devil's Drop? We found the answer, not in a heroic shootout, but in a sordid, quiet act of betrayal. A story of greed and jealousy, as old as the hills themselves. The law eventually found its man, and a measure of justice was served in a dusty courtroom. But that ugly human truth is not the story that has survived. This is the ultimate lesson of the woman in black. It is a story not about the brutal end of a man's life, but about the unending love of his wife. The community, bound by fear and a code of silence, allowed the facts of a murder to be buried. But through their whispers, their awe, and their respect for Eleanora's vigil, they resurrected a different kind of truth. They chose to remember the loyalty, not the betrayal. They chose to honor the love, not the violence. In the end, this is a ghost story that teaches us that some bonds are too strong to be broken by gunfire or the grave. It shows us how a deep and abiding love can become a legend, a story told to remind us that even in the darkest of times, loyalty is a light that can echo through generations. The law may have closed the case on Bill Young, but it was Eleanora's heart that wrote the final, enduring chapter. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. They say that on the night Tolton Hall died, the mountains themselves held their breath. This wasn't a death in a blaze of glory, not a gunfight between two men in a dusty street. This was something colder. This was a mob, silent and determined, dragging a shackled man from a train car. This was the end of the line for the man they called the Pikeville Killer, the Mountain Demon, his fate sealed not by a judge's gavel, but by a rope thrown over the branch of a maple tree. How does a man become so feared that his death becomes a legend? Was he a simple monster, a killer for hire who finally ran out of road? Or was he something more complex, a perfect, brutal product of a lawless time? To understand what happened on that September night in 1892, we have to go back. We have to trace the bloody path that led Talton Hall from the anonymous hollows of Kentucky to his final, haunting dance at the end of a rope. To understand the man, you have to understand the mountains that made him. Talton Hall was born around 1846 into a world that was already old, a world of deep hollows and interlocking ridges that separated families from the law, from the government, and from each other. In these parts of eastern Kentucky, a man's world was as big as he could walk in a day, and his only true allegiance was to his kin. Justice wasn't something you found in a courthouse, it was something you took with a rifle in your hands. This was the soil where a man like Hall would take root. The great bloody catalyst of his life was the Civil War. For the rest of America, it was a war of armies and grand campaigns. But in the Cumberland Mountains, it was a poison that seeped into every creek and hollow. It was a war of bushwhackers and home guards, where your neighbor might be a secret enemy and a knock on the door at night could mean death. Young Talton came of age in this furnace. He would have seen men hanged for their loyalties, families burned out of their homes, and vendettas born that would fester for generations. This is where he learned his first, and perhaps only, lesson. The world is a brutal place, and the only certainty is the man who is quicker on the draw. When the war ended on paper, it didn't end in the mountains. The soldiers came home, but they brought the war with them. They were men skilled in the art of ambush, tracking and killing, skills that didn't have much use in a peaceful world. But their world wasn't peaceful. Old grudges from the war now mixed with new disputes over land, timber, and politics. This chaotic, violent landscape became a job market for men who had a talent for death. The code of the mountains was built on honor. You defended your family, you avenged insults, and you never ever backed down from a fight. It was a harsh code, but it had its own logic. For Talton Hall, this code seems to have been stripped of its heart, leaving only the cold mechanics of violence. He saw that the loyalty men had to their families could be manipulated. He saw that honor could be used as an excuse for murder. And he realized that his own detachment, his lack of fierce loyalty to any one clan, was a valuable commodity. Imagine him as a young man, perhaps returning from the fringes of the war. He sees the Hatfield clan rising in power, the McCoy clan nursing their wounds, and a dozen smaller families sharpening their knives over some perceived slight. He watches as men kill each other for the sake of a family name, for a pig, for a dirty look. And in that moment, he doesn't see tragedy or honor. He sees an opportunity. He sees a world where his steady hand and empty conscience could earn him a living. This was the forge that created Talton Hall. The isolation of the mountains taught him self-reliance. The viciousness of the Civil War taught him that life was cheap. And the simmering feuds of the aftermath taught him that there was always someone willing to pay to make someone else's life a little cheaper. He wasn't born a monster. He was hammered into one by the unrelenting violence of his time. Before the name Talton Hall was a curse whispered in the dark, there was simply the man. In the years before his infamy became legend, he was, in his own way, a picture of mountain competence. He was a master of the wilderness, a man who could read the forest like a book and track a deer for days without making a sound. He was a crack shot, his skill with a rifle a thing of local renown. In a land where these abilities meant the difference between a full belly and starvation, or life and death in a confrontation, Talton Hall was exceptionally gifted. He embodied the rugged self-sufficiency that his world demanded. In the periods between the bloody work that would later define him, his life was likely one of stark simplicity. He would have had a cabin tucked away in a hollow so deep and remote that the law was just a rumor. There, he was just another man living off the land, hunting, perhaps tending a small patch of corn for his own use. This was his sanctuary, the place where the ghost could rest. This quiet, solitary existence was the world he sought to protect. It was a world built not on love or community, but on anonymity and isolation, a peace purchased with the proceeds of violence. His relationships, too, were likely forged in the currency of the mountains, fear and pragmatism. He had kin, as all men did, and they would have afforded him the loyalty that blood demanded. But it would have been a loyalty tinged with terror. They may have benefited from his protection, safe in the knowledge that no one would dare cross the family of Talton Hall. But they would have lived under the shadow of his cold nature, always aware of what he was capable of. He wasn't a man who inspired love. He inspired a dreadful, unshakable respect. In his prime, before the New Year's massacre and the murder of Officer Belcher, his reputation was less that of a demon and more that of a tool. A dangerous tool, but a useful one. If a timber company needed a troublesome squatter scared off a piece of land, they might seek out Talt Hall. If a moonshiner needed his still guarded from rivals or federal agents, Hall was the man for the job. He was seen as a regulator, a human weapon to be aimed at a problem. He was the final, violent answer to a dispute that couldn't be settled any other way. In the brutal logic of the mountains, he provided a service. This was the life he built, a quiet existence in the hollows, punctuated by brief, violent forays into the world of men. His stake in the world wasn't a family's love or a community's admiration. It was his freedom. The freedom to move through the mountains unseen, to be a name without a face, and to be the master of his own dark destiny. It was this self-contained, predatory world that was about to be threatened, and its destruction would unleash the full measure of his brutality. Every great tragedy is born from a single, deep-seated flaw. For Talton Hall, it wasn't greed or a quick temper. His flaw was a cold, patient arrogance, a venom that had been brewing for years. He had operated as a shadow for so long, a bringer of death who melted back into the mists, that he had begun to believe he was untouchable. He saw himself as an instrument of a higher, more primal law, and he believed the world of common men, with their sheriffs and their courts, simply did not apply to him. This wasn't just simple pride, it was a core part of his professional identity. It was a shield. The stories they told about him in hushed tones around the fireplace weren't just tales, they were his armor. It was said that Hall could walk into a crowded Pikeville saloon, and the simple act of him ordering a whiskey would be enough to end a loud argument at the other end of the room. He didn't have to raise his voice or draw his gun. He would just fix his piercing eyes on the source of the trouble, and the problem would evaporate. He had come to rely on this aura of fear, to see it as an absolute power. This belief in his own myth was both his greatest strength and his most profound weakness. It gave him the nerve to take on impossible jobs, to face down armed men without flinching. It was the source of the chilling calm he possessed in moments of extreme violence. He wasn't afraid because he genuinely believed he was death itself. And what does death have to fear? But that armor had a crack. Over time, he began to forget the difference between being feared in the secret world of the feuds and being feared in the open world of growing towns. He started to believe his reputation alone would bend reality to his will, no matter where he was or who he was facing. He thought the name Talton Hall was a magic word that made all obstacles disappear. This supreme arrogance, this absolute faith in his own terrifying legend, was making him careless. He began to take risks, to operate more openly, to let the world see the monster it had only whispered about. He was walking a razor's edge, convinced he would never fall, unaware that the world was changing around him. The very flaw that had kept him alive in the lawless wilderness was about to become the engine of his own destruction in a place where a badge and a uniform had started to mean something. For a man who lived in the shadows, Talton Hall had grown dangerously comfortable with the light. In 1891, he crossed the state line into the burgeoning town of Norton, Virginia. He wasn't there on business, not for a contract. He was there for himself, and he was full of whiskey. The quiet, calculating professional had been swallowed by the arrogant legend. He was loud, belligerent, and causing a disturbance, a man who believed his very name was a shield that made him immune to consequence. He was no longer a specter of death. He was a drunken bully, daring the world to challenge him. And the world sent a man named Charles H. Belcher. He wasn't a rival feudist or a hired gun. He was a town policeman, a symbol of everything the mountains were not. He represented order, society, and a law written in books, not in blood. When he saw the disturbance Hall was causing, he did his duty. He walked toward the Pikeville killer, his simple blue uniform a stark contrast to Hall's reputation, which was as dark and formless as a mountain shadow. For Officer Belcher, this was just another drunk to be quieted. He had no idea he was walking toward a man who considered himself a god. The affront, in Hall's mind, was not an insult or a threat. It was the simple act of being confronted. The moment Belcher spoke to him, the moment he attempted to impose the town's law on the mountain's killer, was an intolerable challenge to Hall's entire existence. Eyewitnesses would later describe the look in Hall's eyes, not anger, but a cold, dismissive contempt. Here was a man with a tin badge who thought he could lay hands on Talton Hall. The arrogance that had been simmering for years now boiled over. In Hall's mind, this wasn't a man. It was an obstacle, a thing to be removed. His reaction was not the wild swing of a drunk. It was the chillingly efficient motion of a professional. As Officer Belcher moved to make the arrest, Hall drew his pistol. There was no hesitation, no final warning. The movement was as natural and practiced as breathing. He fired, and Charles Belcher fell to the dusty street. It was not an act of passion or self-defense. It was a correction. It was Talton Hall reminding the world of the natural order of things, where he was the predator and men like Belcher were the prey. But this time was different. In that single deafening moment, Hall's fatal flaw had sealed his fate. He hadn't just killed another man in a long line of men. He had murdered a uniformed officer of the law in public, in the middle of a town that was trying to call itself civilized. He thought he was just swatting away an annoyance, but he had just declared war on the states of Virginia and Kentucky. The gunshot that killed Charles Belcher was an echo that would shake the mountains, and it would hunt Talton Hall to the very end of his days. The murder of a lawman in Norton was a line crossed, a bell that could not be unrung. Talton Hall, a master of the Appalachian wilderness, did what he always did. He vanished. He slipped back across the border into the familiar tangled hollows of Kentucky, believing he could wait out the storm as he had done a dozen times before. This was his first and most arrogant mistake. He thought he had merely killed a man. He failed to understand that he had murdered a symbol, and civilization itself was now coming for him. The response was unlike anything the mountains had ever seen. This wasn't a half-hearted posse led by a local sheriff who was likely related to the man he was hunting. The states of Virginia and Kentucky pooled their resources. Bounties were posted, large enough to make a poor farmer forget all about mountain loyalty. And then came the name that struck a different kind of fear into the hearts of outlaws: the Pinkertons. They were relentless, methodical men who couldn't be bribed, intimidated, or swayed by family ties. They were a modern machine of justice, and they were hunting a relic from a bygone era. Warnings came, not from his enemies, but from what few allies he had left. Old associates, men who understood the shifting tides of power, would have told him in no uncertain terms, "Talt, this is different," they'd say. "You killed a badge in the street. They ain't gonna stop. You need to go west, disappear for good." They offered him the only path that might lead to survival, true, absolute anonymity, far from the mountains that knew his name. But Talton Hall's arrogance was a wall that no reason could penetrate. He scoffed at the warnings. He had outsmarted the law his entire life. He saw the Pinkertons as nothing more than city boys who would get lost in the first creek bed. In his mind, this massive manhunt was almost a testament to his own legend. It was a grand, fitting challenge for the Pikeville Killer. He believed he was smarter, tougher, and more cunning than any man they could send after him. He saw every posted bounty with his name on it, not as a threat, but as an acknowledgement of his status. With each passing week, however, his world shrank. The net tightened. A cabin door that would have once swung open for him now remained bolted shut. A meal that would have been freely given was now denied. The fear of the law had finally begun to outweigh the fear of Talton Hall. He was becoming a ghost in his own homeland, a toxic presence that even his own kin could no longer afford to shelter. Each closed door was another offer of help rejected, another chance to escape squandered because his pride would not let him see the truth. He was being squeezed out of the only environment where he knew how to survive. The decision to finally flee, to make a run for a place like Memphis, Tennessee, was not a strategic retreat. It was an act of desperation. He was leaving the tangled wilderness that was his shield and armor and heading for the open, anonymous streets of a city. He was a mountain predator who had been driven from his forest, forced to walk onto the open plains where the hunters could see him for miles. His path of no compromise had led him right into a trap of his own making. Memphis was a cage of brick and smoke, a foreign land to a man born of mist and shadow. Talton Hall was cornered. He could feel it in the way people looked at him on the street, in the tightening knot in his own gut. The relentless machinery of the law, guided by the cold intelligence of the Pinkertons, had found him. He was no longer the apex predator of the Kentucky Hollows. He was a wolf tracked to a city alley, with the hounds closing in. He was in a cheap boarding house, listening to the city breathe, knowing that each breath might be his last moment of freedom. And then he heard it. The heavy, deliberate footsteps on the boarding house stairs. This was it. This was the moment that had been coming for him since the day he pulled the trigger on Officer Belcher. In that quiet, terrifying space between one footstep and the next, he stood at his final crossroads. He had one last choice to make. He could wait, hands empty, and surrender. He could give himself up to the justice he had so long despised, face a trial, a judge, a jury. It would mean a cage, a public shaming, but it would also mean life. It was the off-ramp, the final chance to let this story end, not with a bang, but with the quiet closing of a cell door. For a split second, a different path might have appeared in his mind's eye. A long, drawn-out trial, a life spent in a stone penitentiary. Could Talton Hall, the mountain demon, truly allow himself to be led in chains, to be put on display like a captured animal? Could the man, whose reputation was a weapon in itself, allow that reputation to be stripped away, leaving only a common, pathetic killer? The very idea was a kind of death more profound than any bullet. It was an assault on the only thing he had ever truly built, his own terrifying myth. The answer, when it came, was as swift and final as one of his own gunshots. No. The thought was more repulsive than a hangman's noose. His arrogance, the fatal flaw that had brought him to this very room, made its final stand. He would not be broken. He would not be humiliated. The law could have his body, but it would not have his submission. He made a conscious, chilling choice. He rejected the chance for a quiet end and fully embraced the violent destiny he had been carving for himself his entire life. He didn't make a run for the window or try to barricade the door. That was the act of a desperate man hoping to live. Instead, he calmly walked to his bag, pulled out his revolver, and checked the loads. Each click of the cylinder was a word in his final sentence. In that moment, he sealed his own fate, not with resignation, but with defiance. He chose to be the Pikeville Killer right to the very end. The lawmen breaking down his door wouldn't be capturing a fugitive. They would be walking into the last act of a legend, an act that Tulton Hall himself had decided to write in blood. The splintering of the door was the only warning he needed. It wasn't the sound of a lock being picked or a hinge being forced. It was the raw, violent crack of wood giving way to brute force. For Tulton Hall, the world, which had been a tightening cage of streets and unfamiliar faces, suddenly shrank to the size of that small boarding house room. He was a creature of the deep woods, and in that moment, the lawmen crashing through the door were no different from a pack of hounds cornering a wolf in a box canyon. He wasn't panicked. He was eerily calm, the way a man is when he finally meets a fate he has been expecting his whole life. All the running, all the hiding, it had all led to this cramped, smoke-stained room. The revolver felt cool and familiar in his hand, a solid piece of certainty in a world that was coming apart. The figures in the doorway were just shapes, dark silhouettes against the light of the hallway, and in his mind, they ceased to be men. They were simply the final problem he had to solve. His hand moved with a fluid economy that was born of 1,000 deadly calculations. The room erupted in a deafening concussion of sound and fire. The muzzle flash was a bolt of lightning in the dimness, momentarily illuminating the determined faces in the doorway. It was the only language he knew how to speak to a world that sought to contain him, a single, explosive syllable of pure defiance. The smell of burnt gunpowder filled his nostrils, a scent more familiar to him than any perfume. But this was not a mountain holler where a single shot could settle an argument for good. Thunder answered thunder from the doorway. More flashes of light strobed across the room, turning the air into a chaotic storm of noise and swirling, acrid smoke. The world narrowed to the kick of the revolver in his hand, the ringing in his ears that drowned out all other sounds, and the shadowy dance of figures in the smoke. For a few heartbeats, Tulton Hall was in his element, a whirlwind of violence at the heart of the storm. Then, a sensation he hadn't felt in years, a sharp, searing impact in his arm, a force that felt like a blacksmith's hammer. His fingers went numb. His trusted revolver, the instrument of his will, suddenly felt like a useless lump of lead. The weapon clattered to the wooden floor, the sound small and insignificant after the deafening roar of the gunfight. The storm inside the room had passed as quickly as it had begun. An almost supernatural silence descended, broken only by the harsh sound of men breathing and the slow, acrid clearing of the gun smoke. The dark silhouettes in the doorway resolved into tired, grim-faced lawmen, their own pistols still smoking. They moved in, not with anger, but with a weary professionalism. The fight was over. The great Tulton Hall, the Pikeville killer, was standing in a ruined room, his arm useless, his gun on the floor. The final act was not a shout, but a cold, metallic whisper. The chilling slide and click of handcuffs locking around his wrists. That sound, more than any bullet, was the one that ended his life. In that moment, the legend died, and all that was left was a captured man facing the cold, methodical justice he had so long outrun. The roaring storm of his life had ended in the quiet snap of a lock. There was no triumph in the eyes of the lawmen who took him, only a grim, professional exhaustion. For Tulton Hall, the moments after his capture were a blur of pain from his wounded arm and the heavier, colder pain of the shackles on his wrists. The swagger of the untouchable killer was finally gone, replaced by the quiet, heavy stillness of a caged animal. He wasn't filled with regret or fear, but with a deep, sullen emptiness. The world had finally proven to be bigger and stronger than his own myth, and the realization settled on him like a shroud. His journey back to the mountains was not a victory parade for the law. It was a covert operation, thick with tension. They knew the name Tulton Hall still held power, that his allies might try to free him, or worse, that the families of his victims might try to kill him before he ever saw a courtroom. So they put him on a train, but its route was a lie, a winding, circuitous path designed to throw off any potential ambushes. He was heavily guarded, a man so dangerous that even in chains, he was treated like a ticking bomb. For Hall, the journey was a special kind of hell. He sat in the rattling train car, watching the familiar landscape of his homeland slide by through the grimy window. He saw the misty blue ridges, the deep, dark hollows, the very terrain that had once been his fortress and his kingdom. Now, it was just scenery on his final ride. Each mile that clicked by on the tracks was a mile closer to his end. He was a king being paraded through his conquered territory, a ghost forced to revisit his old haunting grounds one last time, not as a predator, but as prey. He was silent the whole way, a brooding, dark presence that unnerved even his seasoned guards. The fight had gone out of him, but the malice had not. He was no longer an active player in his own story. He was cargo. His fate was now in the hands of other men, and his only remaining role was to arrive at his destination. The end of the road for Talton Hall wasn't going to be a courtroom or a jail cell. It was this train, this slow, rattling journey back into the heart of the mountains that were waiting to claim him, one way or another. The news of Talton Hall's capture didn't travel by wire or by rail. It moved like smoke on the wind, from one isolated cabin to the next, carried by riders on horseback and whispered across fence lines. And with that news, the fragile, fearful peace of the mountains was shattered. The fall of one man sent a shockwave that would ripple through every holler, leaving a trail of wreckage that had little to do with Hall himself. His personal story was ending, but the tragedy he had authored was just entering its most brutal chapter. For his own kin, the name Hall, once a shield of fear, now became a target. The protection his terrifying reputation had afforded them vanished overnight. Now, they were just the family of a captured killer, vulnerable and exposed. Every shadow on the road, every late-night bark of a dog would send a spike of fear through them. They were living in the crosshairs of every man who had ever held a grudge against Talton, and that was a very long list. The sins of the father were about to be visited upon them, and their lives would become a paranoid existence of bolted doors and watchful eyes. For the families of his victims, the news was not a relief. It was a call to arms. For the widow of Charles Belcher, it was the reawakening of a grief that was still raw. For the remaining McCoys, who had seen their brothers tied to pawpaw trees and their sister shot down in the snow, this was not a matter for a distant court. It was a personal debt of blood that had come due. Hall's capture didn't bring closure. It tore the scabs off wounds that had never healed, and the pain demanded a release. Their desire was not for legal proceedings, it was for a reckoning. The entire community felt the tremor. For years, the violence had been, if not controlled, then at least predictable. It followed the dark logic of the feuds. But Hall's capture created a power vacuum, a chaotic moment where old hatreds could flare without a central figure to fear. He had acted as a cancer on the region, and his removal didn't cure the disease. It simply sent the body into a violent, final spasm. The quiet resentment of his reign of terror now had a voice, and it was a chorus calling for vengeance. The true wreckage Talton Hall left behind was not the bodies he had buried, but the hatred he had cultivated. He had spent his life profiting from the region's culture of violence, and now, even in chains, he was about to give it one last, terrible gift. His capture hadn't brought peace. It had simply brought the promise of a different, more terrible kind of violence, a communal violence, where an entire region, haunted by his ghost, would gather to deliver a final bloody verdict of its own. The law had done its part. It had hunted a killer across state lines, engaged him in a gunfight, and brought him back in chains. The next step in the machinery of civilization was a trial, a slow, methodical process of evidence, testimony, and deliberation. The Commonwealth of Kentucky intended to give Talton Hall a proper legal defense, a jury of his peers, and a verdict rendered under the solemn roof of a courthouse. It was a testament to the new order that was trying to tame the mountains, an insistence that the rule of law was absolute and applied to all men, even the devil of the tug fork. But in the mountains, another court was already in session. This court didn't meet in a building. It gathered in secret, in barns and on ridges, under the cold light of the moon. Its jurors were men with names like McCoy and Belcher. Its evidence was not written on paper, but scarred into their memories. The image of a burning cabin, of brothers tied to trees, of a good man bleeding out in a dusty street. The code they operated under was ancient, simple, and merciless. It was the mountain code of an eye for an eye, a blood debt that could only be paid in one currency. The clash between these two systems of justice was inevitable. As the train carrying Talton Hall chugged closer to Pikeville, the official legal process became more and more irrelevant. The law saw a prisoner who needed to be tried. The community saw a rabid dog that needed to be put down. The lawmen guarding Hall were operating under their code of duty and due process. The mob gathering to meet the train was operating under a code of honor and vengeance that was etched into the very stones of the mountains. The community's verdict had been reached long before Hall was ever captured. He was guilty, not just of killing Officer Belcher, but of everything. He was the living embodiment of the fear and violence that had plagued their lives for a generation. A trial, in their eyes, was a farce. It was a place where legal tricks and silver-tongued lawyers might let a monster walk free. They had seen it happen before. They had no faith in a system that seemed so far removed from the raw, immediate reality of their lives. They believed in a more direct, more certain form of justice. The train carrying Talton Hall was the ultimate symbol of this clash. Inside the car was the prisoner of the state, a component in a legal machine. But outside, gathering in the darkness, was the judgment of the mountains. The law's plan was to deliver him to a jail. The mountain's plan was to deliver him to a tree. In the end, it was a question of whose jurisdiction was more powerful in that place, on that night. Was it the new, fragile authority of the state, or the old, unyielding power of the clan? The answer was coming as surely as the train was coming down the tracks. While Talton Hall was taking his last ragged breaths in a Virginia town square, another man, a far more powerful one, was watching the world change from his porch in West Virginia. What became of Anderson Devil Ance Hatfield, the patriarch who had employed Hall's gun and allegedly directed the New Year's night massacre? Did he face a mob's justice? Did he ever see the inside of a courtroom for the crimes of the feud? The answer adds a bitter, complex layer to this story of mountain justice. The brutal attack on the McCoy cabin was a turning point. It was too savage, even for the feuding mountains, and it brought the full weight of the law down on the Hatfield clan. Several of Devil Ance's sons and supporters were hunted down, tried, and sent to prison. One, Ellison Cottontop Mounts, was hanged for his role in the massacre. The political power that Devil Ance had wielded for decades began to crumble. The war was over, and in a way, he had lost. But Devil Ance himself, the great leader of the clan, was never made to pay by the law. He was indicted, but he was never arrested, never forced to stand trial for the murders of the McCoy children. He lived out the rest of his days as a timberman and a farmer, a living legend who had outlasted his own violent era. In a final strange twist, the man they called Devil Ance was baptized in his old age, seeking peace with his God after a life of war with his neighbors. He died of pneumonia in 1921 and was buried on a mountainside overlooking the land he had fought so fiercely to control. This is the messy, unsatisfying truth of it all. Talton Hall, the hired gun, the disposable instrument of violence, was lynched by a mob for a crime committed in the open. His death was brutal, public, and absolute. But the powerful man who had allegedly paid for his services, who had directed the feud from the top, died a free man in his own bed. The mob got its vengeance, but it got it from the hired help, not the man who wrote the checks. The story of Talton Hall's end is not just about justice being served, it's about who it's served to and who gets to walk away. After the mob dispersed and Talton Hall's body was cut down, a strange and heavy quiet fell over Wise, Virginia, and the surrounding mountains. The great bloody chapter was over, but the book was not yet closed. The years that followed were not years of celebration or relief. They were years of silence. The community had performed a brutal act of surgery on itself, cutting out a cancer. But the wound was deep, jagged, and slow to heal. For the descendants of Talton Hall, the name became a curse and a burden. They scattered, some moving deeper into the anonymous folds of the mountains, others leaving the region entirely, hoping to outrun the ghost of their infamous kinsman. They became quiet farmers, miners, and laborers, their primary goal to be unremarkable, to be forgotten. To admit you were kin to Talton Hall was to invite suspicion and open old wounds. They buried the name under a blanket of deliberate obscurity, hoping that with enough time, the blood on it would fade. The community, too, sought healing through a kind of collective amnesia. The men who had been part of the lynch mob went back to their fields and their families. They had to live and trade with their neighbors, some of whom might have been Hall's distant kin. To speak of that night, to name the names of the men who held the rope, would have been to invite a new generation of bloodshed. And so, they simply stopped talking about it. The lynching of Talton Hall became a story told only to outsiders or to children as a cautionary tale. Within the community itself, it was a scar that everyone could see, but no one dared to touch. But the power dynamics of the region had been irrevocably altered. Hall's death was a brutal exclamation point at the end of an era. It was a clear and bloody message that the days of the untouchable gunfighter, the man who could be hired to settle a family squabble with a rifle, were over. The power of the old clan patriarchs like devil ants was waning, replaced by the growing influence of coal company bosses and county sheriffs. The law, which had failed to bring Hall to a trial, had still won in the end. The community's own violent act of justice had, ironically, reinforced the idea that the old way of the feud was a path to ruin for everyone involved. The era of private wars was dying, and the era of state-sponsored law, however flawed, was being born. The man named Talton Hall was gone, but the ghost of his name lingered. For decades, the most powerful physical remnant of his story was not a grave, but a tree. The big maple in the courthouse square in Wise, Virginia, became a dark landmark. People would point it out to their children, their voices dropping to a whisper. "That's the tree," they'd say. "That's where they hung the Pikeville killer." Its branches, which had once offered shade, now seemed to cast a permanent, chilling shadow. It was a living monument to a night of mob justice, its roots rumored to have drunk deep from the blood-soaked ground. Eventually, as the town grew and tried to bury its violent past, the tree was cut down, its wood hauled away, as if removing the object could erase the memory. His other physical traces were quietly erased. There is no grand tombstone bearing his name. He was likely buried in an unmarked potter's field, a final anonymous end for a man whose name once commanded such terror. The cabins he lived in have long since rotted back into the damp earth of the hollows, leaving no trace. It's a strange and fitting irony. The man who worked so hard to be a faceless shadow in life was rendered completely faceless in death. All of his physical reality was scrubbed from the world. But you can't kill a good story, and the tale of Talton Hall was too dark and powerful to die. It transformed. It left the realm of history and entered the world of folklore. For generations, people in Wise claimed that on still, moonlit nights, if you looked at the spot where the old maple stood, you could still see him. A spectral figure, dangling silently in the air, a permanent, ghostly reminder of the night the law of the mountains was served. The man became a boogeyman, a cautionary tale told to frighten unruly children into behaving. His life became a kind of unwritten murder ballad, the verses known by heart in every holler. He was no longer just a man, he was a character, a symbol of the entire bloody era of the feuds. His name became a shorthand for a certain kind of cold, professional violence. When old-timers spoke of the bad days, of the lawless times before the coal companies and the state police truly took hold, the name they would use to punctuate their point was always the same. It was a time of men like Talt Hall. So while the man himself is dust, and the tree that ended his life is gone, his spirit, the spirit of the mountain gunfighter, still haunts the collective memory of Appalachia. He is the ghost that walks the ridgelines of the past, a chilling echo of a time when justice didn't come from a book, but from the barrel of a gun and the end of a rope. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, a question as quiet and heavy as the mountain fog. Was Talton Hall a hero or a villain? The answer is as clear and cold as a Kentucky creek in winter. He was no hero. He was a killer, a man who dealt in death for profit, whose hands were stained with the blood of an unknown number of men. There is no honor in that. But to simply call him a villain is to miss the deeper, more unsettling truth of his story. Talton Hall was not an aberration. He was a perfect, terrible product of his time and place. He was a monster, but a monster the mountains themselves had birthed. He was forged in the pointless brutality of the Civil War and sharpened on the whetstone of the feuds. He was the logical conclusion of a world where law was a suggestion and violence was a way of life. He was a symptom of a disease, not the disease itself. In the end, this is a story about a man whose greatest strength, his absolute belief in his own terrifying legend, became the flaw that destroyed him. He saw himself as a timeless force, a permanent part of the mountain landscape. But the world was changing around him. The law, clumsy and slow as it was coming. He was a relic of a savage past, unable and unwilling to adapt. The same cold arrogance that made him a feared gunfighter made him blind to the fact that his time was over. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Talton Hall. A killer who sold his gun to the highest bidder and whose life was finally paid for, not with silver dollars, but with a rope, in a town square that wanted to forget his name. In the heart of Appalachia, there was a city that lived a double life. By day, it was Wheeling, West Virginia, a town of steel, smoke, and hard-working men. But when the sun bled out behind the mountains, it became something else entirely. A place whispered about in neighboring states, a place that earned the sinister nickname Little Chicago. How could a city in the middle of conservative America become a gangster's paradise, a capital of vice where the law was just a suggestion? The official records talk about crime, but the mountains remember a different story. The tragedy of a city that sold its soul for a few decades of neon lights and easy money. Wheeling wasn't born a monster. For generations, it was a city built on sweat and steel, nestled in a bend of the mighty Ohio River. Its lifeblood was the clanging of the mills and the rumble of the coal cars. The air was thick with the smell of industry, and the brick buildings were permanently stained with a film of soot. This was the Rust Belt in its prime, a tough, proud place where a man's worth was measured by the calluses on his hands. It was a world of simple, hard truths. You worked, you provided for your family, and you found your rest on Sunday. The people of Wheeling were the heart of this world. They were steel workers, miners, and factory hands who came home each night with their faces smudged with grime and their bodies aching. They were men and women who understood the grim reality of life in the mountains. Their dreams weren't grand. They dreamed of a steady paycheck, a hot meal on the table, and maybe a little something extra on a Saturday night to forget the toil of the week. This city was their home, their legacy, a place they had built with their own two hands. Into this world of grit and labor stepped a man named William Leas, known to everyone as Big Bill. He wasn't a gangster in a pinstripe suit who rolled in from New York or Chicago. He was the son of Greek immigrants, a local boy who understood the city's hunger. He had a disarming smile and a way of speaking that made you feel like he was your oldest friend. He started small, running whiskey during Prohibition, but he wasn't just a bootlegger. He was a visionary of vice. Leas saw the exhaustion in the eyes of the workers, and he offered them an escape. He built churches and sponsored little league teams, presenting himself as a pillar of the community, a generous benefactor. People loved him. He gave them jobs when the mills were slow and entertainment when their lives felt bleak. He was one of them, they thought, just a little smarter, a little luckier. They didn't see the ice behind his eyes or the cold calculation in his every move. But a shadow was beginning to stretch over Wheeling, long before it was ever called Little Chicago. It started with a friendly game of cards in the back of a tavern, a slot machine quietly installed in the corner of a diner. It was the friendly cop who was told to look the other way. The small envelope of cash slipped into a politician's hand. Each small compromise was another brick in the foundation of a corrupt empire. The city, so desperate for a taste of prosperity, didn't realize it was making a deal with the devil. They were a community on the brink, about to lose everything they thought they were, all for the illusion of a good time. It wasn't a single gunshot that marked the point of no return for Wheeling. It was a sound, the constant mechanical grinding and clatter of hundreds, then thousands of slot machines. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer the city with an army of thugs. He seduced it with an army of one-armed bandits. They appeared like a quiet invasion, first in the back rooms of his clubs, then in bars, restaurants, and eventually even corner drugstores. Each machine was a tiny, glittering promise of fortune, and a spigot for a river of untaxed silver that flowed directly into his empire. At first, the city's honest lawmen tried to fight back. They would raid an establishment, confiscate a few machines, and make an arrest, feeling they'd done their duty. But it was a fool's errand. The arrested man would be out on bail within an hour, the case mysteriously dismissed by a compliant judge. The next day, 2 new machines would appear in the same spot. It was a demoralizing, soul-crushing charade. This is where the real poison took hold. Leas understood that you didn't need to own every man with a gun if you owned the men with the gavels and the badges. The system of corruption wasn't a secret. It was an institution. Police officers began receiving weekly envelopes stuffed with cash, a bonus for simply looking the other way. It wasn't presented as a dirty bribe, but as a practical arrangement, a way to ensure the city ran smoothly. For a cop with a family to feed on a meager salary, the choice was brutal. Uphold a law that no one else respected, or accept the cash and provide. One by one, the city's guardians laid down their arms. The conflict shifted from the streets to the quiet, desperate struggle within the hearts of those few who refused to bend. A councilman who spoke out against the gambling racket would find his business suddenly failing inspections. A reporter who dug too deep might get a quiet visit, a friendly warning that his curiosity was unhealthy. The violence wasn't always loud. It was often the silent, chilling threat of ruin. The first drops of blood weren't shed on the pavement. They were the slow bleeding of a city's integrity, the death of its hope that the law was still the law. Wheeling had crossed a threshold, and everyone knew it. The city no longer belonged to its people. It belonged to Big Bill Leas. The slaughter in Little Chicago wasn't a single night of gunfire. It was a slow, methodical strangulation of a city's soul, carried out over decades in smoke-filled backrooms and on dimly lit streets. It was the steelworker who, after a brutal week in the mill, came to Wheeling looking for a little fun. He'd put a few coins in one of Big Bill's machines, mesmerized by the spinning reels. That small thrill became a weekly ritual, then an obsession. The children's frozen terror wasn't from seeing a monster, but from watching their father walk through the door with empty pockets and hollow eyes, his week's pay sacrificed to the one-armed bandit. His family didn't die in a hail of bullets. They starved slowly, their future devoured $1 silver at a time. This was Lias's genius. His violence was often invisible. But for those who couldn't be bought or intimidated, a more permanent solution was whispered about. The Ohio River, the city's lifeblood, became its graveyard. No one ever admitted to seeing a body thrown from the Wheeling suspension bridge, but the stories were there, dark and cold as the river itself. A man who couldn't pay his debts would simply vanish. The rumor was he'd gone for a swim in cement shoes. Fishermen downstream would sometimes cut their lines in a panic, having snagged something that felt unnervingly human, and they learned to never, ever talk about it. The river kept its secrets. As time went on, the violence grew bolder. After Lias, a new figure rose to prominence. Paul No Legs Hankish, a man who ruled his own syndicate from a wheelchair with a cold, terrifying fury. The quiet threats of Big Bill's era were replaced by open warfare. One night, the calm was ripped apart by a deafening explosion that rattled windows for miles. Where a car had been parked on a residential street, there was now only a mangled, smoking crater of twisted metal. The blast didn't just kill a man, it served as a public execution, a message written in fire and shrapnel. The true heart of darkness in Wheeling was this normalization of dread, the silence of the good people who were too scared to speak, the casual acceptance that some men were above the law and that a human life was worth less than a gambling debt. The city hadn't been conquered by an outside force. It had been eaten alive from the inside, one compromised soul, one broken family, and one silent splash in the river at a time. For decades, the corruption in Wheeling was a ghost at the feast, a secret everyone knew but no one dared to name aloud. But eventually, the whispers from those dark Appalachian hills grew loud enough to reach Washington. A U.S. senator from Tennessee named Estes Kefauver had declared a crusade against organized crime, and his traveling committee was cutting a swath across the nation. When they set their sights on West Virginia, little Chicago was suddenly blinded by a spotlight it could not control. The party was over. The end didn't come with a shootout. It came with the quiet, methodical arrival of men in dark suits who carried briefcases instead of shotguns. They were agents from the FBI and, more importantly, the Internal Revenue Service. They were a quiet army of accountants and taxmen who were immune to Big Bill's charm and his envelopes of cash. They weren't interested in the rumors of bodies in the river. They were interested in the river of money that flowed from the slot machines, a river that had never once touched the ledger books of the U.S. Treasury. The reaction in the city was a quiet, nervous panic. The web of corruption that had felt so strong began to fray. Police officers who had been on the take for years suddenly grew fearful, their weekly payoffs now feeling like anchors that could drag them to the bottom. Politicians who had dined at Lias's table now couldn't remember his name. For the first time in a generation, a force had arrived in Wheeling that Big Bill could not buy, control, or intimidate. The fear that had held the city in his grip was now turned against his own people. Then came the raids. But these were not the staged, theatrical raids of the local police. Federal agents moved with cold efficiency. They didn't just seize a few slot machines, they swept through the city like a cleansing fire. In a single day, thousands of one-armed bandits were confiscated. They were dragged out of the bars and clubs, piled onto trucks, and taken to be destroyed. The signature sound of Little Chicago, that constant, hopeful, greedy grinding of the machines, was replaced by the sound of smashing glass and splintering wood as they were broken apart with sledgehammers. A new kind of silence fell over Wheeling. The neon lights of the gambling dens and backroom casinos flickered and went dark, one by one. The weekend crowds from Ohio and Pennsylvania stopped coming. The flow of easy money that had been the city's lifeblood and its poison simply ceased. What was left was a city in a state of shock, holding its breath. The king was cornered, his empire was in ruins, and the ashes of his fallen kingdom were still settling in the quiet, empty streets. The federal courthouse in Wheeling wasn't one of Big Bill's smoky backrooms. It was a place of cold marble, polished wood, and unwavering fluorescent lights, a world where his charisma and cash held no power. His trial was the greatest show the city had ever seen. The courtroom was packed every day with a strange mix of his loyalists, his victims, and the morbidly curious, all wanting to see if the king would finally fall. Armed federal marshals stood guard, their presence a stark reminder that the old rules no longer applied. For the first time, justice in Wheeling would be decided not by a backroom deal, but by a jury of 12. In the defendant's chair sat William Lias, and he looked like a man out of time. The confident, charming benefactor was gone. In his place was an aging man in an ill-fitting suit, looking confused and diminished under the weight of federal authority. He would scan the faces in the crowd, perhaps searching for the familiar fear and respect he once commanded. But he found only strangers and the cold, impartial gaze of the law. This wasn't his world. He was a mountain lion dragged from his territory and put in a cage, surrounded by hunters who spoke a language he didn't understand. The prosecution's case was a masterpiece of methodical destruction. They didn't call witnesses to speak of rumored murders or broken legs. They didn't speak of the fear that had paralyzed the city for a generation. Instead, they brought in accountants. They presented ledgers, bank statements, and sworn testimony from Lias's own bookkeepers. One by one, former associates and lieutenants, men who had gotten rich under his protection, took the stand to save themselves, their testimony a cascade of betrayals that buried their old boss under a mountain of evidence. The weapon that finally brought down the king of Little Chicago wasn't a smoking gun, it was a fountain pen. The charge was the same one that had felled Al Capone, tax evasion. The government proved with painstaking detail that millions of dollars from thousands of slot machines had simply vanished, never to be seen by the taxman. It was a simple, brutal, and undeniable truth. While the newspapers screamed about racketeering and the whispers on the street told of bodies in the river, the case itself was as dry as dust. It was a cold, mathematical execution. When the jury returned, the verdict was a formality. Guilty. William Big Bill Lias, the man who had owned a city, who had built an empire on vice and fear, was sentenced to years in federal prison. The law of men had finally won. But as he was led from the courtroom, a free man no more, a question hung in the air, heavy and unspoken. Was this justice? The man who corrupted a generation of public officials and broke countless families on the altar of gambling was going to prison for a bookkeeping crime. The system had punished him, yes, but it felt like it had punished him for the wrong reasons. The city was free of its king, but the real sins of Little Chicago seemed to have been left unjudged, washed away like so many other dark secrets in the Ohio River. Big Bill Lias did eventually get out of prison. He returned to Wheeling, but the city he came back to was no longer his kingdom. He was a ghost from a bygone era, his power broken, his name now just a story whispered by old-timers. The man who had once been the uncrowned king of a city died not in a hail of gunfire, but quietly, his empire already turned to dust. The vacuum he left behind was filled for a time by more vicious predators like No Legs Hankish, whose reign was one of bombs and fear, but that too eventually crumbled under the relentless pressure of federal law enforcement. If you drive through Wheeling today, you can still visit the heart of Big Bill's old empire, Wheeling Downs. It's a modern racetrack and casino now, clean, bright, and perfectly legal. The clatter of slot machines is back, but now every dollar is counted and taxed. It stands as a sanitized monument to a dark past, a place where families can go for an afternoon of fun, with no idea of the illegal betting syndicates and hidden currents of cash that once defined its very existence. It's the ghost of what it once was, tamed and put on display. Walk the older streets of downtown, past the brick facades that have stood for a century, and you can almost feel the echoes. That building there, now a law office, might have been the 19th hole, where deals were made in clouds of cigar smoke. That empty storefront could have been a club where a politician and a gangster shook hands. The neon signs are gone, the secret tunnels are sealed or forgotten, and the Ohio River flows on, carrying its secrets silently to the sea. Most people who live in Wheeling now have only a vague sense of this history. Little Chicago is a nickname, a local legend. But the deepest scars left by that era aren't in the brick and mortar. They are in the city's soul. It's an ingrained distrust of authority, a cynical belief that every system can be bought. It's in the stories passed down from grandfathers who remember the open secret of the city's double life. The official records are filed away in dusty archives, but in Appalachia, the true history is the one that lives in the memory of the people. The mountains saw it all, and the mountains never forget. So we come back to the question that hung in the smoky air at the start of our story. How did a hard-working Appalachian city become a gangster's paradise? The answer is as simple as it is tragic. Little Chicago wasn't built by force. It was built on a quiet, desperate bargain. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer Wheeling. He seduced it. He offered a city, weary from the toil of the mills and the mines, an escape. He offered them the illusion of prosperity, the thrill of the jackpot. And all he asked for in return was their silence and their soul. This is more than just a crime story. It is a cautionary tale, a lesson etched into the very hills of West Virginia. It's a story about the danger of looking the other way, of accepting small compromises until there is nothing left of your integrity to compromise. The tragedy of Wheeling wasn't just that a criminal empire rose in its streets, but that so many good people stood by and let it happen, convinced that the easy money was worth the moral rot that came with it. It is a timeless story of how a community, desperate for a better life, can make a deal with the devil, never realizing the price is always far higher than they can imagine. The steel mills have cooled, and the bright neon signs are dark. But the ghost of Little Chicago still haunts these hills, a cold lesson written in the heart of Appalachia. Its legacy is a reminder that the most dangerous monsters are not always the ones who break down your door, but the ones you willingly invite inside. For 3 days in the summer of 1889, the town of Hazard, Kentucky, was a war zone. The courthouse wasn't a place of law, but a brick fortress under siege. An army of nearly 100 men, led by a hired killer known only as Bad Tom Smith, had come to take the town by force, and the streets echoed with the constant crack of Winchester rifles. The newspapers called it the bloody end of a clan feud over money and power. But the old-timers in these mountains knew the truth was deeper, rooted in honor, betrayal, and a code of justice written in blood. Today, we're going to separate the gun smoke from the legend. We'll find out how a political dispute exploded into open warfare, and how one man's death on the gallows marked the end of an entire era in Appalachia. Before the bullets flew, Hazard, Kentucky, was a world unto itself, nestled deep in the rugged heart of Perry County. This wasn't a peaceful mountain hollow, it was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The hills were rich with timber and the black promise of coal, and the man who controlled the town controlled that wealth. Here, power wasn't held by a mayor in a starched collar. Power was the sheriff who was your kin, the judge who owed you a favor, and a rifle that never missed its mark. The air was thick with the tension of a storm that had been gathering for years. On one side stood the French clan. They were the old guard of Appalachia, people whose roots ran as deep as the ancient oaks. They lived and breathed the unwritten laws of the mountains. Honor was more valuable than gold. An insult to your family was an act of war, and you settled your debts yourself, blood for blood. Led by Joseph C. French, they saw Perry County as their birthright, a sacred trust passed down through generations. To them, the coming of new laws and outside money felt like an invasion. Challenging them were the Eversoles and their powerful allies, the Combs family. They were the new force, more ambitious, more connected to the changing world beyond the mountains. Their unofficial leader, Josiah Combs, was a shrewd politician who saw a future paved with railroads and fueled by coal money. They believed the old ways of the French clan were holding the county back. They wanted to bring in progress, even if it meant tearing down the old world to build their new one. There was no middle ground in Hazard. You were either with the French or you were with the Eversoles. Every election for sheriff became an armed standoff. Every court case was a test of loyalty. The town was split down the middle, a simmering cauldron of suspicion and whispered threats. You chose your side, and you prayed it was the winning one. The official story says their feud was born of politics and greed, a fight for control of the county's resources. But the mountains remember things the official records leave out. Old folks still whisper the other stories around the fire. Some say it all started when an Eversole man publicly shamed a woman from the French family, an unforgivable sin. Others talk of a high-stakes poker game where a deed to a valuable piece of land was lost on a crooked hand, and the argument that followed was settled with a pistol. Whatever the first spark was, it no longer mattered. A decade of bad blood, of small ambushes on lonely roads and threats exchanged on the courthouse steps, had turned the simmer into a rolling boil. These two families, these two visions of Appalachia, were on a collision course, and they were about to drag the entire town of Hazard into a war from which no one would walk away clean. The simmering feud had reached a stalemate of blood and fear. Ambushes on lonely roads and threats in crowded saloons were getting them nowhere. The French clan, feeling the pressure, realized that the old ways of fighting weren't enough. The Eversoles, with their political connections, were chipping away at their power. To win, they needed more than just loyal kinsmen. They needed a weapon, a human weapon who knew neither fear nor pity. And so, they sent out the call. They found him in the dark corners of the mountains, a man whose name was already a legend, whispered with a shudder, Tom Smith. But no one called him Tom. He was Bad Tom Smith. He wasn't a French by blood. He was a mercenary, a regulator they called them back then, an angel of death with a Winchester rifle. They said he was tall, silent, with eyes as cold and grey as a winter river. The stories claimed he killed his first man at 16 and could shoot the eye out of a squirrel in a thunderstorm. He wasn't just a gunman, he was a force of nature. The French clan didn't just hire him, they unleashed him. With the arrival of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard changed. The scattered violence stopped. In its place began a systematic campaign of terror. Smith became the marshal of the French clan, their chief enforcer, and he brought a cold, calculated brutality to the conflict. Their primary target was the heart of the Eversole power structure, Sheriff Joe Eversole and his deputies. The feud was no longer about honor, it was about extermination. The final line was crossed on a quiet evening, a moment that would be seared into the memory of Perry County forever. Nicholas Combs, a close and powerful ally of the Eversoles, was at home with his family. There was no warning, no challenge shouted in the street, just the sudden deafening blast of a rifle from the darkness. Nicholas Combs was shot dead on his own doorstep, in front of his wife and children. This wasn't a gunfight, it was an execution. The news spread through Hazard like a plague, and the town froze in a state of collective shock. For the Eversoles and their allies, grief was quickly replaced by a cold, hard rage. They now knew this was a fight to the death. The French clan had declared that there were no more rules, no more lines that wouldn't be crossed. The time for talking and maneuvering was over. They would fortify, they would arm themselves, and they would prepare for the final battle. The summer of 1889 arrived with a suffocating heat, and with it, the final storm. The French clan decided the time for waiting was over. They were coming for Hazard. They didn't sneak in under the cover of darkness. Led by the cold-eyed Tom Smith, nearly 100 men marched into town in broad daylight. Their boots kicked up the dust of Main Street, the sun glinting off the barrels of the Winchesters resting on their shoulders. This wasn't an attack, it was an invasion. Warned of their approach, the Eversoles and their men had turned the brick courthouse into a fortress. The windows were no longer glass. They were dark, jagged mouths, framed with sandbags and rifle muzzles. Snipers lay waiting on the roof, their eyes scanning the streets below. The town held its breath, the silence stretched thin and tight, and then a single shot cracked the air. The world dissolved into a storm of lead. For the people of Hazard, not aligned with either clan, the world became a cage. Women dragged their children into root cellars, their hands pressed over their children's ears as if they could block out the sounds that would haunt them forever. The constant whine of bullets, the splintering of wood as a stray round tore through a porch railing, the sharp metallic clang of a slug embedding itself in a cast-iron stove. A farmer, caught on the wrong side of the street when the shooting began, made a desperate run for home. He didn't make it. His body lay in the dusty road, a grim testament that in this war there were no innocent bystanders. Through the haze of gunsmoke, across the bullet-scarred square, two men found each other. Bad Tom Smith, using a wooden post for cover, and Sheriff Joe Eversole, firing from a shattered courthouse window. It became a personal duel in the heart of the chaos. Bullets tore splinters from the wood, inches from Smith's head. Brick dust exploded from the courthouse wall just beside the sheriff's face. This wasn't just a clan war anymore. It was a battle of two wills, two warriors deciding the fate of the town with every pull of the trigger. Day bled into night, and the shooting never truly stopped. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt black powder. Inside the courthouse, the last of the water was gone. Thirst became an enemy as deadly as the rifles outside. The French clan controlled the streets, but they couldn't breach the brick walls. The Eversoles held the fortress, but they couldn't break the siege. Hazard was a town held hostage by its own sons, a stalemate of iron and lead, where every sunrise brought the certainty of more death. The war had come, and it had consumed everything. It wasn't a bullet that ended the war. It was a sound that didn't belong in the mountains of Perry County, the steady, rhythmic tramp of disciplined boots on a dusty road. Word of the siege had finally reached the governor, and he had sent in the state militia. They marched into Hazard not as peacemakers, but as an occupying army, their blue uniforms and gleaming bayonets a shocking sight against the backdrop of the battered town. This was a force that answered to no clan, a law that could not be bought or intimidated. The crack of rifles faltered, then died out completely. A stunned silence fell over the streets. From the rooftops and shattered windows, the fighters of the French clan stared in disbelief. They were prepared to die fighting the Eversoles, but they had no plan for this. This was a power they couldn't comprehend. With their siege broken and a new, unstoppable enemy in their midst, they did the only thing they could. They melted back into the hills and hollows from which they came, vanishing like ghosts into the forest. Slowly, the doors of the courthouse creaked open. The Eversoles and their men emerged, blinking in the harsh sunlight, their faces grimed with sweat and gunpowder. They were the victors of the siege, but they surveyed their town with the eyes of defeated men. The streets were scarred, buildings were pocked with bullet holes, and in the silence, the cost of their victory was all too clear. The war was over, but Hazard was a wound that would take generations to heal. The state militia didn't care about old grudges or who fired the first shot. They came to restore order, and their justice was swift and impartial. Warrants were issued for men on both sides. The local law, which had been a tool of the clans for so long, was swept aside. One by one, the men who had turned Hazard into a battlefield were rounded up, their rifles replaced with iron shackles. The era of mountain law was being extinguished right before their eyes. But there was one man the state wanted more than any other. One name that became the symbol of the entire bloody feud: Bad Tom Smith. He was the hired gun, the merciless enforcer. To the state, he wasn't just a participant, he was the disease. A massive manhunt was launched, with a price on his head that echoed through every corner of Kentucky. The war for Hazard was over, but the hunt for Bad Tom Smith had just begun. Bad Tom Smith was finally captured, not in a blaze of glory, but quietly, cornered and out of options. The authorities knew a trial in Perry County would be a farce. No jury would dare convict him. They'd be too afraid of the French clan's retribution. So they took him away, far from the mountains that had been his hunting ground, to a place where the name Bad Tom Smith was just a headline in a newspaper, not a boogeyman in the night. His fate would be decided by the law of men, not the code of the mountains. The trial was a sensation, the greatest legal spectacle Kentucky had seen in years. The courtroom was packed every day. Farmers, lawyers, and ladies in fine hats all crowded onto the wooden benches, craning their necks to get a look at the legendary killer. Armed guards stood at every door, a visible sign that even here the fear of clan warfare lingered. This wasn't just a trial, it was a public dissection of the wild, violent world of the feuds, and the whole state was watching. But the man who sat in the defendant's chair was not the monster the crowd expected to see. The cold-eyed killer was gone. In his place sat a quiet, somber man. The stories that trickled out of the jail were bizarre. Bad Tom Smith, the terror of Hazard, had found God. He spent his days reading the Bible and praying with a preacher. Some in the courtroom smirked, calling it a desperate ploy for sympathy. But others who looked into his eyes saw not a cunning act, but a man wrestling with the ghosts of his past, a man preparing his soul for a final judgment. The prosecution painted him as the devil himself, a cold-blooded murderer for hire who brought a new level of savagery to an old feud. They paraded witnesses who spoke of his reign of terror, their voices shaking as they recalled the murder of Nicholas Combs. His defense lawyers tried to argue that he was merely a soldier in a war he didn't start, that in the mountains of Perry County, killing was just another tool of politics. But it was no use. The state didn't just want a conviction, it needed a symbol. The jury was out for less than 2 hours. When they filed back into the silent courtroom, their faces were stone. The foreman stood, unfolded a piece of paper, and in a clear voice that seemed to echo off the high ceilings, he pronounced the word, "Guilty." A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. The judge banged his gavel, and when silence was restored, he passed the sentence. Bad Tom Smith was to be taken from this place and hanged by the neck until dead. Was it justice? Perhaps. But as Bad Tom was led away in chains, a question hung in the air. The powerful men who had hired his gun, the clan leaders who had profited from the chaos and fanned the flames of hatred for years, they would face lesser charges or walk free altogether. The state needed to make an example, to prove that the age of the feudists was over. They needed a sacrifice on the altar of law and order, and they had found it in the one man whose reputation was black enough to carry the sins of all the others. With the death of Bad Tom Smith, the war for Hazard was truly over. The iron fist of the state had crushed the feud. The French and Eversole clans, bled dry by the conflict and their leaders either imprisoned or disgraced, saw their power shatter. The future that the Eversoles had fought for, one of industry and outside investment, did come to pass, but it wasn't their victory. The coal companies and the railroads moved in, a force far more powerful than any mountain clan. They bought the land, built their towns, and established a new order that had no room for the old codes of honor and blood. The era of the clans was over. Today, Hazard is a modern town. The old brick courthouse, the fortress at the heart of the siege, is long gone, replaced by a newer building. People walk the square where the battle raged, conducting business, running errands, most of them completely unaware that they are treading on ground once soaked in blood and black powder. The bullet scars have been plastered over, the ghosts paved into the asphalt. The town moved on, as towns do, burying its violent past beneath a foundation of progress. But the mountains don't forget so easily. If you know where to look, the echoes remain. Drive about an hour north to the town of Jackson, where the hanging took place, and you can find a quiet cemetery. There, under the shade of an old tree, is a simple, weathered stone marker. It marks the final resting place of Bad Tom Smith. The most feared man in eastern Kentucky lies in a peaceful grave, a stark, silent contrast to the violent storm that was his life. It's a physical link, a tangible piece of the story you can still touch. The names French, Eversole, and Combs are still woven into the fabric of Perry County. You'll see them on mailboxes down quiet country roads and in the phone book. The descendants of these warring families are now neighbors. Their children play in the same schoolyards, and the great feud has faded into the realm of family legend. It's a story told by grandparents, a dark piece of folklore about a wilder time. The town may have forgotten the war, but in the hills and hollows, the mountains remember everything. So we come back to the question that hung in the air like gun smoke on that summer day in 1889. What was the Hazard War really about? Was it a fight for political office, a dispute over timber rights, or was it something deeper, something born from insulted honor or a crooked card game? In the end, the answer is that it was all of those things, and none of them. The first spark, whatever it was, had long since been consumed by a firestorm of pride and revenge. This wasn't just a feud between two families. It was the last bloody battle of a dying world against the one that was coming to replace it. This is a story etched into the very soul of Appalachia. It's a story about the fierce, indomitable spirit of the mountain people, a spirit that values loyalty and honor above all else, but one that could also curdle into a cycle of brutal, self-destructive violence. The hanging of Bad Tom Smith was more than just the execution of a single man. It was a public and deliberate message from the state of Kentucky. The unwritten laws of the mountains were finished. The age of the clan, the feud, and the regulator was being buried, and from its grave would rise a new order of coal companies, railroads, and contracts. On the day of his execution, as he stood on the gallows, Bad Tom Smith looked out at the crowd that had gathered to see him die. He was calm. He had made his peace. Before the black hood was pulled over his head, he spoke his final words, a phrase that would become an Appalachian legend, capturing the tragedy and the strange redemption of his entire life. He said, "Bad Tom Smith is dead. Good Tom Smith is going to heaven. Don't cry for me." They say that on the 4th of July, the road up Cherry Mountain was choked with a pilgrimage of the thirsty and the defiant. Thousands of people, judges and outlaws, preachers and laborers, climbed that steep North Carolina slope, drawn by a single promise. At the summit, a stout, smiling man named Amos Owens stood beside barrels of a legendary ruby-red liqueur, ladling it out for free to all who came. He was a moonshiner, a tax evader, an enemy of the federal government. But on that mountain, he was a king. How does a man become a legend in his own lifetime? How does a common criminal earn the loyalty of an entire region, turning his defiance into a roaring celebration that the law itself was powerless to stop? Was he a simple man breaking the law for profit? Or was he the last bastion of a fiercely independent mountain spirit? Today, we're going to pour a glass of history and trace the life of the one and only Cherry Bounce King, to understand the man who built a kingdom from corn, wild cherries, and an unbreakable will. To understand a man like Amos Owens, you have to understand the ground he was raised on. He was born in 1822 in Rutherford County, North Carolina, a place where the Blue Ridge Mountains begin to claw their way toward the sky. This wasn't just a landscape, it was a fortress. The people who settled these hollows were mostly Scotch-Irish, folks who carried a deep and abiding distrust of distant governments in their bones. They had fled kings and landlords once, and they weren't about to bow to a tax collector from Washington, D.C. Life here was a constant struggle against rock, weather, and isolation. A family's wealth wasn't measured in dollars, but in the yield of their corn patch, the health of their livestock, and the strength of their kin. Corn was life, but it was heavy and difficult to transport over rugged mountain trails. Turning that corn into whiskey was simple economics. It was a way to concentrate a year's worth of hard labor into a portable, profitable, and potent form. For these mountain families, the smoke from a copper still wasn't the sign of a crime. It was the smell of survival. This world operated on a code older than any federal law. Your word was your bond. Your family was your nation. An insult to your honor had to be answered, and a neighbor in need was to be helped without question. The law was something that existed down in the flatlands, an alien system that didn't understand the realities of mountain life. The stories of the Whiskey Rebellion of the 1790s weren't taught as a failed uprising. They were passed down as tales of righteous defiance, cementing the belief that a man had a God-given right to his own craft. But Amos wasn't just a product of the mountains. He was forged in the fires of a foreign war. As a young man, he left his secluded home to fight in the Mexican-American War. Imagine that transition, from the quiet, green solitude of Appalachia to the dusty, brutal battlefields of a foreign land. This experience hardened him. It taught him discipline. It showed him a world far beyond his mountain, and it likely reinforced his belief in self-reliance above all else. He was a veteran, a man who had served his country. When Amos Owens returned home, he came back a different man. He had seen the authority of the United States government up close, but he chose to climb back up Cherry Mountain and live by the old code. He didn't see a contradiction in having fought for the flag and then defying its laws. In his mind, the government had its place, and that place was not on his mountain, telling him what he could and could not do with the corn he grew with his own 2 hands. This was the crucible that created the Cherry Bounce King. He was a man of his people, steeped in a tradition of defiance. He was a farmer who understood the brutal math of survival. And he was a soldier who had learned how to stand his ground. The mountain gave him his ingredients and his fortress, but his unbending character, that was forged in the history of his ancestors and the heat of war. Long before the name Cherry Bounce King echoed through the halls of government, there was just Amos Owens, the artisan. Before the roaring crowds and the legendary defiance, there was the quiet solitude of the pre-dawn hours, the gentle hiss of the copper still, and the steady hand of a man who was a master of his craft. He wasn't just brewing moonshine, he was practicing an art form passed down through generations. He knew the corn by its feel, the fire by its sound, and the final product by a single practiced taste. His Cherry Bounce wasn't just potent, it was perfect, a testament to a pride in his work that no federal law could ever touch. But this craft wasn't for his own glory. It was the foundation of his family. The income from his hidden stills meant his wife had what she needed and his children never went to bed hungry. It meant he could afford good tools for his farm and solid shoes for their feet. His operation allowed him to build a life on that rugged mountain that was a step above mere survival. He was a patriarch in the truest mountain sense, the unwavering provider and protector of his clan. The world he built was one of security and stability, a small, independent nation with his homestead at its capital. And his influence spread beyond his own fence line. On Cherry Mountain and in the hollows below, Amos Owens was a pillar of the community. In a place where cash was as rare as a flat piece of land, he was the local economy's heartbeat. He bought his neighbors surplus corn at a fair price, providing them with the hard currency they needed. When a family fell on hard times, it was often Amos they turned to for a loan or assistance, a request he rarely refused. He commanded a deep, unshakable respect, not because of fear, but because his success was shared with those around him. This was the kingdom Amos Owens built, long before the outside world took notice. It was a world governed by loyalty, sustained by his craft, and centered on his family and community. It was a life of quiet dignity and fierce independence, a peaceful defiance conducted not with guns, but with copper pots and wild cherries. This was everything he stood to lose. It wasn't just a business the revenuers were threatening. It was his home, his honor, and the entire world he held dear. Every great man has a current running through him, a force that drives his every decision. For Amos Owens, that force was a stubborn pride as unyielding as mountain granite. It was a conviction buried deep in his soul that no man born in a distant city had the right to tell him what he could do on his own land. This wasn't just a belief, it was the very bedrock of his identity. He didn't just break the law, he disdained it. He saw the federal tax on liquor not as a legal statute, but as an intolerable insult to his craft and his heritage. This pride wasn't a quiet, internal thing. It was loud, bold, and defiant. While other moonshiners operated in the shadows, speaking in whispers and moving by moonlight, Amos Owens built a lighthouse. His legendary 4th of July and Christmas celebrations, where he gave away his cherry bounce by the barrelful, were the ultimate expression of this flaw. These weren't just parties, they were public declarations. He was telling the world, and specifically the federal government, "I am here. This is my craft, and I am not ashamed of it. Come and get me if you dare." There's a story, told and retold until it's become gospel in those parts, that perfectly captures this audacious spirit. After one of his many arrests, Amos was brought before a judge who, tired of their game, levied a particularly steep fine against him. The courtroom fell silent, expecting the old moonshiner to protest or ask for time to pay. Instead, Amos simply nodded, reached deep into the pocket of his overalls, and pulled out a thick wad of cash, bills still smelling faintly of corn mash and wood smoke. He counted out the full amount, placed it on the bench without a word, and walked out a free man. It was not an act of submission, it was an act of mockery. He was using the profits of his crime to pay the penalty, reducing the judge's sentence to a mere business expense. This pride, this absolute refusal to bend, was his greatest strength in the eyes of his neighbors. It's what made him a folk hero. But it was also the crack in his armor. It made him visible. It made him a target. A lesser man might have laid low after a raid, moved his still, and sold his product quietly. But Amos' pride wouldn't allow that. He would rebuild, bigger and better, and the smoke would rise from his chimney stack on Cherry Mountain like a defiant flag, a signal to the law that he had not been beaten. His flaw, then, was his inability to compromise his own code. He was a king on his mountain, and kings do not bow. This stubborn streak ensured that his conflict with the government would never be a quiet, hidden affair. It was destined to become a public spectacle, a long and drawn-out war of attrition. He was daring the lightning to strike, forgetting that in the world of federal law, the storm always gathers eventually. For years, the dance between Amos Owens and the law had a familiar, almost comfortable rhythm. A federal marshal, often a local man who understood the mountain ways, would make the reluctant journey up Cherry Mountain. Stills would be broken, a warrant would be served, and Amos would go along peacefully. It was a ritual, a game of appearances, where the law made its point, and Amos paid his tax in the form of a fine. He always rebuilt, and the marshals always knew he would. There was a strange, unspoken understanding in this ongoing feud. But after the Civil War, the music changed. The federal government was nearly bankrupt, and its thirst for tax revenue became insatiable. The Bureau of Internal Revenue was empowered, unleashing a new breed of agent upon the mountains. These weren't local men playing a part. They were strangers with cold eyes and a fervent belief in federal authority. They saw the mountains not as a different world with its own rules, but as a den of tax cheats who were robbing the US Treasury. Their mission wasn't to play a game, it was to win a war. The spark that lit the fuse came on a crisp autumn morning. A team of these new, determined revenuers stormed Cherry Mountain. This raid was different. It wasn't just about the equipment. With grim efficiency, they found Amos's aging cellar, a cool space dug into the mountainside where his finished product, his art, was stored. They didn't confiscate it. With axes and sledgehammers, they systematically smashed every jug and barrel. Years of work, hundreds of gallons of his legendary cherry bounce gushed out and stained the earth a deep, bloody red. They were destroying his legacy, pouring his very soul into the dirt. Amos Owens, who had always met his arrest with a wry smile, stood and watched this sacrilege in cold silence. This was no longer a matter of business. They hadn't just destroyed his property, they had committed an act of profound disrespect. They had vandalized his art, violated the sanctity of his craft, and declared that his life's work was nothing more than contraband to be annihilated. The unspoken rules of their long dance had been shattered. For Amos, this was a declaration of war. This act was an unforgivable affront precisely because it struck at the heart of his defiant pride. To be arrested was one thing. To be treated as a common criminal whose masterpiece deserved no more respect than ditch water was another. They had challenged his status, his honor, and his identity as the king of his own mountain. In that moment, watching his life's work bleed into the ground, a decision was made. He would no longer be a mere moonshiner who got caught now and then. He would become a symbol. His operation would grow larger, his celebrations more brazen, and his name would become a banner of defiance for the entire region to rally behind. The red stain on the ground where his cherry bounce had been spilled was a line drawn in the dirt. Amos Owens' response wasn't fear, it was fury. He did not retreat into the shadows. Instead, he did the opposite. The smoke from Cherry Mountain, which had always been a steady wisp, now billowed into a column. He built new stills, bigger and more efficient. He hired more men. He doubled his production. He was no longer just supplying a thirsty region, he was building an empire in open defiance of the United States government. The warnings started as quiet whispers. His own wife, who had stood by him through dozens of arrests, saw the new hardness in the eyes of the federal men who rode through the nearby towns. She would plead with him at night, by the firelight, her voice full of a fear he'd never heard before. "Amos," she would say, "this is different now. It's not a game anymore. They don't just want a fine, they want to see you broken." He would listen, pat her hand, and tell her that a man who bows to a bully invites him to kick again. The whispers grew louder in the community. Friends who had celebrated his audacity now pulled him aside with worried looks. They spoke of revenuers threatening local farmers for information, of a new, ruthless pressure being applied to the entire area. "Just lay low for a while, Amos," they'd advise. "Let the heat die down. Make your run, but do it quiet-like." They were counseling survival, the ancient mountain art of bending like a sapling in a storm so as not to break. But Amos Owens was no sapling. He was a great old oak, and he would not bend. He saw their pleas for caution as a step toward surrender. To him, this was no longer about a single man's still. It was about the soul of the mountains. He told them that if he backed down, the federal men would come for them next. He preached his gospel of defiance, arguing that the only way to meet a threat is to stand taller and look it square in the eye. His pride had now transformed into a righteous cause. The ultimate act of defiance was his next 4th of July celebration. Where others saw a reason for caution, Amos saw a stage. He sent out word. The party on Cherry Mountain would be bigger than ever before. It became a public spectacle, an open challenge broadcast across the state. He wasn't just inviting his friends and customers, He was taunting the Bureau of Internal Revenue. He was turning his defiance into a beacon, daring them to try and extinguish it in front of thousands of his supporters. With every warning he ignored, every plea for moderation he dismissed, the path forward narrowed until there was only one way it could go. He had become a symbol, a living embodiment of the mountain spirit, and the government could not allow such a symbol to stand. He was isolating himself on a peak of his own making, a king so confident in his fortress that he could no longer see the army gathering at its gates. A violent outcome was no longer a risk. It was a certainty he himself was inviting. The day before the 4th of July dawned clear and bright over Cherry Mountain. The air was already electric with anticipation. Wagons were being moved into place. Barrels of cherry bounce were rolled out from the cellar, and the sound of hammers echoed as a stage was built for the fiddlers. This was to be Amos Owen's masterpiece of defiance, the grandest celebration he had ever hosted. But as the sun reached its zenith, a lone rider was seen making his way steadily up the mountain path. It wasn't a posse. It was the familiar, weary face of an old federal marshal, a man who had arrested Amos more than once in the bygone days of their gentleman's feud. He didn't come with warrants or weapons. He dismounted, met Amos near the Great Log Hall, and spoke not as a lawman, but as one man to another. He explained that the world had changed. The new men in charge in Raleigh and Washington saw Amos not as a local character, but as the leader of an insurrection. They were coming, he warned, not for a token arrest, but to crush him completely. "They're just waiting for this party, Amos," the marshal said, his voice low. "They'll use the crowd as an excuse. They'll say it was a riot. Men are going to get hurt." Then came the final, clear off-ramp, the last chance for peace. "Cancel it," the marshal pleaded, "just for this year. Send everyone home. Show them you're not looking for a fight. If you do this, I can go back and tell them the threat is over. We can go back to the way things were. It's your last chance to put the genie back in the bottle." It was a surprisingly fair offer. It was a path away from the cliff's edge. All he had to do was swallow his pride. For a long moment, Amos Owens was silent. You can just imagine him, standing there on his mountain, the smell of his life's work all around him. He likely looked at his home, at the preparations for the festival, at the faces of his kin. He had to have felt the weight of the choice before him, the safety of his family versus the defiant code that had defined his entire life. The marshal's offer was reasonable. It was wise. But to Amos, it sounded like the clatter of chains. He finally turned his gaze from his home and met the marshal's eyes. The internal struggle was over. "A man doesn't send his guests home," Amos said, his voice as firm as the mountain beneath his feet, "just because an uninvited stranger is threatening to kick down the door. The party goes on." With that, the last bridge to peace was burned. He had been offered a truce and had chosen war. The old marshal simply nodded, a look of profound sadness on his face, and rode away, leaving the Cherry Bounce king alone on his throne, waiting for the inevitable storm he had personally summoned. The 4th of July on Cherry Mountain was a roaring sea of humanity. The fiddles screamed, the banjos rang, and the rhythmic stomp of dancing feet shook the very ground. Above it all was the booming laughter of Amos Owens, a king in his element, ladling out his ruby-red elixir. But as the afternoon sun began to dip, a different sound drifted up from the base of the mountain, the cold, rhythmic clink of metal and the steady tramp of marching feet. A long column of federal agents and deputized men, armed and determined, was ascending the slope. The music faltered, then died. A wave of silence rolled through the crowd as all eyes turned to the approaching force. The world for Amos Owens narrowed to the sight of those grim-faced men, their polished badges glinting in the sun. This wasn't a raid. It was an invasion. He stood his ground behind his barrels, not with a weapon in his hand, but with the full weight of his defiance in his posture. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with the energy of 1,000 held breaths. A federal captain stepped forward, a warrant held out like a weapon, and his voice cut through the stillness, demanding surrender. Amos' reply was not a shout, but a low, firm refusal that was heard by every person on that mountaintop. And in that instant, the simmering tension that had built for years finally boiled over. The captain gave a signal, and the line of lawmen surged forward. The crowd, loyal and fueled by Cherry Bounce, pushed back. What happened next wasn't a battle of neat lines and clear commands. It was a chaotic, swirling vortex of human bodies. The world became a blur of motion and a cacophony of shouts. From Amos' perspective, it must have been a maelstrom. The celebration he had built, a symbol of his independence, had become a scene of pandemonium. An argument that had raged for a decade in courtrooms and whispers was suddenly, violently being settled with fists and clubs. The sharp, percussive sound of an intervention echoed through the holler, a sound that cut through the noise and hung in the air like a final, dreadful punctuation mark. In the heart of the chaos, Amos himself was the primary target. He was swarmed, not as a respected elder, but as the ringleader of a mob. He felt the grasp of rough hands, the impact of a world turned hostile. The final, visceral sensation was not one of his choosing. The vibrant festival, the pinnacle of his lifelong defiance, was over. The argument that had defined his life had been answered not with words, but with overwhelming force. The chilling silence that followed the main event was broken only by the groans of the injured and the curt, metallic orders of the federal agents who were now, finally, masters of the mountain. The world came back into focus slowly for Amos Owens, through a haze of shock and the dull ache of struggle. The roar of the crowd had been replaced by a grim quiet, punctuated by the sharp orders of federal officers. His great hall, a place of joyous celebration just an hour before, was a scene of wreckage. Overturned benches, smashed jugs, and the dark, sticky pools of spilled Cherry Bounce littered the ground. He wasn't a king surveying his court. He was a prisoner standing in the ruins of his own kingdom. There was no regret in his heart. There was no fear. There was only a cold, profound rage that settled deep in his bones. This was the ultimate violation. To be manhandled, overpowered, and subdued on his own land, in front of his own people, it was a humiliation worse than any fine or prison sentence. The final insult came with a sharp, metallic click. The cold iron of the handcuffs closing around his wrists was a sound louder and more final than any gunshot. On the very spot where he had freely dispensed his hospitality, his freedom was now completely and utterly taken away. His next move was not his own. Flanked by armed guards, he began the long walk down the mountain. This was the path he had climbed as a boy and ruled as a king, a path every stone of which he knew by heart. Now, he walked it in chains. He passed his home, catching a glimpse of his wife's face, pale and stricken, in the doorway. He passed neighbors who looked on with a mixture of pity and awe. He did not lower his head. Pride was the one thing they could not take from him, and he carried it like a shield, his back straight, his eyes fixed forward. At the base of the mountain, a government wagon waited. As he was loaded into the back, he took one last look at his domain. The sun was setting behind Cherry Mountain, casting long shadows across the hollows. The crowds were gone. The music was gone. The smoke from his stills was extinguished. The king was being exiled from his kingdom. As the wagon lurched forward and began the journey toward a federal jail, Amos Owens knew this was the end of the road. His active defiance was over. All that remained were the consequences. The fall of a king is never a quiet thing, and the silence that fell over Cherry Mountain was a heavy, suffocating blanket. The wreckage left behind wasn't just in the smashed stills and splintered barrels. It was in the lives of every person Amos Owens had touched. For his wife and children, the world had been turned upside down. The provider was gone, the income had vanished, and the home that was once a fortress of local pride was now a landmark of federal victory. The name Owens, once spoken with respect, now became a brand, a name whispered in conjunction with violence, arrest, and ruin. They were left to face the cold stares of the law and the uncertain pity of their neighbors, all while trying to scratch a living from a mountain that now seemed haunted by loss. The community itself bore a deep and festering wound. Many who had attended the celebration were arrested or injured in the chaos. Families were thrown into turmoil, trying to pay fines or tend to the wounded. The raid had been a brutal lesson from the government. This is what happens when you follow a rebel. The fierce unity that Amos had commanded was shattered and replaced by a gnawing fear. Who would be next? The raid had driven a wedge of distrust into the heart of the mountain, turning a proud and defiant community into a collection of frightened individuals, wary of their neighbors and terrified of the law. The economic engine Amos had built sputtered and died. The farmers who had relied on him to buy their surplus corn were left with a product they couldn't easily sell. The men who had worked his stills were suddenly without employment, their families facing a hard winter with no income. The flow of cash that had trickled down from Cherry Mountain, oiling the gears of the local economy, dried up completely. His defiance had brought prosperity, but his fall brought a poverty that was just as widespread. He had been the trunk of a great tree, and the federal axe had not just felled him, but had left the entire forest around him to wither. The tragedy of Amos Owens was not that he was arrested. It was that his personal war had so many civilian casualties. His pride demanded a grand public stand, but it was his family, his friends, and his neighbors who were left to pay the price for it. He had built a kingdom and invited his people to celebrate within its walls, never imagining that when the walls came crashing down, they would be the ones crushed beneath the stones. The party was over, but the hangover would last for a generation. Amos Owens, the king of Cherry Mountain, was brought to a kingdom where he held no power, a federal courtroom. The space itself was an assault on everything he knew. The air was stale, the light was filtered through dusty windows, and the walls were made of cold plaster and dark polished wood, a world away from the open sky and living timber of his home. Here, he was not a respected elder or a master craftsman. He was simply the defendant, a name stripped of all honor and history. The prosecution, methodical and relentless, painted a picture not of a folk hero, but of a calculated criminal. They spoke of tax evasion, conspiracy, and most damningly, of inciting a riot and assaulting federal officers in the execution of their duties. They presented evidence, the shattered remnants of his stills, the testimony of injured agents, and the sheer scale of his operation. To the court, the case was simple. Here was a man who had grown wealthy by openly flouting the laws of the United States and had met the consequences with violence. His defense, when it came, was not a denial, but a declaration. Amos and his lawyer didn't argue the facts. They argued a whole different kind of truth. They spoke of a man's right to his own land and the fruits of his own labor. They spoke of a tradition older than the federal government itself. When asked to account for his actions, Amos' logic was baffling to the court and perfectly clear to his people. It was his corn. It was his mountain. It was his craft. He wasn't breaking the law. He was living by a different one, a code of self-sufficiency and honor that the men in their starched collars could never comprehend. It was a clash of two Americas in a single room. Back in the mountains, the trial was seen as a foregone conclusion, a piece of political theater. They saw Amos not as a criminal, but as a martyr. He was their champion, captured and put on display by an invading army that called itself the law. His guilt was irrelevant to them. His cause was everything. They knew the court would never understand that the real crime in their eyes had been the government's intrusion, the desecration of his craft, and the violent end to a peaceful celebration. The verdict, when it came, was swift and certain. In the eyes of federal law, there was no ambiguity. Amos Owens was guilty on all counts. The judge, determined to make an example of the so-called Cherry Bounce King, delivered a sentence meant to echo through every hidden hollow in Appalachia. a long, sobering term in a federal penitentiary. And so, the law had its judgment. A man who broke the statutes was punished according to the letter of those statutes. But was it justice? For the people of Cherry Mountain, the answer was a bitter no. A system that could not distinguish between a craftsman and a criminal, that could not understand the difference between profit and survival, was not a system of justice. It was just a system of power. The gavel had fallen, but the verdict only deepened the divide between the mountains and the flatlands, leaving a scar of resentment that would not heal for a very long time. And what of the men who brought the king down? What of the federal agents, the new breed of lawmen who had turned a gentleman's game into a brutal war? You might expect a story like this to end with them meeting some form of mountain justice, a karmic balancing of the scales. But the world, especially the world of government and law, rarely works like a folk ballad. The men who led the raid on Cherry Mountain didn't face consequences. They received commendations. From their perspective, and from the perspective of their superiors in Washington, the operation was a resounding success. They had targeted the most famous, most defiant moonshiner in the state, and had dismantled his empire in a single afternoon. They had enforced federal law, quelled a riot, and sent a clear, unambiguous message to every distiller operating in the shadows. In their reports, Amos Owens was a criminal mastermind, and they were the brave heroes who had restored order. They were rewarded with promotions, with praise, and with the satisfaction of a job well done. They were gears in a vast, impersonal machine, and that machine had just proven its power. Their victory, however, was a sterile one. They had won the battle, but in doing so, they had salted the earth of the battlefield. They didn't end moonshining in the mountains, they just made it quieter, more secretive, and more deeply entangled with a culture of resentment. They had created a martyr. For every large public still they smashed, a dozen smaller hidden ones were built in its place, their operators now working with a grim determination born of hatred for the law. The government had proven it could crush one man, but it had also proven that it had no understanding of the people it was trying to govern. The fate of the antagonist, the system, was to grow larger and more powerful, yet more alienated than ever from the heart of the nation it claimed to serve. And that, in its own way, is a kind of failure that no commendation can erase. Years passed, as they do in the mountains, smoothing the sharp edges of memory like water over stone. Amos Owens eventually walked out of the federal penitentiary, a free man, but no longer a king. He was an old man now, the fire that had once burned so brightly banked to a low, quiet coal. He returned to Cherry Mountain, but the kingdom was gone. He lived out the rest of his days quietly, a living ghost of his former self, surrounded by the silence of a legacy that was too grand and too painful to speak of aloud. The name Owens became a kind of mountain ghost itself, a name that carried the weight of both glory and ruin. His descendants were left to navigate a world that saw them as the children of a legend, and legends cast long, cold shadows. Some moved away, hoping to build lives free from the constant echo of their famous ancestors' rise and fall. Those who stayed lived quieter lives, becoming farmers and laborers, their hands in the soil instead of in the corn mash. The grand dynasty of the Cherry Bounce King ended with him. The recipe was lost to time, and the art died with the artisan. The community healed, but like any deep wound, it left a permanent scar. The great roaring celebrations on Cherry Mountain were never spoken of loudly again. They passed into the realm of myth, a story old men would tell their grandsons with a sad shake of their heads, a cautionary tale about a time when giants walked the earth and were struck down by lightning from a distant government. The open, proud defiance that Amos had championed was buried under a heavy blanket of silence. Moonshining continued, of course, but it was driven deeper into the darkest hollows, a grim business of survival, not a craft of celebration. In the vacuum left by Amos' fall, the power dynamics of the region shifted. With the king deposed, the kingdom fractured. The era of the grand festive moonshiner was over. It was replaced by a new generation who worked in fear and dealt in violence. Men who didn't command the respect of their community and saw the law not as a rival, but as an enemy to be met with deadly force. The government, in its attempt to stamp out a folk hero, had inadvertently created a landscape ripe for common criminals. They had traded a charismatic king for 100 petty warlords, and the mountains became a more dangerous, less honorable place because of it. If you go to Rutherford County today and mention the name Amos Owens, you won't be met with a blank stare. His name is as much a part of the landscape as Cherry Mountain itself, the peak that still bears his story. You can visit his final resting place, a weathered tombstone that states the simple facts of his birth and death, but tells nothing of the fire that burned in between. Some old-timers claim that if you know just where to look, deep in the woods on the mountain slope, you can find the faint outline of a foundation, the scattered stones that were once the hearth of a king. But what people really search for on that mountain isn't stone, it's treasure. The most enduring myth of Amos Owens is that he never trusted banks. The considerable profits from his 60-year career, the story goes, were packed into mason jars and iron pots and buried in secret caches all over the mountain. To this day, the legend of the Cherry Bounce King's fortune persists. Treasure hunters, armed with metal detectors and old maps, still comb those slopes, digging in the red clay, hoping to unearth a piece of the outlaw's legacy. More enduring than any buried treasure, though, are the stories. In the telling, the hard edges of the man have been worn smooth by time. He is remembered not as the tax evader who sparked a riot, but as the generous king who held a feast for his people. He's become a Robin Hood of the Blue Ridge, a symbol of defiance against an unjust system. His story is told as a cautionary tale to children about the dangers of pride, but it's told with a wink and a smile, a clear undercurrent of admiration for the man who dared to stand his ground. And that is why his ghost still walks these mountains. It's not the spirit of a man, but the spirit of an idea. The name Amos Owens has become an echo of that old, unbending mountain code of independence. To speak his name is to speak of a time when a man could declare his own land a sovereign nation and rule it with generosity and an iron will. He is the physical embodiment of the stubborn, defiant, and fiercely loyal character that defines the very soul of Appalachia. Amos Owens. The man has been dust for over a century. But the spirit of the Cherry Bounce King, that spirit is as potent and intoxicating as the liqueur he once brewed. It's woven into the very fabric of those hills, a permanent reminder that some men are too big for the laws of their time. For better or for worse, he still haunts the mountains. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning, standing at the foot of that old mountain. Was Amos Owens a hero or a villain? The law has its simple answer. He was a criminal, a tax evader who paid the price for his crimes. His people have theirs. He was a king, a generous folk hero who stood up for their way of life. But the truth, as always, is far more complicated and far more human. Amos Owens wasn't a hero or a villain. He was a relic of a dying age, a man whose mountain code was being crushed by the relentless march of a modern nation. In the end, the ballad of Amos Owens is a story about pride. It was a pride as pure and potent as the whiskey he distilled. It drove him to master his craft, to provide for his family, and to build a community around the fire of his generosity. But that same unbending pride made him blind. It blinded him to the changing world. It made him deaf to the warnings of those who loved him, and it demanded a sacrifice that was not his alone to make. His greatest strength, that absolute refusal to bow, became the fatal flaw that brought his entire kingdom crashing down into the dirt. He was a man who stood for the timeless values of independence, craftsmanship, and community. But he stood so tall that he became a target, and in his fall, he reminds us that even the strongest oak on the mountain can be felled by the patient axe of the outside world. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Cherry Bounce King, a man who would give away his finest liquor for free, but would not surrender a single drop of his pride to any law under heaven. "5 years before the shot heard round the world at Lexington, a different shot echoed through the Carolina backcountry. It was the sound of a cannon firing into a crowd of 2,000 farmers, men who had stood their ground against a disciplined army and roared back a phrase of pure Appalachian defiance: 'Fire and be damned!' They called themselves the Regulators, and their rebellion was drowned in blood. The history books often call it a riot. The locals know it was a war. What could drive God-fearing men to wage war on their own government, years before America was even a dream? Today, we will dig into the blood-soaked soil of Alamance and unearth the forgotten story of America's first armed uprising. To understand the fire, you must first understand the forest. Picture the Carolina backcountry in the 1760s. This wasn't the manicured world of coastal plantations with their grand houses and ships sailing for London. This was the edge of the map. It was a land of tangled forests, where ancient oaks stood shoulder to shoulder, and the ground was a web of creeks and rivers with names like the Haw and the Eno. The air here was different, thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, and the only authority was the changing of the seasons and the word of God. The people who carved a life from this wilderness were as rugged as the terrain itself. They were mostly Scots-Irish and German immigrants, families who had fled the famines, wars, and religious persecution of the Old World. They came here not for riches, but for something far more precious: a piece of land to call their own and the right to be left alone. They were dissenters, Presbyterians and Lutherans, who held a deep and abiding suspicion of any government that smelled of the high and mighty Anglican Church they'd left behind. Their lives were a testament to pure grit. A man would build his cabin with his own 2 hands, felling the trees and notching the logs himself. He'd clear his fields one back-breaking stump at a time, his wife working right alongside him. They hunted for their meat, grew their own corn, and spun their own wool. Survival was a daily struggle against rocky soil, harsh winters, and the ever-present threat of raids. This constant hardship forged them into something tough, fiercely independent, and loyal only to their family, their clan, and their creator. In this world, money was a ghost. A farmer might go an entire year without seeing a single silver coin. The economy ran on barter and good faith. A bushel of corn might be traded for a new axe head. A day's labor might be paid with a salted ham. A man's worth wasn't measured by the gold in his pocket, but by the strength of his handshake, the straightness of his rifle shot, and the honor of his family name. But this isolated world of sweat and scripture was not its own kingdom. It was ruled from afar, from the balmy coastal cities, by a class of wealthy English gentlemen appointed by the royal governor. These men, in their powdered wigs and silk stockings, looked upon the backcountry settlers as little more than savages, crude, uneducated, and most importantly, a resource to be squeezed. A shadow was creeping west from the coast, a shadow of tax collectors and corrupt officials who spoke the language of coin and contracts. Little did the farmers know, this modern world was about to come knocking at their cabin doors, not with a friendly hand, but with a battering ram. This explosion of rage didn't come from nowhere. Its seeds were sown in the rocky soil of Scotland and the war-torn fields of Germany generations before. These families didn't come to the backcountry with land grants from a grateful king. They came as refugees. They bought their homesteads not with royal paper, but with the sharp steel of the axe and the cold lead of the long rifle. They carved their existence directly from a hostile wilderness, fighting the land, the weather, and the native tribes for every single acre. In their minds, this land wasn't given to them by a government. It was earned through a covenant of sweat, blood, and prayer. The old scars of history ran deep, carried across the Atlantic in their very bones. The Scots-Irish in particular had a long and bitter memory of English authority. For a century, they had been used as a buffer by the British Crown in the violent plantations of Ulster, only to be squeezed by the same government with crippling rents and religious persecution. When the king's new taxman, with his arrogant sneer and his stack of legal papers, showed up at their cabin door in Carolina, they didn't just see a colonial official. They saw the same old ghost of the English landlord they thought they had finally escaped. This created a division in the colony far deeper than any river or mountain range. It was a chasm of culture. On one side were the coastal elites, who saw themselves as Englishmen, loyal to the crown, the Anglican Church, and the intricate dance of colonial politics. On the other were the backcountry settlers, who felt no loyalty to a distant king or a governor who had never walked a furrow in his life. Their allegiance was to their own kind, to the Presbyterian meeting house, and to a simple, unwritten code of honor that valued a man's word over a lawyer's contract. In these mountains, a family name wasn't just a label, it was a legacy. A name like Fanning or Tryon carried the weight of unearned privilege and a history of looking down on the common man. But a backcountry name, a hunter, a husband, a Pugh, carried the heavy burden of generations of struggle. It was a quiet promise to work hard, to stand by your neighbors, and to never, ever let an outsider push you off your land. To be a backcountry farmer meant you bent the knee to God alone. To be one of the governor's men meant you expected the world to bend the knee to you. A collision was not just likely, it was inevitable. The conflict didn't begin with a gunshot. It began with a whisper. A whisper at the grist mill, a bitter complaint muttered over a fence post, an angry prayer offered in the quiet of a cabin. The ground for this rebellion was salted with years of personal insults and public humiliations, all stemming from a group of men the farmers called the Courthouse Ring. This wasn't some shadowy conspiracy, it was a cancer of corruption that operated in plain sight. At its heart was Edmund Fanning, a man who became the living symbol of everything the backcountry had come to despise. He was a Yale-educated lawyer who wore fine clothes, lived in a mansion built with stolen money, and looked at the calloused hands of a farmer with open contempt. The old wounds were everywhere, festering in nearly every family. You see, the system was designed to break a man. A farmer might ride for 2 days to register the deed to his land, only to have a clerk, Fanning's cousin perhaps, charge him a filing fee that existed in no law book. Then the sheriff, another crony, would demand the annual poll tax be paid in hard coin, knowing full well the farmer dealt in tobacco and deer hides. When the farmer couldn't produce the silver, that same sheriff would seize his plough horse or his only milk cow, selling it at a rigged auction to another member of the ring for a fraction of its worth. This venom dripped into the community through the wellspring of gossip. After the Sunday sermon, men would gather under the shade of an oak, their voices low and hard. They'd share stories of the latest outrage. One man lost 10 acres over a debt of 5 shillings that had been bloated by illegal court costs. Another had been thrown in jail for daring to question the sheriff's math. These stories spread from homestead to homestead like a fever, each telling making the injustice feel more personal, more suffocating. The courthouse ring wasn't just stealing their property, it was stealing their dignity. Slowly, the atmosphere began to change. The respectful nod once offered to the county clerk was replaced by a cold, hateful stare. A trip into the county seat of Hillsborough felt less like going to town and more like walking into a nest of snakes. Every official document, every tax notice, every court summons was now seen not as the law of the land, but as another turn of the screw. The laughter in the local tavern grew harder, edged with a bitterness that wasn't just from the corn whiskey. A land dispute between neighbors was no longer just about a misplaced fence. It was interpreted as one side currying favor with the corrupt judges. A simple fistfight at a market fair became an act of class warfare. Every small misunderstanding, every past slight, was now magnified through the dark lens of this great grudge. The air itself grew thick with suspicion and resentment. turning old friends into potential enemies and transforming the quiet valleys of Carolina into a powder keg, just waiting for a single, careless spark. Before the storm breaks, the air always goes dead still. In the hills of Carolina, that stillness was filled with a rising dread. The old women, who carried the superstitions of Scotland and Germany in their bones, began to whisper. They spoke of the panther's scream sounding less like a cat and more like a woman mourning a child not yet lost. They saw bad signs in a flock of crows that flew silently over a homestead, and they claimed the daytime hoot of an owl from the deep woods was a certain omen of death. The land itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for the coming violence. Then came a different kind of omen, not from the woods, but a man on horseback. His name was Herman Husband, and he was a Quaker, a man of peace. But he wasn't preaching peace now. He was a pamphleteer, a man who wielded a printing press like a weapon. His fiery, biblically charged words began to circulate through the backcountry, passed from one calloused hand to the next, read by flickering candlelight in hushed cabins. He gave their anger a voice, framing their struggle not as a squabble over taxes, but as a holy war against the forces of greed and tyranny. His pamphlets were prophecies, laying out two clear paths. One led to liberty, the other to a life of perpetual slavery to the corrupt coastal elites. This sense of impending doom settled on the men like a shroud. You can just imagine a farmer sitting on his porch at dusk, cleaning his long rifle, the familiar weight of it in his hands. The evening is quiet. The crickets are chirping their usual song, but he feels a coldness creep into his gut that has nothing to do with the evening air. He looks at his wife and children through the cabin window, bathed in the warm glow of the hearth, and then he looks out at the dark, looming tree line. For the first time, he doesn't see a source of firewood and game. He sees a place to hide, a place to fight, a place to die. It was a premonition, a gut-wrenching certainty that the time for petitions and prayers was over, and the time for powder and shot was drawing terrifyingly near. For years, the farmers had tried to fight the system with its own weapons. They wrote petitions, polite and humble, begging the colonial assembly for relief. Each one was ignored, dismissed with the contempt a lord might show a serf. They tried to sue the corrupt officials, only to find the courts were run by the very same snakes who were robbing them blind. Every legal door was slammed in their faces. The pressure had been building for years, and in September of 1770, in the town of Hillsborough, the dam finally broke. This was no spontaneous riot. It was a calculated act of defiance. 150 regulators, their faces grim and set, marched into town on court day. They weren't a disorganized rabble. They were a determined force, armed with heavy sticks, farm tools, and a righteous fury that had been simmering for a decade. Their target was the courthouse, the very symbol of their oppression. They stormed the building, a wave of muddy boots and homespun cloth overwhelming the shocked officials. Their first act was to find Edmund Fanning. They dragged the despised official from the judge's bench, his fine clothes tearing in their grip. They threw him into the dusty street and beat him, not to kill, but to humiliate. Each blow was a release of years of pent-up rage for every illegal fee, every stolen horse, every contemptuous sneer. When they were done with Fanning, they turned on his house, a mansion so luxurious the farmers called it a palace built on their tears. They didn't just vandalize it, they dismantled it, brick by brick, until nothing was left but a pile of expensive rubble. Back in the courthouse, they held a mockery of justice. They dragged the judge from his seat and put one of their own in his place, going through the court docket and striking down the cases against their fellow farmers. This was more than a protest. It was a revolution in miniature. They weren't just attacking a man, they were attacking the entire legal and political authority of the royal governor. When news of the Hillsborough riot reached the coast, it was seen as a declaration of war. Governor William Tryon, an arrogant and ambitious military man, could not let this stand. This was a direct challenge to his power and, by extension, the power of the king. The line had been crossed. There would be no more petitions. There would be no more negotiations. The only answer now would come from the barrel of a gun. The first drops of blood had been metaphorical, spilled in the beating of a corrupt official and the destruction of his home. The next would be real. On the morning of May 16, 1771, two armies faced each other across a quiet field bordering Alamance Creek. On one side stood Governor Tryon's militia, over 1,000 men in disciplined lines, their bayonets glinting in the spring sunlight. Before them sat the dark, menacing mouths of several cannon. On the other side, scattered amongst the trees and rocks, were 2,000 regulators. They were not an army. They were a gathering of fathers and sons, armed with the old hunting rifles and farm tools they used to feed their families. When the governor's final demand for surrender was met with that thunderous cry, "Fire and be damned," the fate of them all was sealed. There was no warning shot. The first sound was a deafening physical blow that seemed to tear the very fabric of the sky. The cannon spoke, and the world dissolved into smoke and a hellish roar. For the farmers, who had only ever known the sharp crack of a squirrel rifle, it was the sound of the apocalypse. The ground shook beneath their feet, and the air, which moments before had carried the scent of honeysuckle, was instantly choked with the bitter, sulphurous stink of black powder. Through the eyes of a young boy hiding behind a wagon, the battle was not a series of heroic charges, but a terrifying blur of chaos. He saw the man who had been his neighbor, a man he'd known his whole life, suddenly stagger and fall as if tripped by an invisible hand. There was no dramatic cry, just a quiet, heavy collapse into the grass. He heard the pop, pop, pop of the regulator rifles, a desperate and scattered sound, answered by the terrifying, unified crash of hundreds of militia muskets firing as one. It was the sound of a handful of pebbles thrown against a stone wall. The air itself became a lethal thing, filled with a constant, high-pitched whine. Leaves and twigs were clipped from the trees as if by an unseen scythe. Men would duck behind an ancient oak for cover, only to have the bark explode into splinters beside their head. The orderly commands of Tryon's officers were a distant, chilling murmur, while the sounds on the regulator side were a desperate chorus of individual shouts, screams of pain, and cries of encouragement that were swallowed by the unending noise. When the smoke momentarily cleared, the field was a landscape of surreal and terrible images. A farmer's broad-brimmed hat lay upside down in the grass, a small dark hole punched through its crown. A heavy iron pitchfork stood upright, its tines buried in the soft earth, its owner nowhere to be seen. The disciplined red lines of the militia advanced slowly, relentlessly, a machine of death that seemed unstoppable, firing and reloading with a terrifying, practiced rhythm. After 2 agonizing hours, the sporadic resistance finally broke. The farmers, their courage no match for cannons and disciplined volleys, fled. They melted back into the deep woods from which they had come, their retreat covered by the smoke and confusion. And then, an even more terrifying sound descended upon the field: silence. Not the peaceful silence of the morning, but a heavy, profound stillness, broken only by the low moans of those who could not run. The battle was over. The rebellion was crushed. The spring grasses of Alamance Field were trampled and stained, littered with the abandoned tools and weapons of men who had gambled everything for justice and lost. The smoke slowly drifted away, revealing not a field of victory, but a scene of profound and brutal sorrow. The first American Revolution had ended not with a declaration, but with a slaughter. To understand a man like Governor William Tryon, you must understand that he never once saw the regulators as aggrieved citizens. In his mind, they were simply an infection. He was not a governor responding to a protest. He was a surgeon cutting out a tumor from the body of the colony. His entire career was built on the rigid structure of the British military, a world where orders were given and followed without question. To him, the farmers' defiance was not a plea for justice. It was a breakdown in the fundamental order of civilization itself, a direct and personal insult to his authority and the king's. Tryon's logic was cold, sharp, and utterly devoid of empathy. These were not men who had lost their farms. They were traitors who had defied the law. They were not fathers trying to feed their children. They were a rabble who had assaulted an officer of the crown. In his dispatches, he referred to them as banditti and insurgents. He believed, with an unshakable conviction, that the only way to deal with such a chaotic force was with overwhelming, brutal, and public displays of power. Mercy, in his view, would be interpreted as weakness, and weakness would only invite more chaos. The switch likely flipped in his mind the moment he heard the details of the Hillsborough riot. The image of Edmund Fanning, a man of his class, a Yale-educated official, being dragged from a judge's bench and beaten in the street by a mob of coarse, uneducated frontiersmen must have been horrifying to him. It was a vision of the world turned upside down. It was the peasants storming the castle. From that moment on, his response was not a political calculation, but a visceral, almost aristocratic rage. He wasn't just marching to restore order, he was marching to put these people back in their proper place. After the cannons fell silent at Alamance and the farmers had fled, Tryon likely felt not a shred of remorse, but a grim sense of satisfaction. The feeling would have been one of triumph, of order restored. As he rode across the silent, blood-soaked field, he wouldn't have seen the bodies of his fellow countrymen. He would have seen the evidence of a necessary and successful operation. The hanging of James Few on the battlefield without a trial was not an act of cruelty in his mind, but a necessary piece of political theatre. It was a clear, unambiguous message sent to every cabin in the backcountry. This is the price of defiance. This is the fate of those who challenge my authority. It was the cold, calculated logic of an empire that saw dissent not as a voice to be heard, but as a disease to be eradicated. When the last of the fleeing farmers had vanished into the woods, a new kind of silence fell on the Alamance battlefield. It was not a peaceful silence. It was a heavy, suffocating stillness, thick with the smell of spent gunpowder and blood. Governor Tryon's victorious militia moved across the field, their discipline holding firm even in the face of the carnage they had wrought. They collected the wounded, counted the dead, and secured a handful of prisoners who had been too slow or too injured to escape. For them, it was a clean, decisive victory. For the backcountry, it was the beginning of a nightmare. For the surviving regulators, the fight was over, but the struggle for survival had just begun. They were no longer farmers or protesters. They were fugitives. They scattered into the familiar, dense wilderness of the Carolina Piedmont, the woods that had been their larder and their sanctuary now becoming their last hope of survival. Wounded men staggered through hidden ravines, while others made desperate journeys back to their homesteads, not to stay, but to grab a handful of supplies and whisper a frantic goodbye to their families before disappearing again into the shadows. They were hunted men in their own land. Tryon's vengeance was as swift as it was pitiless. He wanted to make an example, to burn the lesson of Alamance into the memory of the backcountry for a generation. Among the prisoners was a man named James Few, a simple carpenter who had been driven to rebellion. Without the pretense of a trial, without a prayer or a final word, Tryon ordered him hanged right there on the battlefield. His body was left dangling from an oak tree, a grotesque scarecrow meant to terrorize anyone who might still harbor defiant thoughts. He was a sacrifice, a bloody warning nailed to the barn door of the entire region. The battle was over, but the war on the regulator's spirit continued. Tryon turned his militia into an occupying army and unleashed them on the surrounding counties. They marched from farm to farm, a wave of red coats and cold steel, living off the land and terrorizing the populace. They were hunting for the regulator leaders, men like Herman Husband and James Hunter, and a handsome reward was offered for their capture, dead or alive. The soldiers interrogated wives and terrorized children, turning the once peaceful homesteads into places of fear and suspicion. This was not just a manhunt, it was a campaign of subjugation. Tryon issued a proclamation. Every man in the backcountry was to come forward and sign a binding oath of allegiance to the king and his government. To refuse was to be branded an outlaw. Over the next month, more than 6,000 farmers, their spirit broken and their leaders in hiding, were forced to make the humiliating journey to a militia camp to sign the document, effectively swearing loyalty to the very men who had crushed them. And as they did, Tryon's men were busy confiscating the property of known regulators, ensuring their families would face ruin and starvation. The ashes of Alamance had settled, and in the silence that followed, there was only fear and the cold grip of defeat. The smoke from the Battle of Alamance didn't just drift over the battlefield, it seeped into every cabin, every church, and every general store in the backcountry, poisoning the air between neighbors. The community, once united by common hardship, was now fractured, split by fear and the bitter question of who was right and who was wrong. A line had been drawn in the dirt, not by a surveyor, but by bloodshed, and every family was forced to choose which side they were on. The Presbyterian meeting houses, once the heart of the community, became cauldrons of quiet tension. Some preachers had thundered from the pulpit in support of the regulators, calling their cause a righteous one. Others, fearing the governor's wrath, now urged their congregations to submit to authority and pray for peace. Friendships that had been forged over decades of shared harvests and barn raisings now buckled under the weight of suspicion. Was the man who helped you clear your field last spring secretly reporting your movements to the militia? Was the family you shared bread with now loyal to the governor? A suffocating conspiracy of silence fell upon the region. The few who had witnessed the hangings or knew the hiding places of the regulator leaders were gripped by a primal fear. To speak the truth to the authorities was to risk being labeled a sympathizer, inviting the wrath of the occupying militia. But to stay silent was to betray their own conscience. Many chose a third option. They saw nothing, they heard nothing, they knew nothing. Their faces became blank masks, their conversations carefully pruned of any mention of the recent unpleasantness. It was a collective act of amnesia born of pure terror. Yet, even in this climate of fear, small acts of both courage and cowardice became the true measure of a person's soul. A brave farmer's wife would leave a basket of bread and salted meat at the edge of the woods, a silent signal to a husband or neighbor in hiding. A blacksmith, under the watchful eye of a militia patrol, would deliberately botch the shoeing of their horses, slowing them down just enough. But for every act of quiet defiance, there was an act of betrayal. A struggling farmer, tempted by the reward money or hoping to curry favor with the new powers, would lead a patrol to a hidden cabin. A merchant would provide a false alibi for a government loyalist, condemning an innocent man with his lie. The regulator war was no longer a battle fought with rifles on an open field. It had become a silent, vicious war fought with whispers, glances, and closed doors. It tore at the very fabric of the community, turning the backcountry into a place where the deepest loyalties were tested, and the truest nature of a man's heart was laid bare for all to see. With the rebellion crushed, the final act of Tryon's vengeance began, the hunt for the ringleaders. This was not a simple matter of law enforcement. It was a grim, relentless pursuit through the unforgiving Appalachian foothills. Tryon's militia, composed of Easterners who viewed the backcountry as a savage wilderness, formed the core of the posse. They were joined by a motley collection of local loyalists eager to prove their allegiance, and a few opportunistic bounty hunters who smelled blood money on the wind. Their mission was simple: bring back the leaders of the regulators, preferably in chains. The chase became a brutal contest between the hunters and the hunted, with the mountains themselves as the main character. The fugitives, men like James Hunter and the pamphleteer Herman Husband, knew this land like the back of their own hand. They knew every hidden valley, every secret pass, every cave where a man could disappear. They moved like ghosts through the dense forests, subsisting on wild berries and whatever game they could kill without a gunshot giving away their position. They were aided by a silent network of sympathetic farmers who would leave them food, warn them of patrols, and lead the militia on wild goose chases into impassable swamps. For the pursuers, the hunt was a descent into a green hell. The rugged terrain was their enemy. They were tormented by biting insects, venomous snakes, and the constant, unnerving feeling of being watched from the shadows. Their brightly colored uniforms made them easy targets, and their ignorance of the land led them into ambushes and dead ends. More than one militia patrol found themselves hopelessly lost, forced to abandon the chase and struggle back to camp, humiliated and exhausted. The mountains, which had nurtured the regulators' independence, now served as their greatest fortress. Despite the difficulties, the net slowly tightened. Herman Husband, the intellectual soul of the movement, was a writer, not a woodsman. He was captured relatively quickly, his spirit broken. Others, however, were harder to corner. The general of the regulators, James Hunter, remained at large, a phantom who seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. The final moment of capture for most of the key leaders wasn't a dramatic firefight in a mountain pass. It was a slow, grinding process of attrition. Exhausted, starving, and betrayed by informants, they were picked off one by one. Often, they were found not in a heroic last stand, but sleeping in a barn or accepting a meal from someone they mistakenly trusted, too worn down to run any longer. The hunt in the shadows was over, and the stage was set for the governor's final act of justice. The captured regulator leaders were dragged back to Hillsborough, the very town they had once triumphantly seized. But now, it was an armed camp. Governor Tryon's militia stood guard on every corner, their bayonets fixed, turning the colonial courthouse into a fortress. The air inside the courtroom was thick with the metallic tang of fear and the stench of foregone conclusions. On one side of the room sat the coastal gentry and loyalists, their faces smug with victory. On the other, huddled in silence, were the wives and families of the accused, their faces etched with a despair that knew there was no hope here. In the defendant's box sat the 6 captured leaders. They were not cowering criminals. They were broken, exhausted men, but their eyes held a hard, defiant glint. There was no remorse on their faces, only the quiet dignity of men who had fought for what they believed in and lost. They looked out at a courtroom where the judge, the prosecutor, and the jury were all part of the same corrupt system they had risen up against. Their trial was a piece of theater written by the victors, a legal ritual designed to give the veneer of law to an act of pure political vengeance. The proceedings were a farce. Witnesses for the prosecution, likely motivated by fear or reward, gave their testimony. Any evidence of the years of extortion and abuse that had led to the rebellion was dismissed as irrelevant. The charge was not assault or rioting, it was high treason. By firing on the king's representative, they had, in the eyes of the law, fired upon the king himself. It was a charge from which there was no escape. The verdict, when it came, was a foregone conclusion, delivered with cold, formal gravity: guilty. The sentence: death by public hanging. A wave of shock and grief washed over one side of the courtroom, while satisfied murmurs rippled through the other. 6 men, who had stood up for their neighbors against a tide of corruption, were now to be strung up like common murderers. But the story of this trial does not end with the judge's gavel. It ends on the gallows, with a man named James Pugh. As the noose was placed around his neck, he refused to play the part of the penitent traitor. Instead, he turned to the crowd and began to speak. For nearly half an hour, Pugh delivered a fiery, damning sermon from the scaffold. He condemned the cowardice of Edmund Fanning and the tyranny of Governor Tryon. He spoke of the justice they had sought and the violence they had received. He prophesied that a day of true reckoning would come for these corrupt men. He was still speaking, his voice ringing with righteous fury, when the sheriff, impatient with this final act of defiance, gave the order to cut him down. The court of law had delivered its verdict. But from the gallows, the justice of the mountains had delivered its own. The law of men had won the day, hanging its enemies and silencing dissent. But the question hung in the air, far longer than the bodies of the condemned. Was this justice? Or was it merely the law, a tool in the hands of the powerful, used to crush the powerless? The hangman's rope cast a long shadow over the Carolina backcountry, a shadow that would linger for years. For the families of the executed and the thousands of other regulators, life after the verdict was a bitter cup to drink. Those who remained on their land lived as a conquered people. They plowed their fields and harvested their corn under the watchful eye of a government they now knew was their enemy. Every tax notice was a fresh wound, every court summons a reminder of their powerlessness. They had been forced to sign an oath of loyalty, a piece of paper that felt like a brand on their soul, a public declaration of their own humiliation. But not everyone stayed. For many, the memory of Alamance was a poison in the soil, and the oath of allegiance was a chain they refused to wear. They saw only one path to freedom: west. In a great, silent exodus, hundreds of defeated regulator families packed their meager belongings, turned their backs on the homes they had built with their own hands, and began the perilous journey over the Appalachian mountains. They were branded as outlaws, but they saw themselves as pilgrims. They illegally settled in the river valleys of what would one day become Tennessee, forming a new society called the Watauga Association. Here, beyond the reach of Governor Tryon and his corrupt courts, they created one of America's first independent, self-governing communities, a place where the law would be their own. The spirit of the regulators was not dead, it had simply moved over the mountain. And what of the men who had crushed them? Did they face a curse, an atonement for the blood on their hands? Not at all. In the world of colonial politics, brutality was often rewarded. Governor William Tryon, his reputation enhanced by his decisive victory over the traitors, was soon promoted to the prestigious post of Governor of New York. Edmund Fanning, the architect of the farmer's misery, also left Carolina, continuing his career as a loyal servant of the crown. They faced no justice, no ostracism, no reckoning. They simply moved on, leaving a broken land behind them. Their only curse would come years later, when the fires of revolution they had helped to stoke would finally consume the entire British system they served. Back in Carolina, the community tried to heal by forgetting. The story of the Regulator War became a dangerous and painful memory, a ghost to be locked away. The word regulator itself became a whisper, a name associated with defeat and treason. People got back to the hard work of survival, focusing on the seasons and the soil, burying the trauma of Alamance under a blanket of collective silence. They tried to move on, to pretend it never happened. But a wound that deep doesn't heal just because you stop talking about it. It festers in the darkness, waiting for a chance to break open once more. Decades pass. The powdered wigs and red coats are gone, but the echoes of Alamance never truly faded. They can be found in the bloodlines of the families who fought there. Many of the sons of the regulators, raised on bitter stories of Tryon's tyranny, picked up their rifles again just 4 years later. The British made the fatal mistake of assuming these backcountry men, once crushed by a royal governor, would be loyal to the crown. They couldn't have been more wrong. The men who fled over the mountains to Watauga became the legendary Over-Mountain Men, and at the Battle of Kings Mountain, they unleashed a frontier fury that annihilated a British army and helped turn the tide of the entire Revolutionary War. It was the regulators' final, posthumous revenge. Today, if you visit the Alamance battlefield, you won't find an army. You'll find a quiet state park, a peaceful expanse of green grass where children fly kites and families have picnics. But if you stand there as the sun sets and listen to the wind in the tall oaks. You can almost hear it, the ghostly roar of cannon fire, the defiant shouts of dying farmers. Monuments now stand on that field, naming the men who were once condemned as traitors and honoring them as patriots who bled for liberty, a testament to how the truth, buried for so long, can eventually rise from the earth. The memory also clings to the land in the form of legend. For generations, people in Hillsborough would point to the spot where James Pugh and his fellow regulators were hanged. They swore that on that patch of ground, cursed by Pugh's final defiant words, no grass would ever grow. It was a physical scar on the landscape, a constant, eerie reminder kept alive not by historians, but by the folk memory of a people who refused to let the story die completely. And while the names and dates may have faded from the nation's memory, the spirit of the regulators has soaked into the very soul of Appalachia. That fierce independence, that deep and abiding distrust of distant, powerful governments, that unshakable belief that a man has the right to stand his ground against injustice, that is the true living legacy of Alamance. The textbooks might forget, the politicians may never learn, but the mountains remember everything. So we return to the question that started our journey, the question that hangs in the smoke of the Alamance battlefield. What could drive God-fearing men to wage war on their own government? The answer, we now see, is both simple and profound. They didn't fight to create a new nation or to overthrow a distant king. They fought because the boot of a corrupt and arrogant power was pressing down on their necks. And they believed, with every fiber of their being, that a free man does not endure such a thing without fighting back. They fought for the most fundamental of all rights, the right to enjoy the fruits of their own labor and to be treated with dignity. This is a story that teaches a hard lesson about the price of liberty. It reminds us that the first people to stand up are often the first to be cut down. The regulators lost their battle, their property, and in some cases, their lives. They were branded as traitors, and their story was buried. But their spirit did not die on that field. The blood they shed at Alamance was not wasted. It seeped into the ground and watered the roots of a tree of liberty that would burst into full revolutionary bloom just a few short years later. Their defiance became a legacy, a fierce whisper of warning passed down through generations of mountain folk that the law and justice are not always the same thing. Their struggle is a testament to the indomitable Appalachian spirit, a spirit that bends for no man and bows only to God. It's a timeless reminder that when every legal door is slammed shut, when every petition is met with contempt, ordinary people will eventually seek their justice not in a courthouse, but in the open field with whatever tools they have at hand. Their voices were silenced by the rope and the cannon, but if you listen closely, you can still hear their echo in the Carolina hills. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. It starts with a vibration in the soles of your boots. You are standing on the muddy bank of the Ocmulgee River, deep in the Georgia woods. It is 3 in the morning. The air is heavy, thick with the smell of wet earth and decaying pine needles. It is silent, the kind of silence that presses against your eardrums. Then, the tremor moves up your legs. The water in the river begins to ripple, though there is no wind. And then you hear it. It's not the low rumble of a modern diesel engine. It is a high, shrieking hiss, the sound of water hitting superheated iron, the sound of a steam engine pushed beyond its limit. A light cuts through the river fog. It is blindingly white, searing, swinging wildly back and forth. The screech of metal grinding against metal fills the valley, loud enough to make you cover your ears. You see the massive black shape of a locomotive, smoke pouring from its stack, hurtling out of the darkness at 50 miles per hour. You flinch. You brace for the wind of its passing, but the wind never hits you, because the train isn't on the ground. It is hovering 10 feet in the air, tracing the path of a bridge that burned down during the administration of Abraham Lincoln. And then comes the sound that locals in Macon try to ignore every April. It's the sound of wood splintering like matchsticks, the groan of twisting steel, and finally, a splash so loud it sounds like a cannon shot, followed by the instant, boiling hiss of a boiler exploding underwater. Then, silence. The light is gone. The ripples in the river settle. You are alone in the dark again. This is not a scene from a horror movie. This is a documented phenomenon reported by fishermen, hikers, and railroad engineers for over a century and a half. They call it the ghost train of Macon. But this isn't just a campfire story to scare teenagers. The train was real. The men inside it were real. And the cargo they were carrying was supposed to save a dying nation. Official records say it was a tragic accident, a derailment caused by rain and speed. But if you dig a little deeper, if you look at the cargo manifests that were supposed to be destroyed, you realize that the ghost story might be the only honest thing about this entire event. Because when the rescue crews arrived the next morning to pull the bodies from the river, they found the wreckage. They found the dead. But they didn't find the gold. Millions of dollars in Confederate bullion vanished into the mud that night. And for 160 years, people have been trying to find it. Some lost their fortunes. Some lost their minds. And some, if the legends are true, lost their lives to the very thing guarding that riverbed. But to understand why this train still runs in the dark, we have to go back to the night it stopped forever. April 14th, 1864. To understand the sheer panic of this night, you have to understand the world in which it happened. The American Civil War had been raging for 3 years. The South was not just losing, it was suffocating. Imagine a world where money has lost all meaning. In Macon, Georgia, a single pound of coffee costs $70. A pair of boots costs $200. The Confederate dollar is collapsing so fast that shopkeepers change their prices 3 times a day. And looming over everything is a name that terrified every man, woman, and child in Georgia. General William Tecumseh Sherman. His Union army was gathering like a storm cloud just north of them. Everyone knew what was coming. He wasn't just coming to fight armies, he was coming to burn cities. Atlanta was the target, but Macon, a critical railroad hub just 80 miles south, was dangerously exposed. In the middle of this chaos, a secret order came down from Richmond. The Confederate treasury, or at least a significant portion of its remaining hard assets, had to be moved. We aren't talking about paper money. Paper money was trash. We are talking about gold bullion, silver coins from the New Orleans Mint, and jewelry donated by wealthy families to the war effort. Estimates vary, but historians suggest the value on that train was between $2 and $5 million in 1864 currency. Adjusted for inflation, that is purchasing power in the hundreds of millions. But in the middle of a war, it was worth even more. It was the only thing that could buy guns, medicine, or foreign support. It was the last heartbeat of the Confederacy, and they decided to put it all on a steam train in the middle of a thunderstorm. The scene at the Macon depot was frantic. Witness accounts describe a night of torrential rain. The mud was ankle-deep. The station was swarming with soldiers, but they weren't marching. They were guarding. Bayonets fixed, eyes scanning the shadows. A train waited on the tracks. It wasn't a sleek military transport. It was a patchwork beast, an older locomotive pulling a string of mismatched boxcars and a single passenger coach. Under the flickering light of oil lanterns, men struggled with wooden crates. These weren't standard army rations. You can tell a lot by how a man lifts a box. If it's full of uniforms or hardtack, you can swing it onto your shoulder. But these crates? It took 4 grown men to lift a single box 2 feet off the ground. Their boots slipped in the mud, their muscles strained. The wood groaned under the density of the contents. They were loading gold, tons of it. But here is the detail that makes this story transition from history into mystery. If you looked at the station logbook that night, you wouldn't see gold or treasury written anywhere. The station master, perhaps under orders, or perhaps trying to pull a fast one, recorded the shipment as nails, agricultural hardware, and lead shot. It was a brilliant cover. Who would rob a train full of nails? But deception has a price. By mislabeling the weight, they created a physics problem. The engineer, a man named Elias Thorne, looked at his manifest and saw a heavy load, but a manageable one. He didn't know that the specific gravity of gold is almost twice that of lead. He didn't know that the center of gravity in those boxcars was deadly low and incredibly dense. He was driving a train that was significantly heavier than he was told. As the final crate was shoved on board, the rain intensified. Thunder rattled the station windows. It was an omen, if there ever was one. The whistle blew, a lonely, mournful sound that cut through the storm. The wheels slipped on the wet iron rails, spinning for a few seconds before finding traction. Slowly, painfully, the train lurched forward. It left the safety of the Macon lights and headed north toward the Ocmulgee River. The cargo was a lie, and the train carrying it was a death trap. We need to talk about the machine itself. When we think of trains today, we think of smooth, silent electric rails or massive diesel freighters that can plow through anything. We trust them. But a Civil War-era steam locomotive was a completely different animal. It was a mechanical nightmare held together by rivets and hope. The engine pulling the gold that night was a 440 American type. Imagine a 25-ton iron kettle boiling water at high pressure, mounted on wheels that are essentially just steel hoops. Inside the cab, it is a vision of hell. It is incredibly hot. The firebox, where the fireman is shoveling coal non-stop, is burning at over 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The radiant heat singes the hair on your arms. The noise is deafening, a constant rhythmic clanking, hissing and roaring that makes conversation impossible. You have to scream to be heard, and visibility? Practically zero. The headlamp on the front of the train wasn't an electric beam that could illuminate a mile of track. It was an oil lamp, a large candle in a glass box. On a clear night, it might cast a dim yellow glow about 50 yards ahead. In a thunderstorm, it was useless. You were driving blind. Elias Thorne, the engineer, stood with one hand on the throttle and the other on the brake lever. He was an experienced railman, but experience can't change the laws of physics. He was running on a schedule that was already broken. The loading had taken too long. They were late. In the railroad business, being late is bad. In war, being late is fatal. If he didn't reach the junction by dawn, he risked crossing paths with Union scouts. He had to make up time. So, he did what any engineer under pressure would do. He pushed the throttle forward. The pistons pumped harder. The steam pressure gauge climbed. The train picked up speed, rattling over the uneven, war-torn tracks. 30 miles per hour. 35. This doesn't sound fast to us. We drive faster in school zones. But on 1860s tracks, which were often just iron strips nailed to rotting wood ties, 35 miles per hour feels like re-entry. The cab shook violently. The floorboards vibrated so hard they numbed the feet. And there was another problem: the brakes. Modern trains have air brakes on every single wheel of every single car. If the engineer stops, the whole train stops. This train had hand brakes. To stop the train, brakemen had to physically run across the tops of the moving, slippery boxcars in the rain and turn a wheel by hand to clamp the brakes down on each car individually. It was a suicide mission in good weather. In a storm, it was impossible. Essentially, once that train got up to speed, it was a runaway projectile. Elias Thorne had almost no way to stop it quickly. He checked his pocket watch, squinting in the dim light of the firebox. He snapped the lid shut. The anxiety in the cab was palpable. Behind him, in the boxcars, sat the Confederate guards. They were sitting on crates of gold, likely thinking about what they would do with their share if the South won the war. They were smoking pipes, playing cards, trying to ignore the lurching of the car. They didn't know that the train was unbalanced. They didn't know the tracks ahead had been soaked by 3 days of relentless rain. Elias Thorne wiped sweat and soot from his forehead. He leaned out of the window, rain stinging his face, trying to see the line. He was approaching the Ocmulgee River trestle, a wooden bridge spanning the dark, swirling waters. He was 5 minutes late. He opened the throttle. He shouldn't have. The journey was only supposed to be a few hours, a mad dash north under the cover of darkness. But as the train left the outskirts of Macon, the landscape changed. The dim lights of the city vanished, and the locomotive plunged into an abyss of pine forests and rolling hills. The storm, which had been a nuisance in town, became a living thing out here. Rain fell in sheets, overwhelming the tracks. Water poured off the hillsides, turning the ditches into muddy torrents. Lightning illuminated the countryside in stark, ghostly flashes, revealing a world of thrashing trees and overflowing creeks. Inside the passenger coach, the mood was grim. A dozen high-ranking Confederate officials and their families were huddled together. They weren't soldiers. They were bankers, politicians, the architects of the war. Now, they were just scared passengers on a rattling, bucking train, praying for the ride to end. Up in the cab, the situation was even worse. Elias Thorne was fighting the machine. Every railroader knows that speed on a curve is dangerous. The centrifugal force wants to lift the wheels off the inside of the track. With a normal cargo, you learn to feel that tipping point. But this was not a normal cargo. The gold, concentrated in heavy crates on the floor of the boxcars, created an unusually low center of gravity. It didn't want to tip. Instead, the immense weight acted like a battering ram against the rails, pushing them outwards. Every time they hit a curve, the rails groaned and spread under the strain. Thorne could feel it in the cab, a sickening sideways lurch that told him the entire track was flexing beneath him. He eased back on the throttle, but the momentum of the train was too great. The wheels screamed, the firebox roared. They were a metal serpent, sliding on a bed of mud and water. And then we get the first piece of testimony that doesn't fit the official narrative. A few miles south of the river, there was a small farm with a crossing. The farmer, a man named Jedediah Blackwood, was woken by the sound of the approaching train. He was a Union sympathizer, and the late-night train traffic made him suspicious. He peered through his window as the locomotive thundered past. In the flash of lightning, he saw two figures silhouetted in the cab. Thorne, the engineer, was a big, broad-shouldered man. He was unmistakable. But next to him, according to Blackwood's later statement to the sheriff, was a smaller, wiry man in a dark coat. This is the problem. The official crew roster for that train listed only 3 men assigned to the engine: Elias Thorne, the engineer, a fireman, and a brakeman who rode in the first boxcar. The fireman was in the cab with Thorne, but he was a known local, a stout man named Miller. The man Blackwood saw was a stranger. Who was he? A Confederate officer overseeing the transport? A Treasury agent? Or was he someone else entirely? The question hangs in the air, unanswered by history. As the train thundered on, the river got closer. The roar of the engine was now competing with the roar of the flooded Ocmulgee. Thorne knew he had to slow down for the trestle bridge. It was old, wooden, and never designed for this kind of weight, especially not in a flood. He reached for the brake, and as they approached the trestle, the farmer, Blackwood, swore he looked back and saw only one man in the cab. The second man had vanished. Then, the world turned to chaos. The oil headlamp finally cast its weak glow on the track just ahead of the bridge. And what Thorne saw must have frozen his blood. The rain hadn't just soaked the ground, it had washed it away. The wooden ties of the track, which should have been supported by a bed of gravel and earth, were hanging in midair over a 10-foot gully. The rails sagged under their own weight. It wasn't a damaged track, it was a trap. Thorne yanked the brake lever with all his strength. He threw the engine into reverse. A shower of sparks erupted from the wheels as they locked up. But it was too late. The point of no return had been passed miles ago. The front wheels of the locomotive hit the unsupported section of track. The iron rails bent, twisted, and then snapped. And the train simply gave way. Time slows down. For the men on that train, the next 3 seconds must have felt like an eternity. Imagine you are Elias Thorne. One moment, you are fighting to control a machine. The next, the floor beneath you is gone. There is a sensation of weightlessness, a sickening lurch in your stomach as the 25-ton locomotive pitches forward and down into the abyss. The noise is the first thing that hits you. It's not a single sound, but a symphony of destruction. First, the shriek of the snapping rails, high-pitched, like a metallic scream. Then, the splintering of the trestle bridge. Massive oak beams, a foot thick, shatter like toothpicks under the immense weight. The sound is like a forest of giant trees being felled all at once. The locomotive, now completely airborne, nosedives. Inside the cab, Thorne and his firemen are thrown against the front wall. The firebox door bursts open, vomiting a wave of glowing red-hot coals across the floor. The cab instantly fills with smoke and the smell of burning flesh. But they have no time to scream. Behind them, the tender car, full of 10 tons of coal and water, detaches and slams into the back of the engine, crushing the cab like a tin can. The first boxcar, the one with the gold, follows the engine's path. It tilts, hesitates for a fraction of a second on the edge of the broken bridge, and then plunges. Inside, the Confederate guards are tossed like rag dolls. The wooden crates, each weighing hundreds of pounds, break free from their moorings. They become unguided missiles, sliding across the floor, crushing limbs and pinning men against the walls. The second boxcar slams into the first. The third slams into the second. It's a chain reaction of catastrophic failure. The coupling links between the cars snap one by one, each with a deafening report like a rifle shot. The entire train concertinas, a metal serpent folding in on itself as it falls into the churning black water of the Ocmulgee River. From the riverbank, it would have been a sight of terrible, brief beauty. The firebox, now submerged, cast an eerie, hellish orange glow through the water. A massive cloud of steam and smoke erupted into the night sky, momentarily illuminated by the train's own dying light. The sound wasn't a splash, it was a crunch, the sound of a mountain falling into a lake. The locomotive hit the riverbed with enough force to drive it 15 feet into the mud. The impact sent a shockwave through the water, a wave so powerful it uprooted trees 100 yards downstream. The boxcars followed, landing on top of each other in a tangled, unrecognizable heap of splintered wood and twisted steel. For a moment, there was a strange, gurgling silence. The rain still fell. The thunder still rolled in the distance. But the mechanical roar of the train was gone, replaced by the hiss of cooling metal. Then came the screams. The few men who survived the initial impact were now trapped in a nightmare. They were in total darkness, submerged in cold, muddy water, inside wreckage that was rapidly filling up. They were disoriented, injured, fighting for a pocket of air that wasn't there. But their suffering was about to get much, much worse. Because the physics of a steam engine don't stop just because it's underwater. The fire in the firebox was still burning at 2,000 degrees. The water in the boiler was still pressurized to over 100 pounds per square inch. And cold river water was now flooding into the engine, pouring over the superheated iron of the boiler. Silence followed the crash. But it lasted only a second. Then came the physics of thermodynamics. The boiler of a steam locomotive is essentially a massive pressure cooker. It is designed to contain extremely high temperatures and pressures. The metal is thick, the rivets are immense. But even the strongest metal has its limits. When the submerged engine hit the river, it wasn't just water that rushed in. It was a flood. Cold, dense river water poured into the superheated firebox and over the exterior of the boiler. The temperature difference was astronomical. Think about dropping a frozen turkey into a vat of boiling oil. The sudden cooling caused the boiler's outer metal to contract violently. This created immense stress. Cracks began to form. Tiny fissures at first, almost imperceptible. But the pressure inside the boiler was still building. The fire, though now underwater, was still raging. It heated the remaining water to temperatures far exceeding its boiling point. The pressure rose to critical levels. Then, the weakened metal of the boiler gave way. It didn't explode outwards in a fireball like a bomb. It failed catastrophically inwards. The metal ruptured, and the superheated water and steam inside were instantly released into the surrounding environment. Imagine a million kettles all boiling over at once, but with the force of a depth charge. The result was a localized explosion of unimaginable heat. The water immediately around the boiler was vaporized. Not boiled, but instantly turned into steam, expanding at an incredible rate. This steam expansion propelled fragments of the boiler and locomotive outwards with explosive force. But the true horror was the heat. Anything caught in the immediate blast radius was subjected to temperatures that could instantly flash-boil flesh. For the men trapped in the locomotive cab and the front of the first boxcar, there was no suffering, no scream of agony. It wasn't drowning, it wasn't suffocation, it was instantaneous, atomizing heat. Their bodies were essentially vaporized in a fraction of a second. Think of the footage you see of volcanic eruptions, where the heat wave instantly incinerates everything in its path. This was that, but concentrated and underwater. The shockwave traveled through the water, tearing apart the already mangled train cars and their occupants. It obliterated any hope of survival for those not already killed by the impact. The river, which had been a dark, swirling torrent, was now a churning, hissing cauldron. Steam billowed into the night sky, a ghostly white plume illuminated by the dying embers of the fire. The water itself boiled for several minutes around the wreckage. On the banks, the first witnesses to arrive heard the explosion, felt the tremor. They saw the strange phosphorescent glow beneath the water. They approached with caution, armed with lanterns and ropes, expecting to find injured men. They found pieces. They found fragments of metal. They found shattered wood. They found what looked like shredded cloth. But they did not find recognizable bodies. Not in the immediate vicinity of the engine. When the river finally calmed and the water level receded slightly, the full horror began to emerge. The mangled remains of the train were a chaotic mess of wood and iron. But the cargo was supposed to be the most important thing recovered. When the rescue crews, aided by soldiers from Macon, began the grim task of sifting through the wreckage and pulling the dead from the water, they found them. The bodies of the guards, the officials, the engineers. Many were horrifically mutilated, some boiled beyond recognition. They recovered what they could. They held makeshift funerals on the riverbank. But they didn't find the one thing that mattered, the gold. The morning after the crash, the Ocmulgee River was a scene of controlled chaos. Confederate officers, their faces grim, barked orders. Soldiers formed a tight perimeter, pushing back the morbidly curious locals. The official story was already being crafted, a tragic but straightforward accident. A bridge washed out by the storm. Brave soldiers lost in the line of duty. A terrible loss for the Confederacy. But behind the scenes, a quiet, desperate search was underway. The Treasury officials who had overseen the loading of the train were now wading in the waist-deep, muddy water, their fine uniforms soaked and stained. They weren't looking for survivors. They were looking for their crates. The physics was simple. Gold is one of the densest materials on Earth. It doesn't float. It doesn't dissolve. If the crates shattered on impact, the bullion bars and coins should have sunk straight to the bottom and embedded themselves in the soft riverbed mud. They should have been right there. The soldiers began to dredge the river. They used ropes and grappling hooks, dragging the river bottom in a grid pattern. They probed the mud with long poles. When that failed, they brought in divers, men in heavy canvas suits and brass helmets tethered to air pumps on the shore. These divers walked the riverbed, their boots sinking deep into the silt. They felt with their hands, searching for the unmistakable weight and shape of a gold bar or the sharp edge of a coin. They found nothing. They found twisted pieces of the train. They found personal effects, a pocket watch, a boot, a shattered rifle stock, but not a single ounce of gold. Days turned into a week. The search became more frantic. They brought in barges with dredging cranes, scooping up tons of mud and sifting through it on the riverbank. It was grueling, soul-crushing work. Imagine the paranoia setting in among the Confederate command. Millions of dollars, the financial lifeline of their entire nation, had just vanished. The official reports sent back to Richmond were vague. They spoke of the difficulty of the recovery and the unfavorable conditions of the river. But they couldn't hide the truth forever. The gold was gone. And that's when the questions started to get dangerous. Was it possible the sheer force of the boiler explosion had somehow scattered the gold? Unlikely. The explosion was thermal, not kinetic in a way that could vaporize metal. It might have pushed the bars around, but it wouldn't have made them disappear. Could the river current have carried it downstream? Impossible. Gold is too heavy. A single bar would sink like a stone, even in a flood. This is where the official story begins to fray. The river was dredged. Every inch of mud around the wreck was sifted. Millions of dollars in gold bullion doesn't just float away. The soldiers started whispering among themselves. The locals, kept at a distance, started inventing their own theories. Maybe the Union Army had somehow sabotaged the track and was waiting downstream to collect the prize. But the most dangerous theory, the one whispered only in the most trusted company, was that this was an inside job. Think about it. The manifest was a lie. The weight was misrepresented. C.B. A mysterious, unidentified man was seen in the engineer's cab just before the crash. And now, the most valuable cargo in the South was nowhere to be found. It didn't look like an accident anymore. It looked like the perfect crime. A heist so audacious, so brilliantly executed, that the perpetrators used a catastrophic train wreck as a mere distraction. The investigation was quietly shut down. The official cause of the crash was listed as derailment due to track washout. The missing gold was never mentioned in the final public report. It was a national secret, buried under the larger tragedy of a losing war. The Confederacy couldn't afford the panic that would ensue if the public knew its treasury was empty. So they left. The soldiers packed up their equipment. The officials returned to Macon. They left the mangled corpse of the train to rust in the Ocmulgee River, a silent monument to a secret that was already beginning to fester. And that's when the whispers started. Maybe the gold wasn't lost. Maybe it was stolen. Let's think like a criminal for a moment. If you wanted to steal the Confederate treasury in 1864, you'd have a few problems. First, security. The train was swarming with armed guards. A direct assault would be a suicide mission. Second, logistics. Gold is heavy, absurdly heavy. You can't just throw a few sacks over your shoulder and ride off into the night. You'd need wagons, mules, and a team of men to move it. An operation that large would be impossible to hide. So, a conventional robbery is off the table. You need something more elegant, more deceptive. This is where the second man in the cab becomes the key. Let's call him the architect. He's not just a common thief. He's someone with inside knowledge. He knows the train's route. He knows its schedule. And most importantly, he knows its cargo. Who could he be? A disgruntled Confederate officer? A Treasury agent playing a double game? A Union spy with more on his mind than just intelligence gathering? We'll never know for sure, but let's follow his plan. His first move is to ensure the manifest is falsified. He makes sure the cargo is listed as something heavy, like lead or nails, but not so valuable that it attracts unwanted attention. This also has the side effect of making the engineer underestimate the train's true weight, making a derailment more likely. His second move is to be on that train. He gets himself into the cab with the engineer, Elias Thorne. Maybe he's posing as a superior officer. Maybe he's a special courier from Richmond. He has papers. He has authority. No one questions him. Now he's in control. His objective is not to rob the train while it's moving. His objective is to make sure the train never reaches its destination. He needs a crash, but not just any crash. He needs it to happen at a very specific place, a place he has prepared, the washed-out track just before the bridge. Was it really an act of nature? Or did the architect and his team spend the day before the storm with shovels, deliberately weakening the embankment, creating a trap that would be perfectly hidden by the rising floodwaters? It's diabolically clever. The storm provides the perfect cover story. Who would suspect sabotage when the weather itself is a weapon of mass destruction? So the architect rides in the cab, watching the miles tick by. He knows exactly where the trap is. A few miles out, he makes his excuse. He needs to check on the cargo or speak to the guards. He leaves the cab, leaving Thorne to drive blindly into the prearranged disaster. The train crashes, exactly as planned. The chaos, the fire, the explosion, it's all part of the misdirection, the perfect distraction. While the Confederate authorities are in a panic, trying to organize a rescue and recovery in the middle of a flooded river, the architect's team is already at work. But they aren't at the river. That's the beauty of the plan. You don't need to steal the gold from the river if the gold was never in the river to begin with. Let's rewind. The train makes an unscheduled stop, maybe just for a few minutes, in a secluded stretch of woods a few miles before the crash site. The architect, using his authority, orders the stop. Engine trouble, he'll say. His team is waiting with wagons. In the pouring rain, under the cover of darkness, they don't unload all the gold. That would take too long. They unload just one or two key crates, the most valuable ones. The ones filled with bullion, not coins. They replace the crates with identical ones, filled with something of similar weight. Lead bars, stones, anything to maintain the illusion. Then the train starts up again and proceeds to its doom. The authorities dredge the river for weeks, looking for gold that is already miles away, rattling in the back of a wagon on its way to a port in Savannah or a Union-controlled territory. It's a masterpiece of criminal engineering. It explains the missing gold. It explains the mysterious man in the cab. It explains the convenient track failure. It's a perfect theory, except for one thing: the bodies. The men who died in that crash didn't know they were part of a heist. They thought they were serving their country. Their deaths were real. Their suffering was real. And if you believe the stories that started to surface a few years later, their anger was real too. If someone took the gold, they left something else behind, something that wouldn't stay buried in the mud of the Ocmulgee River. The war ended. The South was broken, and the memory of the lost gold became just one more scar on a landscape of defeat. The wreckage of the train was eventually salvaged for scrap metal, and the river reclaimed its banks. For a few years, the story of the crash was just a sad local memory. And then, people started seeing things. It began with fishermen, men who would be out on the river at night, checking their lines. They would report a strange, cold spot on the water, even in the heat of a Georgia summer. Then they'd hear a sound, the faint hiss of steam carried on the wind. In the 1870s, a family having a picnic on the riverbank on a clear April afternoon claimed to have heard the distinct sound of a train whistle, followed by a scream. They looked around. There were no tracks nearby. The nearest line was 5 miles away. The stories grew. People traveling on the road near the old trestle site would see a single bright light moving through the woods where no light should be. Horses would get spooked, rearing up and refusing to go further. By the 1880s, the story had a name: the Ghost Train of Macon. And it had a schedule. It only appeared in the second week of April, the anniversary of the crash. Why does a story like this start? Is it just folklore? A way for a traumatized community to process a horrific event? Psychologists and paranormal researchers have a term for this kind of phenomenon. It's called a residual haunting. Imagine an old cassette tape. You can record sound onto it, and you can play it back. The tape itself isn't alive. It doesn't have a soul. It's just holding an echo of energy. There's a theory It's just a theory, but a compelling one called stone tape theory. The idea is that powerful traumatic events can release a kind of psychic energy, and that energy can be recorded onto the physical environment. The rocks, the water, the trees. The crash of the Macon train was an event of almost unimaginable trauma. The terror of the passengers, the agony of the soldiers, the sheer violence of the impact and the explosion. It was a perfect storm of negative energy, all focused on one small spot on the river. According to this theory, the ghost train isn't a collection of spirits with unfinished business. It's an echo, a recording of the final moments of the crash, playing back on a loop, triggered by the atmospheric conditions of the anniversary each year. This explains why the apparition is always the same. The light, the sound of the crash, the splash. It's a recording. It can't interact with you. It can't hurt you. It's just a tragic movie playing in the woods. This explanation is almost comforting. It makes the ghost a predictable, natural phenomenon, something you can explain away with fringe science, and that's what most people believed for 30 years. They treated the ghost train as a local curiosity, a spooky story to tell your kids, nothing to be taken seriously. Until the night of April 14th, 1904, the 40th anniversary of the disaster. That was the night a perfectly sane, sober, and experienced railroad engineer almost killed 200 people because he saw a ghost. By 1904, the world had changed. The Civil War was a distant memory, a story told by old men. Railroads were no longer rickety death traps. They were the lifeblood of American industry. Engines were bigger, faster, and safer. James Sully Sullivan was a man of this new era. He was a 20-year veteran of the Southern Railway. He was a man of routine and regulation. He didn't believe in ghosts. He believed in timetables and brake pressure. On the night of April 14th, he was at the throttle of the Crescent Limited, a passenger express running from New Orleans to New York. He had 200 sleeping passengers behind him. He was running on a new, modern line that passed about half a mile from the site of the old 1864 wreck. It was a clear, moonlit night. He was on schedule, making good time. As he rounded a long curve a few miles south of the Ocmulgee River, he saw a light in the distance. This was not unusual. It was likely another train waiting at a siding. But as he got closer, he realized something was wrong. The light was old-fashioned, a weak, flickering yellow, not the bright, steady electric beam of a modern locomotive. And it was moving. It was on his track, coming straight at him. Sully's blood ran cold. A head-on collision, the single greatest fear of every locomotive engineer. He blew his whistle, a long, frantic blast, the signal for an approaching train to get off the track. The oncoming light didn't react. It just kept coming, growing brighter. He could see the shape of the engine now. It was small, antiquated, with a huge smokestack. It looked like something out of a museum. Sully screamed at his fireman to jump. He grabbed the emergency brake handle and pulled it with all his strength. The effect was instantaneous and violent. 200 tons of steel locked up. Sparks, thick as a welder's torch, showered from the wheels. The passengers were thrown from their berths, jolted awake by a sound like the train was being torn apart. The Crescent Limited screeched, groaned, and finally shuddered to a halt, the smell of burning steel filling the air. Sully stood there, heart pounding, braced for the impact. He stared out the window, waiting for the crash, and saw nothing. The track ahead of him was empty. The mysterious locomotive was gone. There was no wreckage, no smoke, no sound except the panicked shouts of his passengers. The conductor came running up to the engine. "Sully, what in God's name happened? Are you all right?" Sully just pointed a shaking finger at the empty track. "There was a train," he stammered. "Right there, an old 440. It was coming right at us. They searched for an hour. The crew, the passengers, everyone. They walked up and down the line with lanterns. They found no signs of another train, no debris, no oil on the tracks, nothing. The official inquiry was a humiliating ordeal for Sully. He was a respected engineer, a man with a perfect record. Now he was sitting in front of a board of inquiry, telling them he had stopped his train to avoid a collision with a ghost. The board had two options. Either their most senior engineer was a liar, or he was insane. A third option, that he was telling the truth, was unthinkable. It would mean the laws of physics, the very foundation of their rational, industrial world, were wrong. They concluded he had seen a reflection, or the light from a farmer's lantern, and had panicked. Or worse, that he had fallen asleep at the throttle and invented the story to cover his mistake. James Sullivan was fired. He lost his job, his pension, his reputation. He moved away and lived the rest of his life in obscurity, ridiculed as the man who saw a phantom train. But until the day he died, his story never changed. He swore on a Bible that the track in front of him was occupied by a train that had no right to exist, and that if he hadn't slammed on the brakes, 200 people would have died. His story changed the legend. The ghost train was no longer a harmless echo. It was interactive. It was dangerous. It seemed to be trying to cause another crash, to drag more souls down into the river with it. The question was no longer, what is it? The question became, what does it want? The 1904 incident fundamentally altered the ghost story. It was no longer a passive replay of a tragedy. It was an active, malevolent force. The storytellers of Macon and the surrounding counties began to weave a new narrative. The ghosts of the Confederate soldiers weren't just haunting the river, they were guarding it. Think about it from the perspective of a dead soldier. You were entrusted with the last hope of your nation. You were betrayed, murdered, and your sacred cargo was stolen. Your body was left to rot in the mud. You were a footnote in a forgotten war. What would you feel? Rage, a burning, eternal sense of duty unfulfilled. And so, the legend evolved. The spirits of the dead were now bound to the river, cursed to protect the place where the gold was last seen. They became the spectral guardians of an empty vault. This new version of the story served a purpose. It was a warning. Don't go looking for the gold. And people did look. Throughout the 20th century, the story of the lost Confederate gold became a siren song for treasure hunters, adventurers, and con artists. They would arrive in Macon with old maps, fancy new metal detectors, and wild theories. Most of them left with nothing but empty pockets and mosquito bites. But some of them didn't leave at all. The local police records are filled with strange incidents around the old crash site. In the 1950s, a prospector from California was found wandering delirious on a nearby road, suffering from severe hypothermia on a warm summer night. He claimed cold hands had dragged him into the river. In the 1970s, a team with semi-professional dredging equipment had to abandon their search after a series of bizarre mechanical failures. Their engine pumps seized up. Their boat's engine flooded for no reason. One of the men swore he saw faces in the water looking up at him from the riverbed. These could all be dismissed as accidents. Rivers are dangerous places. Old equipment breaks down. But the story of the three teenagers from 1986 is harder to explain away. They were high school kids, fueled by bravado and local ghost stories. On the anniversary of the crash, they took a small boat out onto the river at midnight, determined to see the ghost train for themselves. According to the two survivors, they found the spot where the old trestle used to be. The air grew cold. They heard a whistle. And then, a wave of sheer, paralyzing terror washed over them. Not just fear, but a feeling of pure hatred directed at them from the darkness. They panicked. In the confusion, their small boat capsized. Two of them managed to swim to the shore, scrambling through the mud and brambles, not stopping until they reached the nearest farmhouse. The third, a boy named Michael, was not with them. A search was launched the next day. They searched the river downstream, assuming the current had carried him. They found nothing. 3 days later, a fisherman found Michael's body. But it wasn't downstream. It was nearly 2 miles upstream, snagged on a fallen log. It was a physical impossibility. The Ocmulgey's current is strong. Nothing and no one floats upstream. The coroner's report listed the cause of death as drowning. But the sheriff, a man who had lived in Macon his whole life, wrote a single cryptic note in the margin of the case file. The river keeps what it's owed. The story was now complete. The ghost train was a lure, a phantom light in the darkness, drawing the greedy and the foolish to their doom. And the guardian ghosts were the enforcers, ensuring that whatever secret lay at the bottom of that river stayed there. For decades, this was the accepted truth. The gold was down there, and the dead were protecting it. But what if the ghosts weren't guarding the gold? What if they were guarding the truth? Accidents happen. Rivers are dangerous. But what happened to a professional diver in 1995 defies all rational explanation. In the mid-1990s, the Georgia Department of Transportation was planning to widen the modern highway bridge that crossed the Ocmulgey River, not far from the original crash site. Before construction could begin, they needed to do a thorough structural survey of the existing bridge pylons. This is a routine job. They hired a commercial diver named Frank Miller. Frank was not a treasure hunter or a ghost enthusiast. He was a professional, a former Navy diver. He was a man who spent his life in dark, dangerous water. He was not easily spooked. The job was simple. Dive down to the base of the concrete pylons, inspect them for cracks or erosion, and film the whole thing with an underwater camera. The water in the Ocmulgey is notoriously murky. Visibility is almost zero. Diving there is like swimming through cold, black coffee. You don't see with your eyes, you see with your hands. Frank descended into the darkness, tethered to his support team by a communications line and an air hose. The only sounds were the hiss of his regulator and his own steady breathing. He reached the base of the first pylon and began his inspection, running his gloved hands over the cold concrete. Everything was normal. He moved to the second pylon. Again, normal. His job site was located about 100 yards downstream from the estimated location of the 1864 wreck. He wasn't thinking about the ghost train. He was thinking about concrete stress fractures and water turbidity. And then his comm line crackled. "Frank, you've got a lot of metal debris on the sonar down there. Be careful you don't get snagged." Frank acknowledged the call. He knew the river bottom was littered with junk. Old cars, shopping carts, and maybe, just maybe, some forgotten pieces of a 130-year-old train. He finished his inspection of the third pylon and started moving toward the fourth. This path took him directly over the deep channel where the train was believed to have gone down. The mud here was different, softer, deeper. His boots sank into it. He felt something brush against his leg. He stopped. It wasn't a fish. It wasn't a log. It felt like fingers. He told himself it was just a submerged tree branch, its twigs scraping his suit. He kept moving. Then he felt it again, a distinct, deliberate tug on his ankle. His heart rate spiked. He aimed his camera's light down at his feet, but the beam was swallowed by the silt he had kicked up. He couldn't see a thing. He spoke into his comm. "Hey, I think I'm snagged on something down here." His voice was tight, trying to sound professional. His topside supervisor replied, "All right, Frank, hold still. Don't struggle. We'll check your line." But Frank knew it wasn't his line. The tugging became more insistent. It wasn't one hand anymore. It felt like multiple hands, gripping his legs, trying to pull him down into the mud. Panic began to set in, the primal claustrophobic terror of being trapped underwater. He kicked out, trying to free himself. His boot connected with something solid, yet soft, something that yielded like flesh. And then, through the hiss of his regulator, he heard a sound that shouldn't be possible underwater, a faint, bubbling murmur. It sounded like voices, whispering. That's when he lost control. He screamed into his comm, "Pull me up! Pull me up now!" His support team, hearing the sheer terror in his voice, began hauling on his tether. Frank clawed at the water, fighting against the unseen things that were now pulling him back with surprising strength. He felt a searing pain in his calf as something sharp scraped against him. He was reeled to the surface like a fish, breaking through into the daylight, gasping and screaming. His crew pulled him onto the boat. He tore off his helmet, his eyes wild with terror. "They're down there!" he yelled. "They're still down there, in the mud!" His crew thought he had the bends, that he was hallucinating from nitrogen narcosis. But when they removed his dive suit, they saw the evidence. On his calf were 3 long parallel scratches, deep enough to have drawn blood through the thick neoprene of his suit. And wedged into the sole of his dive boot was a small, metallic object. It was tarnished and bent, but unmistakable. It was a Confederate Army belt buckle. Frank Miller quit his job that day. He refused to ever enter the Ocmulgee River again. His official report cited hazardous underwater debris, but everyone on that boat knew what he really meant. He never dove again. But his description of what he saw and what he felt matches a document found in a dusty attic in Atlanta just last year. A document that changes everything we thought we knew about that night in 1864. History is not a static thing. It's a living, breathing story that can change with the discovery of a single piece of paper. For over a century, the story of the Macon ghost train was based on official records, newspaper clippings, and folklore. But in 2022, a historian from Emory University was digging through a box of unsorted Civil War documents donated by the estate of a former Confederate quartermaster. Most of it was boring, receipts for hay, ammunition inventories. But then he found it. It was a small, leather-bound ledger, the kind a clerk would use to keep daily records. The pages were brittle, the ink faded to a rusty brown, and one entry, dated April 14, 1864, stopped him cold. This wasn't an official military document. It was a private log, a man's personal notes, and because it was private, it was honest. The entry described the chaos at the Macon depot on the night the train left. It mentioned the storm, the security, the sense of desperation, and then it detailed the cargo. At first, it seemed to confirm the legend. The ledger listed crate after crate of gold bullion and silver coin, along with their estimated weights. But then there was a second entry, made later that night, timed at just before the train's departure. This entry described a last-minute change of plans, an order delivered by a Major Harrison who does not appear on any official Confederate roster. This mysterious major ordered that one of the boxcars be uncoupled from the main train. The ledger is specific. It was the second-to-last car, a heavy, reinforced car that the clerk noted was carrying the primary asset, the gold. According to this secret ledger, the vast majority of the treasure was taken off the train moments before it departed. It was diverted to a secondary, smaller train on a different track, headed not north toward the fighting, but south toward the coast. The train that crashed into the Ocmulgee River was still carrying some valuables, yes. A few boxes of silver coins, the personal effects of the officials. Enough to make the manifest seem legitimate. But its primary cargo wasn't gold. Its primary cargo was deception. It was a decoy, a sacrificial lamb sent roaring into the night to draw attention away from the real treasure. This single entry reframes the entire story. The crash wasn't a failed heist. It was a successful diversion. The architect, this Major Harrison, wasn't trying to steal the gold. He was trying to save it. He orchestrated the crash, sacrificing the train and the men on board to create a public, spectacular disaster that would make the Union Army and any potential thieves believe the Confederate treasury was at the bottom of a river. It was a brutal, cynical, but brilliant act of military strategy. But the ledger contained one more horrifying detail. The final page of the entry for that night wasn't about cargo. It was titled Macon Dispatch, Asset Relocation. And it wasn't a list of gold crates, it was a list of names. There were 32 names on that list. Next to each name was a rank, and next to that, a single word: terminated. These were the names of the soldiers, the engineers, and the railroad workers who knew the truth. The men who had loaded the real gold onto the other train. The men who had witnessed the change of plans. They were loose ends, and according to a scribbled note at the bottom of the page, they were all assigned to guard the decoy train, the one heading for the Ocmulgee River. This changes everything. The crash wasn't just a diversion, it was a mass execution. The men on that train weren't victims of an accident. They were targets. They were put on that train specifically to die, to take the secret of the real gold to their graves. And suddenly, the ghost story makes a completely new kind of sense. If the ledger is true, then the ghosts aren't guarding treasure. They are not waiting for their stolen gold to be returned. They are guarding a crime scene, their own. With this new evidence, the scattered pieces of the puzzle, the history, the folklore, the eyewitness accounts, snap into a single, terrifying picture. Let's reconstruct the events of April 14th, 1864, not as a ghost story, but as a Black Ops military mission. The mission objective: save the Confederate treasury at all costs. The architect: the mysterious Major Harrison. He's likely a high-ranking intelligence officer, a man comfortable with deception and collateral damage. His plan has two parts. Phase 1 is the switch. Under the cover of the storm and the chaos at the Macon depot, he oversees the loading of the gold. But at the last minute, he stages a reorganization. He moves the real treasure to a different train, a smaller, faster one that slips away south unnoticed. But he has a problem. Witnesses. The men who moved the gold. The station hands who saw the switch. The guards assigned to the original cargo. There are dozens of them. In a war, secrets get you killed. But men who know secrets get you killed faster. So he initiates Phase 2, the cleanup. He gathers all the witnesses, the 32 men from the ledger, under one pretext. They are the honor guard. They are being given the crucial task of escorting the treasury north. It's a suicide mission, but they don't know it. They are loaded onto the decoy train. The train is deliberately overloaded, its manifest falsified to ensure the engineer, Elias Thorne, will push it too hard. Thorne is not a conspirator. He is a pawn, another victim. Major Harrison himself gets into the cab. He's the second man the farmer Jedediah Blackwood saw. He's not there to supervise. He's there to ensure the plan goes off without a hitch. He needs to make sure Thorne gets the train up to a speed from which it cannot recover, and he needs to confirm the trap is set. His own men, hours earlier, had gone to the Ocmulgee trestle and dug out the embankment beneath the tracks. A simple act of sabotage that the floodwaters would perfectly conceal. The train thunders into the night. It's a ghost train even before it crashes. A train full of dead men who just don't know it yet. A few miles from the bridge, Harrison makes his exit. He jumps from the slowing train, or perhaps has a horse waiting for him. His job is done. The fuse is lit. Elias Thorne, alone in the cab, drives the train into the trap. The derailment, the crash, the explosion. It all happens exactly as Harrison planned. The crash wasn't an accident. It was the cleanup. It's a perfect, brutal solution. In a single fiery event, Harrison has achieved three things. He has created a highly visible public tragedy that convinces everyone the gold is lost in the river. He has physically eliminated every single witness to his real plan. And he has created a dramatic story that will be told for generations, a ghost story that keeps people away from the scene of his crime. Now think about the paranormal events from this perspective. The ghost train isn't a residual echo of a tragedy. It's a psychic scream of betrayal, the rage of 32 men who realized in their final terrifying seconds that they were not dying for their country. They were being murdered by it. The guardian ghosts aren't protecting gold. They are pointing to the crime. They are trying to show us what happened. James Sullivan, the engineer in 1904, didn't see an aggressive spirit trying to cause a crash. He saw a warning, a phantom train appearing on the tracks to say, "Stop! Danger ahead! This is what happened to us." And the diver, Frank Miller. What if the hands he felt weren't trying to pull him down? What if they were trying to give him something? The belt buckle, a piece of evidence, a plea from the grave saying, "Look closer, find the truth. We have the motive, the brutal logic of war. We have the method, a masterful plan of deception and murder." But the river kept the bodies, and for over a century, it kept the secret. So the obvious question is, why can't we just go and prove it? Why can't we take a modern forensics team to the Ocmulgee River, excavate the site, and find the remains of the decoy train and its murdered crew? The answer is the river itself. The Ocmulgee River of today is not the Ocmulgee River of 1864. A river is a living thing. It breathes, it moves, it changes its shape. In the 160 years since the crash, the river has flooded hundreds of times. Each flood deposits a new layer of silt, sand, and mud on the riverbed. The site of the wreck is now buried under an estimated 15 to 20 feet of sediment. That's like digging through a two-story building made of mud. Furthermore, the river has changed its course. The deep channel where the train went down is no longer the deepest part of the river. The banks have eroded in some places and built up in others. The exact location, once known to every local, is now a matter of educated guesswork. And even if you could pinpoint the location, excavation would be an environmental and legal nightmare. The area is now a protected wetland. Bringing in the kind of heavy industrial equipment needed to dig that deep, barges, cranes, cofferdams, would require an army of engineers and a mountain of permits. It would risk destroying a delicate ecosystem. The river has become the perfect accomplice to the crime, silently burying the evidence deeper and deeper with each passing year. So where did the real gold go? The most likely theory is that the second train took it south to the port of Savannah. From there, it was probably loaded onto a blockade runner, a fast ship designed to evade the Union Navy. Its destination, Europe. The Confederacy was desperate for foreign allies. A few $1 million in gold could have bought them guns from France or ships from Great Britain. It was a last, desperate gamble to turn the tide of the war. Did it work? Almost certainly not. By April of 1864, the war was already lost. The gold likely ended up in a European bank vault, its origins obscured, absorbed into the global financial system. The last hope of the Confederacy probably paid for a French vineyard or a British country estate. The gold is likely long gone, untraceable. But the evidence of the crime, the bones of the men who were murdered, are almost certainly still there, buried in the cold, dark mud of the Ocmulgee. Frank Miller, the diver, may have been the last person to come into direct contact with them. The scratches on his leg, the belt buckle in his boot, a final, desperate message from the bottom of the river. A message that says, "We are still here. Do not forget us." The mystery of the ghost train of Macon is, in the end, two stories woven together. The first is a story of lost gold, a classic treasure hunt. But the second, deeper story is a murder mystery. It's a story about the true cost of war, where loyalty is a weapon and human lives are just another resource to be spent. So, the gold is gone. The soldiers are dead. But if you stand on that bank tonight, on a quiet April evening, you have to wonder. When you hear that phantom whistle blowing on the wind, are you hearing an echo of the past? Or are you hearing a warning for the future? Every town has a ghost story, a haunted house, a spooky old road. We tell these stories for entertainment, to feel a shiver run down our spine in the safety of our own homes. But the ghost train of Macon is different. It's more than just a campfire tale. It's a living piece of history, a mystery that has endured for over a century and a half, fueled by whispers, sightings, and the tantalizing promise of lost treasure. We began this journey looking for a simple ghost, an echo of a tragic accident. But the truth we've uncovered is far more complex and far more human. It's a story born from the desperation of a dying nation. A story of a brilliant, ruthless plan to save a fortune by sacrificing human lives. It's a heist, a diversion, and a mass murder, all disguised as a simple train wreck. The phantom locomotive that people see is not just a replay of an event. It's the psychic scar left on the landscape by an act of profound betrayal. The soldiers on that train thought they were dying for a cause. Instead, they were silenced, their deaths used as a tool of deception by the very leaders they trusted. Their story was buried, first under the muddy waters of the Appalachia River and then under the weight of history itself. The official record calls it an accident. But the legend, the ghost story that refused to die, kept a different version of the truth alive. The folklore was right. It always hinted that something was wrong with the official story. It told us the river was guarded. It told us the spirits were restless. We thought they were angry about stolen gold, but they were angry about stolen lives, their own. This is the enduring power of such legends. They are the folk history of the forgotten. When the official documents are sanitized, when the truth is deliberately obscured, the ghosts are sometimes the only ones left to testify. The real treasure wasn't the gold. The real treasure was the truth. And it's a truth that forces us to look at history not as a set of clean facts, but as a messy, often brutal story of human choices. The gold is gone. The war is over. The men who orchestrated the deception are long dead. All that remains is the river, the mud, and the story. A story that still gets told in the dark, on the banks of the Appalachia, every April. Some say history is written by the victors. In Macon, history is whispered by the dead. And they haven't finished talking yet.